The Battle of Nicopolis, 25th of September, 1396. It stands as one of the final and most dramatic clashes of the medieval crusading era, and an illustration of the relentless expansion of the Ottoman Empire into southeast Europe. Taking place near the fortified town of Nicopolis in present-day Bulgaria, this monumental confrontation saw a coalition of Western European knights and soldiers, led by the ambitious King Sigismund of Hungary, embark on a last-ditch crusade to hold back the Ottoman advance. But despite their valiant efforts, and a formidable army united under the cross, the vastly superior and strategically adept Ottoman forces under Sultan Bayezid I delivered a crushing defeat, decimating the Allied army and securing the Ottoman dominance in the Balkans. This was a battle that not only marked the definitive end of large-scale crusading endeavors, but also showed the shifting power dynamic in Europe, paving the way for the Ottomans to solidify their control and influence for centuries to come, until the one day when the pendulum swings back. And the pendulum always swings. Welcome to the channel, everyone. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you. Those coming back, great to have you with me again. Been doing a few battles lately. Now, been part of broader conflicts, sure, but there always are these junctions and turning points in world history, and the pendulum usually swings on top of a giant pile of corpses. That's usually how it goes. So, with that being said, if you like this sort of stuff, like and subscribe to the channel, and hey, even tell your friends about it. It's all a big party here. Now let's begin. We go back to the 14th century. Well, where we find ourselves at this time of the 14th century, we also find a large number of small crusades, all led by individual knights or kings, all with their individual goals. Now, there was a continuous fighting in northern Europe along the Baltic coast, rather troublesome area, and the most recent was a failed crusade against Tunisia. This happened around 1390. And the main player was, of course, the Byzantine Empire, which was having a little bit of trouble during its sunset years. I'm sure you know what happens some 60 years later. They were confined to the immediate vicinity of Constantinople of this time, what could hardly be called an empire anymore, and the Ottomans had blockaded them, starting in 1394, after they had taken control of most of the Balkans following the Battle of Kosovo in 1389. Things were not looking good. While his brother Ivan Sratsimir continued to hold Vidin, but was regulated to the status of an Ottoman vassal, the Bulgarian Tsar Ivan Shishman had lost Nicopolis, his temporary capital, to the Ottomans in 1393. The crusade was seen by the Bulgarian boyars, despots, and other independent Balkan rulers as a fantastic opportunity to completely undo the Ottoman conquest and retake the Balkans from the Islamic heathens. Furthermore, the Islamic Christian front line had gradually approached the Kingdom of Hungary. The border between the two religions in Eastern Europe was now the Kingdom of Hungary, and the Hungarians themselves, they knew they were at risk of attack. Onto the Republic of Venice, the great shipping and commerce empire. Well, they were concerned that Ottoman dominance over the Adriatic, Ionian, and Aegean seas would diminish if they took control of the Balkan Peninsula, which included Venetian lands like portions of Morea and Dalmatia. The Republic of Genoa, on the other hand, was concerned that the Ottomans would eventually acquire a monopoly over the trade routes between Europe and the Black Sea, where the Genoese had numerous colonies, and significant ones at that, including Amasra, Sinop, and Kaffa. If they were going to take control of the Danube River and the Turkish Straits, well, that could affect profits. Additionally, the Genoese owned the citadel of Galata, which Bayezid had besieged in 1395, and which was situated in Constantinople, north of the Golden Horn. Although the Western Schism had divided the papacy in two, with rival popes at Avignon and Rome, and the days when a pope could declare a crusade were long, long gone, Pope Boniface IX decided to go back to the glory days, just like Urban before him, and Innocent after that, and he declared a new crusade against the Turks in 1394. It was on. Philip II, Duke of Burgundy, and the ongoing 100 Years' War between England and Richard II of France under Charles VI were two main forces behind the formation of the last crusade. The conflict had reached one of its sporadic truces in 1389. Additionally, in the interest of peace, Richard II promised to marry Isabella, the daughter of Charles VI, in March of 1395. Thus the two kings met in October 1396 on the outskirts of Calais to approve the union and extend the Truce of Lullingham. Another important factor was the backing of Burgundy, one of the strongest French aristocracies, a name still recognizable till today, of course. Guy de la Tremoille, Burgundy's envoy, travelled to Venice and Hungary in 1391 to assess the situation as the country struggled to decide whether to send a crusade to Prussia or Hungary. Although none of them would eventually join the crusade, Burgundy had originally envisioned a crusade headed by himself and the Dukes of Orleans and Lancaster. It was highly unlikely that the Crusade's defense against the Turks was regarded as a top priority. Now, he has notes from the historian Barbara Tuchman of our modern times. Because he was the prince of self-magnification, the result was that opulent display became the dominant theme. Plans, logistics, and intelligence about the enemy came second, if they came at all. Well, that's a poor review, isn't it? Burgundy's motivation for sponsoring the crusade was to increase his and his house's prestige and power. In January of 1395, Burgundy informed King Sigismund of Hungary that an official request to the King of France would be granted after obtaining 120,000 livres from Flanders in 1394. Just enough to start the crusade preparations. 4 knights and a bishop from Sigismund's delegation travelled to the Paris court in August to describe how over 40,000 Turks were destroying and endangering Christian territories, and to plead for assistance on Sigismund of Hungary's behalf. Charles VI was able to respond that it was his duty to defend Christianity and punish Sultan Bayezid after securing peace with England through his daughter's marriage. The declaration was met, of course, with a great amount of enthusiasm by French nobles, including Philip of Artois, Count of Un, the French constable, and Jean Le Manger, the French marshal, who declared that it was the responsibility of every man of valor to join the crusade, meaning, of course, if you did not join, You were not a man of valor. And nobody wants to live with that title, don't they? John I, then Count of Nevers, and later Duke of Burgundy, was another important participant. Of the main commanders that the French troops dispatched to assist in the conflict was him. John received the cognomen Fearless for his valor in the conflict. In terms of sources, we have the Chronica Hungarorum. I almost said Hungarum. Hungarorum, rather. That states that King Sigismund of Hungary was so ecstatic to see the sizable army encircling him in Buda that he joyfully cried out, "Who would be so bold as to dare resist us? With the spears we carry, we would also hold up the sky if its immense weight fell upon us, protecting us from harm." Sounds pretty confident, doesn't he? Well, in other historical accounts, the number of combatants is, of course, highly debated. According to modern estimates, the Battle of Nicopolis was so important that medieval chroniclers gave up to 400,000 fighters on average. Both sides, of course, maintained that the enemy outnumbered them 2-1, which gave the Crusaders some comfort in their defeat and enhanced the glory of the Turks' victory. Of course, it is disputed this commonly cited number of 100,000 Crusaders. It would have taken 100,000 men a month to cross the Danube at Iron Gate, whereas it took the Crusaders 8 days. The number is simply just not practical. The German follower of a Bavarian noble, Johann Schildberger, who saw the battle at the age of 16. Well, something to see the age of 16, isn't it? And was taken prisoner and held as a slave for 30 years by the Turks before returning home, actually wrote a narrative of the conflict that came closest to a first-person account. And he had estimated that the Crusaders' strength at the final battle to be about 17,000. But of course, he also exaggerated the Turkish forces to a frankly ridiculous 200,000. There's just no way. 2-1 is something, but almost 10-1. Come on. Well, an estimated 11,000 men, including 6,000 archers and foot soldiers selected from the finest volunteer and mercenary companies, joined the approximately 5,000 knights and squires who had enlisted from France. The Knights Hospitaller of Rhodes, who had been the main representatives of Christianity in the Levant since the fall of Constantinople and Cyprus, came next in significance. Hungarian envoys urged German princes from the Rhineland, Bavaria, Saxony, and other regions of the empire to join, and Venice provided a naval fleet for assisting action. People came to join the crusade after the French heralds had made tours of Poland, Bohemia, Navarre, and Spain to announce it. The much discussed and celebrated English participation simply never happened. One can only imagine how the battle would have went, and the crusade in general, if it had have happened. Also, the Italian city-states were far too preoccupied with their usual violent infighting to take part. Rather unfortunate. Now, the historiographer, as is Attia, and others who followed him, took to Antonio Florentio's account of 3,000 English knights as fact. 4,000 to 6,000 men, and at least twice as many horses, would have been the true number of knights, excluding foot soldiers and other retainers. Nevertheless, there are no documents indicating that England was making the financial preparations to send a force overseas, or that the king had made necessary preparations to assemble and send such a force at all. Since Henry of Bolingbroke and all the other sons of the Duke of Lancaster along with nearly all of the other notable nobles in the country, are documented at the king's wedding 5 months after the Crusade's departure. Reports of Henry or any other son of the Duke of Lancaster leading an English contingent must be untrue, unless we think that the wedding attendance list is untrue. But it is very unlikely that they would fabricate that. Now, since St. George was a patron of the English soldiers, Attia also believed that the invocation of the saint as a war cry at Nicopolis marked the arrival of the English soldiers. However, it is asserted that the cry was uttered by the French knight instead, Philippe d'O. Furthermore, unlike all the other nations that sent men to battle, England did not collect ransom money to pay for the captives. Knights Hospitaller of the English Lang subgrouping, who joined their fellow crusaders after leading Rhodes and sailing up the Danube, may be responsible for sporadic references to the existence of English in the modern accounts. The growing hostility between the king and the Duke of Gloucester, which may have persuaded them that they had better keep their supporters close, and the animosity resulting from the protracted English-French war, which led the English to refuse to consider placing themselves under a French-led crusade. One can hardly blame them, regardless of the recently concluded peace. Now, well, those are two possible explanations of why the English did not show up. Estimates of the Ottoman force's strength range from 15 to 20,000, although exaggerated numbers are also typical in this context. Well, according to a number of sources, the Ottoman historian Sukrula, who wrote in the 1460s, estimated the Ottomans' army's size to be around 60,000. It is sometimes referred to as about half of the Crusader army. Once again, 2 to 1. A heroic battle, but a believable one. Prince Stefan Lazarevic, a vassal and brother-in-law of Sultan Bayezid, since the Battle of Kosovo in 1389, commanded 1,500 Serbian heavy cavalry and knights in the Ottoman army itself. Philip, Duke of Burgundy, John of Gaunt, Louis of Orleans, had initially intended to lead the crusade, but all three of them withdrew, arguing that their presence was necessary for the peace talks with England, possibly also because none of them dared to leave the area around the throne if their main rivals remained. But by designating the Duke's eldest son, John, Count of Nevers, who was 24 years old at the time, for nominal command, Burgundy maintained control over the business he was financing. Perhaps sensing that his son, Constable D'O, and Marshal Boucicaut, both under 35, lacked the requisite experience, Burgundy called the Lord of Cossé, the country's most seasoned warrior, that being Enjolras VII, and persuaded him to serve as Nevers' chief counselor during the crusade. The Crusaders' command structure's ambiguity would ultimately determine the outcome. Medieval warriors had not yet adopted this idea of unity of command. Well, whatever the situation is, they would have to test out whatever unity they have. Now, beginning April 30th, 1396, the crusade left Dijon and travelled via Strasbourg on the upper Danube to Bavaria. From there they joined Sigismund in Buda via river transportation, slightly more comfortable. The Crusaders' objectives, though they lacked specific planning, were to drive the Turks out of the Balkans, then seek Constantinople's assistance, cross the Hellespont and march through Syria and Turkey to free Palestine and the Holy Sepulchre, and then finally sail back to Europe in victory. Sounds like a pretty solid plan. Let's see how it works out. Plans were made for the Venetians to sail up the Danube to meet the Crusaders in Wallachia in July, and for the fleet of Venetian ships to blockade the Turks in the Sea of Marmara. Cosey was on a diplomatic assignment to the Duke of Milan, Gian Galeazzo Visconti, and was not traveling with the Crusader body. Gian Galeazzo was trying to prevent the transfer of Genoese sovereignty to France because he was frankly angry at the French political scheming that had taken Genoa away from him. Cosey was sent to warn him that France would view any more intervention as hostile. There was more to the argument than politics, of course. In the same month that the crusade left Paris, Gian Galeazzo's beloved daughter, Valentina Visconti, the wife of the Duke of Orleans, had been banished from Paris as a result of Queen Isabeau's schemes. Following the catastrophe at Nicopolis, it was generally assumed that the Duke of Milan had informed Bayezid of the movements of the Crusader troops, despite his threats to dispatch knights to protect his daughter's honor. The Duke of Milan, who had killed his own uncle to secure his power, may have betrayed the Crusaders, but there is no concrete proof of this, and it is likely that Gian Galeazzo was used as a kind of scapegoat after the fact because of the ongoing hostility with the French. After finishing his diplomatic mission and traveling to Venice with Henry of Bar and many supporters, Cosey rented a ship on May 17th to transport him across the Adriatic Sea. On May the 30th, he landed in the Croatian port of Senj before traveling by land to the meeting place in Buda. After a meeting of the Croatian parliament in June, Croatian troops under Ban Nicholas II Garai marched from the seaside town of Nin to Buda, joining the Sigismund-led Royal Hungarian Army. Nevers, who had paused in the upper Danube for receptions and celebrations hosted by the German princes, was far behind Cosey. Nevers was a full month behind the Crusader vanguard under Dio and Boscart, arriving in Vienna on the 24th of June. While Nevers took pleasure in more parties hosted by his brother-in-law Leopold IV, Duke of Austria, a fleet of 70 Venetian ships, laden with provisions, was sent down the Danube. Following that, Nevers requested a frankly rude 100,000 ducat loan from his brother-in-law, which, well, it did take a little bit of time to arrange, but it was approved and finally brought to him in Buda in the month of July. Following the arrival of the leaders, the Venetian fleet representatives and Philibert de Nailac, master of the Knights Hospitaller, had to coordinate the strategy. The Hospitallers had been transported from Rhodes by 44 Venetian ships across the Aegean into the Sea of Marmara, and some of them had continued up the Danube and into the Black Sea without fighting. It is believed that Bayezid and most of his troops were already on the side of Europe because the Turks, who had a weaker naval force, frankly just did not challenge the Venetians for control of the sea. A heated argument broke out at the war council in Buda. Bayezid had promised to attack Hungary by May of the previous year, but by the end of July he was nowhere to be found. The French declared him a coward after Hungarian scouts sent as far as the Hellespont failed to locate him. Hungary's Sigismund promised the Crusaders that Bayezid would not arrive and suggested it would be better to let the Turks march to them rather than marching back to find them. The French and their allies rejected this approach. As the spokesman Gozzi said. Those sultans' boasts be lies. That should not keep us from doing deeds of arms and pursuing our enemies, for that is the purpose in which we have come. Although chroniclers also note that Gozzi's speech aroused jealousy in Dou, who believed that he should be given the honor of leader because he was the constable of France, Sigismund really had no choice but to comply. While a portion of the Hungarian army turned north to assemble the forces of Wallachia near Mercia the Elder and Transylvania, the Crusaders started to march down the Danube's left bank. The remaining Hungarian soldiers trailed behind the Crusader column. There had been reports of increased pillaging and abuse of the populace as the Crusaders advanced into Muslim-held territory. Crusaders had been known to occasionally plunder and do other terrible things with the women while traveling through Germany. Of course, this put a very bad spin on their reputation. But when they entered the schismatic territories, the French were said to have become even more undisciplined. Despite writing from, at best, second-hand accounts, chroniclers waxed about poetically about Crusaders' immorality and even their blasphemy, detailing drunken knights lying with women for coin for days on end. Well, over the course of 8 days, the column used boats and pontoons to cross the right bank at Orsova, where the Danube narrows at the Iron Gates Gorge. Vidin, the capital of western Bulgaria, before it was taken over by the Turks, was their first target. Ivan Stratimir of Bulgaria, the ruler of Vidin, quickly gave up because he had no desire to defend his Turkish conquerors against a vast Crusader force. The incident further convinced the French that Turks could not compete with the Crusaders in the field, but the only bloodshed was the execution of the Turkish officers in the defending garrison. Oryahovo, also known as Rachowa, a powerful stronghold 120 kilometers from Vidin, was the next target. The French, frustrated at not being able to demonstrate their valor through military actions, carried out a night march, and a forced one at that, to get to the castle ahead of their allies. They arrived in the morning, just as the Turkish forces had emerged to demolish the bridge over the moat. The French took control of the bridge in intense fighting, but they could not advance until Sigismund showed up. Before nightfall compelled the fighters to retreat. The combined forces succeeded in reaching the walls, on the promise that their lives and properties would be protected. The residents of Oryahovo consented to surrender to Sigismund the following morning. But the agreement of Sigismund was immediately broken by the French, who massacred and pillaged the town as soon as the gates were opened. A betrayal. They later claimed that they had conquered the town because their men-at-arms had climbed the walls the previous evening. The town was burned down, and 1,000 residents, both Bulgarian and Turkish, were taken hostage, at least the ones that were still breathing. The French accused the Hungarians of attempting to deny them the honor of victory through battle, while the Hungarians viewed the actions of the French as a serious insult to their king. The Crusaders left a garrison to guard Oryahovo and proceeded towards Nicopolis, attacking a few forts or villages along the way, but avoiding one citadel where messengers managed to flee and alert Bayezid to the presence of the Christian army. The Crusaders arrived in sight of Nicopolis' forces on its limestone cliff on September the 12th. Nicopolis was a crucial stronghold that controlled the lower Danube and the routes of communication to the interior because of its advantageous defensive location. You see, the fortress was actually two walled towns, the larger one on the cliff's heights and a smaller one below. It also had this small road running between the cliff and the river, and the cliff that dropped off sharply to the plain further inland from the fortified walls. The Turkish governor of Nicopolis, Dogan Bey, was ready to withstand a protracted siege, and was confident that Bayezid would have come to the town's aid. The town was also well defended and well supplied. If they needed to hold out for a while, they certainly could. Despite the fact that the Crusaders had not brought with them any siege machines, Boucicault expressed optimism that brave men could easily make ladders, which were more valuable than catapults. However, it was impossible to take the castle by force due to its strong fortifications, the steep slope up the walls, and the lack of siege weapons. In order to starve out the defenders, the Crusaders established positions around the town to block the exits, and established a siege with the naval blockade of the river. However, they didn't think that Bayezid would come so quickly to engage them in combat, and were certain that the siege of the fortress would only serve as a prelude to a significant push to liberate Constantinople. It's the good old hubris coming into play. Poor preparation. For 2 weeks, the disinterested crusaders amused themselves with feasting and games and taunting their adversaries. The crusaders deployed no sentries, even due to intoxication or negligence. But the word of the Turks' approach was spread by foragers who ventured outside the camps. By this point, Bayezid had already left Adrianople and was en route to Tinirvo via a forced march across the Shipka Pass. He was accompanied by his Serbian ally, Stefan Lazarevic. The 500 horsemen that Sigismund had dispatched to conduct forced reconnaissance around Tinovo, 70 miles to the south, returned with news that the Turks were indeed approaching. Uh-oh. Well, this is where it all goes wrong. The besieged residents of Nicopolis also heard the news, and they cheered and blew horns. All of a sudden, the party for the Crusaders seemed to have come to an end. But since he thought that the Sultan would never attack, Boucicault said that the commotion of their celebration was simply a ruse. He also threatened to cut off the ears of anyone who spoke about the rumors of the Turks' approach, saying that it would be detrimental to the Crusaders' morale. Well, I think the cat's already out of the bag on that one. Now, Decozzi, who had left a contingent of 500 knights and 500 mounted archers south, was one of the few who actually bothered to conduct any form of reconnaissance. He separated 200 horsemen to execute a feint retreat after learning of a sizable contingent of Turks approaching through a nearby pass. This attracted the pursuing Turks into an ambush, where the remaining members of his men, who were waiting in hiding, attacked the rear. Decozzi's men killed as many as they could without mercy, and went back to their camp, where his action roused the camp from its sluggishness and won the other crusaders' admiration. It also made the French more arrogant, and once more aroused Dior's resentment, who charged Decozzi with recklessly endangering the army and trying to usurp the honor and power of Nevers. On the 24th, Sigismund called a war council, and he and Mircea of Wallachia proposed a strategy for the conflict. The plan called for the Wallachian foot soldiers, who had fought the Turks before, to be sent in the first attack to confront the Turkish vanguard. These were typically poorly armed militiamen who were used to pillaging, but were also used to, in battle, to exhaust opponents before they encountered superior Turkish forces. According to Sigismund, knights should not pay any attention to such a vanguard. In order to support the attack and prevent the Turkish heavy cavalry known as the Sipahis from sweeping around the Crusaders' flanks, Sigismund suggested that the French form the front line to rush in after the initial clash had subsided, with the Hungarians and other allies shortly following after. Since the knights would have to follow peasant footmen into battle, Deo criticized the plan as being frankly demeaning to them. He said, "To take up the rear is to dishonor us and expose us to the contempt of all," and he added that he would take the front as constable, and that anyone in front of him would be a grave insult to him. Boucicault backed him in this, and Nevers was readily persuaded by the younger French lord's assurance. Sigismund departed to prepare a strategy for his own troops, after the French had launched a charge. He apparently informed the camp that Bayezid was only 6 hours away in a matter of hours. The Crusaders, who were reportedly completely drunk during dinner, reacted in quite a bewildered manner. Some rose in panic, some hurriedly prepared for battle, and some simply refused to believe the report. The prisoners captured at Rachawa were then massacred, allegedly due to a shortage of backup guards. Later on, even European chroniclers would refer to this as barbaric. The fighters started to band together under the leadership of their leaders at dawn on September 25th. Sigismund dispatched his Grand Marshal to Nevers to inform him that his scouts had spotted the Turkish vanguard and requested a 2-hour delay in the offensive. By then, his scouts would have returned with information on the enemy's number and disposition. Nevers called a hurried council of advisers, and the oldest French knight on the crusade, Jean de Vienne, and Gauthier both suggested following the Hungarian king's wishes. At this point, D'O stated that Sigismund was willing to lead the charge, and that he only wanted to keep the battle honors for himself. He was reportedly saying, "When truth and reason cannot be heard, then must rule presumption," said Vienne in response to Gauthier's declaration that D'O's words were presumption. The army must follow D'O's wishes if he wants to advance, but it would be better to move in tandem with the Hungarians and other allies, Vienne went on to remark. And the council also got into a heated argument after D'O rejected any weight, with the younger ones accusing the older knights of being afraid rather than cautious and wise. D'O's decision to move forward appears to have resolved the dispute. Nevers and Gauthier commanded the main body of the French knights, while D'O assumed command of the vanguard. To meet the Turks who were descending on the hills to the south, the French knights rode out to Nicopolis with their backs to their mounted archers. Under Sigismund, the Germans, Knights Hospitaller, and other allies remained with the Hungarian forces. Conflicting accounts obscure the events that followed. According to Tuchman, out of the welter of different versions, a coherent account of the movements and fortunes of the battle is not to be had. There is only a tossing kaleidoscope. Although the knights were hindered by rows of sharpened stakes intended to skewer their horses' stomachs, and came under intense fire from archers, the French charge vanquished the untrained conscripts in the Turkish front line and advanced into the lines of trained infantry. The Turkish infantry eventually fled behind the relative safety of the Sipahis. Chroniclers describe horses being impaled on stakes, riders dismounting, and stakes being pulled up to allow new horses to pass. It was suggested by Coetzee and Vian that the French take a break in order to reorganize their forces, rest, and give the Hungarians time to move up to a position where they could assist the French. But unaware of the size of the Turkish force, the younger knights overruled them, insisting on pursuing Bayezid because they had thought that they had just routed his army. Thus, the French knights proceeded up the hill. However, reports indicate that by this time over half were walking, either because they had dismounted to pull up stakes, or because the lines of sharpened stakes had unhorsed them. When they arrived at the plateau at the top of the slope, struggling in their heavy armor, they were met with a new corps of Sipahis that Bayezid had kept in reserve, rather than the escaping Turkish forces that they had anticipated. And it was at this point that the French realized how desperate the situation was, and some knights, upon seeing this, had fled back down the slope as the Sipahis charged in the counter-attack, shouting the tekbir, banging kettle drums, and sounding trumpets. As one chronicler put it, no frothing boar nor enraged wolf more fiercely fought on. Admiral de Vian, who was given the distinction of being the oldest knight to carry the French standard into combat, suffered numerous wounds while trying to rally his fellow citizens before being killed. Odard de Chazeron, Philippe de Bar, and Jean de Caroget are among the other well-known knights who were killed. When the Turks threatened to overrun Nevers, his bodyguard flung themselves to the ground in deference and begged for their liege's life. Despite the declaration of jihad, the Turks captured Nevers because they were just as interested in the wealth they could obtain by holding noble prisoners hostage. The other French simply gave up when they saw that Nevers was captured. Now, although the chronology is unclear, it seems that the Sipahis were sweeping down along the flanks in an envelopment as the French advanced up the slope. According to accounts, the Transylvanians and Wallachians decided that the day was lost and left the fields when they saw a swarm of horses that Tukman believes were jerked free from their tethers, and Hungarians and other ethnic groups engaged in confused combat on the plain. The Germans and Sigismund, and the Master of Rhodes, engaged in unspeakable massacre on both sides in their battle to stop the envelopment. An important reinforcement of 1,500 Serbian knights led by Stefan Lazarevich was sent to the Turks at this time. The force of Sigismund was overpowered. Persuaded to escape, Sigismund and the master made their way to the Venetian ships in the Danube on a fisherman's boat. The force that made the escape possible was led by Count Hermann of Seely, governor of Habsburg Carniola, and a cousin of Sigismund's late wife. He would go on to become the father-in-law of the king. Both Bayezid and his vassal, Stefan Lazarevich, were aware that Lazarevich's brother-in-law, Nicholas II Garay, was fighting alongside Sigismund. After an agreement was reached, Sigismund's army submitted, effectively ending their defeat. Later, Sigismund would tell the Hospitalier master, "The arrogance and conceit of these Frenchmen cost us the day. We had enough men to fight our enemies, if they followed our advice." Jean Froissart, a chronicler, would say, "Since the Battle of Roncesvalles, when all 12 peers of France were slain, Christendom received not so great a damage." July 14th, 1187, near the Sea of Galilee, the Battle of Hattin is fought, the pivotal moment in the history of the Crusades, fundamentally altering the balance of power in the chaotic Holy Land. Commanded by Guy of Lusignan, the Crusader forces of the Kingdom of Jerusalem faced the formidable army of the great Saladin, the Sultan of Syria and Egypt. Utilizing strategic brilliance and superior coordination, Saladin lured the Crusaders into the arid terrain of Hattin, where the overwhelming heat and scarcity of water debilitated the heavily armored knights. The ensuing clash resulted in a decisive victory for Saladin and the Muslim forces, and King Guy of Lusignan was captured. The other Crusaders massacred. This catastrophic defeat shattered the morale of the Crusader states and culminated in the swift fall of Jerusalem, the igniting of fervent mobilization towards the Third Crusade to take back what they lost. The Battle of Hattin not only showed the effectiveness of Saladin's military strategy, but also highlighted vulnerabilities of the Crusader forces to this point overlooked. It was a turning point that reshaped the geopolitics of the Middle East and intensified the enduring conflict between the Christian and Muslim powers. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Today we talk about one of the great battles of the Crusades, the Battle of Hattin. It's quite interesting, I think. Now, before we get started, of course, like and subscribe, all that good stuff. Not going to go on about that. But if you feel the need to do so, then do it and you'll get more of this kind of content. Anyway, let's get straight into the video and take you back about 950 years or thereabouts. Now, as a result of the passing of Baldwin V, that was the son of Sibylla, Guy of Lusignan ascended to the throne of Jerusalem in the year 1186. He did so in full right of his wife. Now remember that the kingdom of Jerusalem at this time was split between two groups who did not quite always get along. There was the court faction, that was that led by Guy, which included Sibylla and other relatively newcomers to the kingdom, such as Reynald of Chatillon, Gerard of Ritford, and the Knights Templar. Good to have on your side, especially in a pinch. There was also the nobles faction, which was more of an economic spearhead to the political movements within the Kingdom of Jerusalem. But of course, they all had their own claims on different parts. Now, the nobles faction was led by Raymond III of Tripoli. Now, in terms of Raymond III, he had served as a regent for the child King Baldwin V and had opposed Guy's succession. The rival faction was led to the court partly by Raymond III of Tripoli, who had supported the claim of Isabella, that was Sibylla's half-sister, and also Humphrey IV of Toron, who was also Isabella's husband. You can see how this gets very complicated. Don't worry about the fight between the Christians and the Muslims just yet. Worry about the fight between the nobles, all claiming their right to rule. Now, only by Humphrey of Toron taking an oath of allegiance to Guy was it possible to prevent open warfare. Of course, this ultimately brought an end to the succession dispute. Raymond was said to be in a state of open rebellion against Guy. This is at least according to the Muslim chronicler Ali ibn al-Athir. Of course, Christian chroniclers at the time were not too keen to ruin the victory of the First Crusade by tarring it with this brush of the chaos of the succession disputes that came afterwards. Of course, when you're cutting up lots of different territory, and you had all these people coming in who had thrown their resources, their troops, everything else into the fight, well, generally they want something in return. Now, it was in the background of all of these divisions that Saladin, on the other side of things, had become the vizier of Egypt in the year 1169. Now, he had also taken Damascus in modern Syria in the year 1174, and also Aleppo later on. Now, he had complete command over the sides of the Crusader states that were located south and east. His subjects were brought together under the banner of Sunni Islam, and he persuaded them that he would wage a kind of holy war, a jihad, to expel the Christian Franks from Jerusalem. Now, when Saladin needed to deal with political issues in the Muslim world, he frequently made strategic truces with the Franks. Now, in 1185, one of these truces was made, and this was pretty common, because it wasn't just in the Crusade times that you had Christians fighting Muslims, but you had these smaller claimants in between. And then, of course, later on you had the Mongols to deal with, and well, each side was hoping that the Mongols would go on their side for an exchange, but it didn't really work out that way. That's a story for another video. Now, it is said by the Franks that Raymond III of Tripoli had reached an agreement with Saladin, in which Saladin would actually make him king of Jerusalem in exchange for peace. But this seems to have been a rumor that had persisted mainly throughout the Franks and was echoed by Ibn al-Athir, but it's not clear whether or not it has any basis in reality, but it certainly has effects on morale, that's certainly sure. It is, however, safe to say that Raymond III was more hesitant to engage in combat with Saladin. Now, while the truce with Saladin was still in effect 1187, Reynald of Chatillon invaded a Muslim caravan that was traveling to perform the Hajj. Now, if you don't know what the Hajj is, that's kind of like the pilgrimage that Muslims make to Mecca. I do believe that it's somewhat of a requirement, based on one's circumstances, of course, that every Muslim makes the Hajj once in their life. Now, after making a solemn vow that he would put an end to Reynald's life for breaking the truce, a very angered Saladin dispatched his son Al-Afdal and the emir Gokbori to conduct a raid on the Frankish territories that surrounded Acre. During the Battle of Cresson, which took place in the May of 1187, Gerard de Rittford and the Templars found themselves in a position of defeat against Gokbori. There were approximately 150 knights and 300 soldiers who were lost by the Templars. Not a good day, especially after a considerable winning streak. Now, these individuals had been significant parts of the Jerusalem military, losing the crack troops. Once again, morale takes a beating. In fact, the damage to Frankish morale and the scale of the losses can really not be underestimated in contributing towards the eventual defeat at Hattin. Of course, it's easier for people to run away if in their mind they've already wrote the conclusion to the story. And so, we move on to the month of July, where Saladin lays siege to Tiberias, which was the location where Esquiva of Bourges, Raymond III's wife, was captured. Now, in spite of all this, Raymond argued that Guy should not engage Saladin in battle, and that Saladin could not hold Tiberias because his troops would not be able to tolerate being separated from their families for such a long period of time under any circumstance. It was also recommended by the Knights Hospitaller that Guy refrain from inciting Saladin. It was just not worth the trouble. However, not everyone felt the same. Now, Gerard de Riedvoort suggested that Guy move forward in his fight against Saladin, hit him hard while the iron is hot, and Guy, he found this to be a more preferable option, and so followed the recommendation. Now, it is suggested that this was due to the fact that the minds of both Saladin and Guy had been completely poisoned by the political conflicts occurring between 1180 and 87, that they could only see Raymond's advice as designed to bring them complete and personal ruin. Well, additionally, it's believed that Raymond had spent the donations of Henry II of England on calling the army, and he was hesitant to disband it without a battle, in light of the fact that he had only a handful of knights left to actually defend the city of Jerusalem, and that was a long wall to cover. So Guy's decision to do so was a kind of gamble. Let's see if it pays off. And so, late in the month of May, Saladin assembled his force, and it was the largest he had ever commanded upon the Golan Heights. The army consisted of 40,000 men, with approximately 12,000 regular cavalry. Prior to crossing the Jordan River on June 30th, he conducted a thorough inspection of his forces at a place at the time named Tel Ashtara. Saladin also unexpectedly gained the alliance of the Druze community based in Saruhmal, which was led at the time by Jamal ad-Din Haji. Now, ad-Din Haji's father, Karama, was actually an ally of Nur ad-Din Zangi for a long time. Jamal ad-Din Haj claims that the Crusaders were responsible for the destruction of the city of Saruhmal on multiple occasions. So you can see how he's a little biased towards one side. Furthermore, he claims that the Crusaders even manipulated the assassins to end the lives of his 3 older brothers. Now, when we say assassins, do remember that that was actually an order, kind of like the Knights Templar, but, well, think about it like that in structure, perhaps. We don't use this term as a blanket term, we refer to a specific group. Mercenaries. And back to Godbori, he commanded the left side of the army of Saladin. Saladin himself was right at the center, along with his nephew, Taqi ad-Din, also known as Al-Muzaffar Umar, commanded the right flank of the army. Saladin's army was organized as a center and 2 wings, respectively. Now, as for the Crusader army, well, they gathered at La Saforée, a position that was well watered and even had a small castle. In the past, this location had been used as a kind of mustering point in the event that Muslim incursions from the east occurred. The alarm bells ring, everybody meets at La Saforée. But on this particular occasion, the Crusader force was comprised of approximately 18 to 20,000 men, with 1,200 knights hailing from Jerusalem and Tripoli, as well as 50 who were representing Antioch. Even though the army was on the similar side compared to Saladin's, it was significantly larger than the Crusaders' typical army configuration. On this occasion of extreme threat, the obligatory levy was imposed on those who owed feudal service, was extended to include a call to arms for all men in the kingdom. Anyone who was physically capable of fighting had to go. No exceptions. None of this saying, oh, but I'm a baker and who's going to bake the bread, or, what about my dodgy hip or my terrible knee that I've been having trouble with. No, if you could pick up the sword or the spear, you were going. Well, Raymond and Guy met with the majority of the Crusader army at Acre after they had reconciled their differences. According to some European sources, in addition to the knights, there were a great number of lighter cavalry and possibly 10,000 foot soldiers. These soldiers were supplemented by crossbowmen from the Italian merchant fleet, and a large number of mercenaries who were hired with money that was donated to the kingdom by Henry II, King of England, who was doing well enough taxing the living daylights out of everybody that he could afford to donate that much money. Well, the relic of the true cross served as the standard for the army. And this was what was believed to be the cross in which Jesus was crucified on. A little bit of debate towards that, but hey, certainly helps with the morale, and that's the main point. Well, the true cross was carried by the Bishop of Acre himself, who had been dispatched to the battlefield on behalf of the ailing patriarch Heraclius. In order to convince Guy to move his field army away from their secure fortified encampment, which was situated by the springs of La Saforée, which were an important source of water in the area, Saladin came up with a little bit of a clever idea. Through his calculations, he determined that it would be more feasible to defeat the Crusaders in a field battle, as opposed to besieging their fortifications. And so, on July 2nd, Saladin personally led an assault on Raymond's fortress of Tiberias. At the same time, the majority of the Muslim army remained at Kafir Sabt. When people realized that their opponent, who could not be tricked and would not be content by tribute, they were afraid lest war eat them up, and they asked for mercy. But the servant gave the sword dominion over them. Saladin had said this later on. Well, as a result, the garrison at Tiberias attempted to bribe Saladin to simply leave the castle undisturbed. However, Saladin was not keen on this, and he declined the offer. Within the span of a single day, one of the towers of the fortress was mined and brought down. This was the strategy where you would dig beneath the foundations and, well, undermine the foundations, and down comes the wall. Much easier than taking it head on or bringing up those ladders. A lot less hot water involved. Oh, by the way, you might think about that burning oil thing with the siege battles. Well, most of the time it was just water. Maybe they'd put some other things in there, but maybe tar sometimes, but yeah, it was mainly just water most of the time. I mean, where are they going to get all that oil from, right? It's a waste of oil. Water does the same thing, so why would you bother wasting the oil? Well, of course, Saladin's forces used this mining technique and breached the defenses, resulting in the deaths of some members of the opposing force and also the capture of a few prisoners. Now, in the citadel itself, Raymond's wife, Esquiva of Bourges, remained united with the remaining Frankish soldiers who were still alive. On July the 3rd, Saladin received news that Guy was moving the Frankish army to the east. This news came as the Muslim troops were beginning to construct a second mining operation in preparation for an attack on the citadel. Now, of course, having taken the bait, the Crusaders had acted according to the outcome of a Crusader War Council that took place on the evening of July 2nd. Guy made the decision to leave La Saforée. As a result of personal feuds among the Franks, the records of these meetings are well, a little bit skewed, to say the least. However, it does appear that Raymond argued that a march from Acre to Tiberias was exactly what Saladin wanted, while La Savoie was a strong position for the Crusaders to defend. Raymond asserted that Guy should not be concerned about Tiberias, which Raymond personally owned and was willing to give up for the sake of the kingdom's security. In response to this argument, Raymond was accused of being a coward by Reynald and Gerard, despite the fact that they had reconciled their differences. Of course, all the internal politics of the court remained as complicated as ever. Fun times. Everyone in a big, happy family. Well, after considering all of this, Guy made the decision to launch an immediate counterattack against Saladin at Tiberias. And so, on the 3rd of July, the Frankish army began its march towards Tiberias, where they were faced with persistent harassment from Muslim archers. As they traveled through Turan, they came across the springs of Turan, which were completely inadequate to supply the army with water. What a disappointment, not living up to their name at all. Well, at the middle of the day, Raymond of Tripoli came to the conclusion that the army would not be able to reach Tiberias before nightfall. The men were just too tired, a bridge too far. And so he and Guy came to an agreement to alter the path of the march and make a left turn in the direction of the springs of Kafir Hattin, which were only 9.5 kilometers away. The following day, they would be able to march down to Tiberias from that location after they've all resupplied with water and had a rest. As a result of the Muslims positioning themselves between the Frankish army and the water, the Franks were compelled to set up a camp on the dry plateau close to the village of Mescana for the night. Well, because the Muslims had surrounded the camp in such a close proximity, no one was getting out. It was said at the time by the chroniclers that not even a cat could have escaped without the Muslims knowing. Ibn al-Athir describes the Franks as being despondent and tormented by thirst, whereas the men of Saladin, they were all ecstatic, and they were all very excited in anticipation of the victory. They were praying, singing, beating drums, and chanting throughout the night. The Crusaders could only look on. With every beat of the drum, every song sung, and every hip hip hooray, they were becoming further demoralized. No daylights nor hear-taps for them, that's for sure. Of course, the Crusaders' throats became even more dry as a result of the fire they had set on the dry grass. The Crusaders were demoralized, thirsty, and they were worn out. On the other hand, the Muslim army dispatched a caravan of camels to bring goat skins of water from Lake Tiberias, which is now known as the Sea of Galilee. Now, the smoke from these fires that Saladin had started in the morning of July 4th caused the Crusaders to lose their vision too by blinding them. The Franks were subjected to fire from Muslim mounted archers belonging to the division commanded by Gokbori. These archers had been resupplied with 400 loads of arrows that had been brought up during the night. Amalric, Guy's brother, was the one who carried out the decision to attack after receiving advice from Gerard and Reynald to form battle lines. The first division was led by Raymond, who was also the son of Bohemond III of Antioch. Balian and Jocelyn III of Edessa formed the rear guard. Raymond was the leader of the first division for Antioch. Thirsty and demoralized, the Crusaders broke camp and charged their course in order to reach the springs of Hattin in desperation. However, their haphazard and panicked approach was met by Saladin's army, which blocked the route forward and also any possible retreat. Count Raymond initiated 2 charges in an effort to penetrate the water supply at Lake Tiberias. He was successful in these endeavors. His ability to reach the lake and made his way up to Tyre was made possible by the second of these situations. Now, considering that Raymond had gotten away, Guy's situation had become even more precarious. A significant portion of the Christian infantry had effectively deserted the battle by fleeing in large numbers onto the horns of Hattin, where they did not participate in the conflict any further. As a result of being overpowered by thirst and wounds, a significant number of Guy's soldiers were sacrificed without resistance on the spot, while the remaining soldiers were taken prisoner. These individuals were in such a precarious situation that 5 of Raymond's knights were taken to the leaders of the Muslim community and pleaded with them to be executed in a more merciful manner, an end to the suffering. A second attempt was made by Guy to set up the tents in order to obstruct the Muslim cavalry. The Christian knights and mounted sergeants continued to fight, despite the fact that they were highly disorganized. Now, despite 3 desperate charges on Saladin's position, each more desperate than the last, the Crusaders were eventually broken up and defeated. It occurred despite the fact that they were surrounded. An eyewitness account of this is given by Saladin's 17-year-old son, Afdal. It is quoted by the Muslim chronicler Ibn al-Athir. When the king of the Franks, Guy, was on the hill with that band, they made a formidable charge against the Muslims facing them, so that they drove them back to my father, Saladin. I looked towards him, and he was overcome by grief, and his complexion pale. He took hold of his beard and advanced, crying out, "Give the lie to the devil." The Muslims rallied, returned to the fight, and climbed the hill. When I saw that the Franks withdrew, pursued by the Muslims, I shouted for joy, "We have beaten them!" But the Franks rallied and charged again, like the first time, and drove the Muslims back to my father. He acted as he had done on the first occasion, and the Muslims turned upon the Franks and drove them back to the hill. Again I shouted, "We have beaten them!" But my father rounded on me and said, "Be quiet. We have not beaten them until that tent Gaius falls." As he was speaking to me, the tent of Guy fell. The Sultan dismounted, prostrated himself in thanks to God Almighty, and wept for joy. Reynaud of Chatillon and Guy of Lusignan were brought to Saladin's tent while he was already there. Although Saladin offered Guy water, which, according to Muslim culture, was a sign that the prisoner would be spared, Guy was unaware of this aspect of the situation. Guy handed the goblet to Reynaud, but Saladin grabbed it from him and said, "I did not ask this evil man to drink," and he would not save his life by doing so. Reynaud was unable to prevent Saladin from taking the goblet away from him. In the following step, he accused Reynaud of violating the truce. According to a number of accounts, including one written by Baha al-Din, Saladin himself carried out the execution of Reynaud by the means of a single blow from his sword. The fact that Saladin struck Reynold is documented by other sources as a signal to his bodyguards to behead him. Guy was under the impression that he would also be beheaded, but Saladin had reassured him, apparently speaking the words directly face to face, "Kings do not kill kings." Reportedly, the true cross was repositioned on a lance and in an inverted position, and then transported to Damascus. Guy of Lusignan, the king of the Crusaders, was taken as a prisoner to Damascus and eventually granted his freedom later on in the year 1188. Meanwhile, the other noble captives were eventually ransomed. Immediately following the execution of Reynold of Chatillon, Saladin issued an order that the remaining captive barons be spared and treated with compassion. That is, of course, with the exception of the Grand Master of the Temple. All 200 of the Templar and Hospitaller knights who had been taken prisoner were put to death because Saladin had given the order personally to do so. A decapitation was used as the method of execution. According to legend, one of the victims was Saint Nicasius, a Knights Hospitaller, who would later be revered as a martyr by the Roman Catholic Church. Saladin ordered that they should be beheaded, choosing to have them dead rather than in prison. With him was a whole band of scholars and Sufis and a certain number of devout men and ascetics. Each begged to be allowed to kill one of them, and drew his sword and rolled back his sleeve. Saladin was sitting on his dais. The unbelievers showed black despair. According to Imad ed-Din, Saladin's secretary. Additionally, on Saladin's orders, captured Turcopoles, which were mounted archers who were recruited in the local area and employed by the Crusader states as mercenaries, were also executed. Saladin believed that the Turcopoles were Christian converts from Islam, which was a crime that was punishable by death according to the form of Islamic jurisprudence that was followed by the Ayyubid state. Saladin believed this, despite the fact the prisoners claimed to be Christians by heritage. Saladin's belief that the majority of the Turcopoles that participated in the Ayyubid Crusader Wars were recruited from Arabs and Turks who had converted to Christianity has been supported by contemporary historians. Maybe, unfortunately, we don't really have the sources from the Turcopoles themselves. Well, it seems pretty obvious that they had converted from Islam. According to reports, one of the captured soldiers and knights was purchased in Damascus in exchange for some sandals. The remaining captured soldiers and knights were sold into slavery. God knows what happened to them. Now, Damascus was the location where the high-ranking Frankish barons who were captured were safely held and treated. Some of Saladin's soldiers deserted the army after the battle, taking lower-ranking Frankish prisoners with them as slaves that they had brought with them. On the 5th of July, Saladin marched the distance of 10 kilometers to Tiberias, and Countess Ashiva surrendered the citadel of the fortress. She was granted permission to travel to Tripoli with her entire family, as well as all her followers and possessions. After escaping the battle, Raymond of Tripoli succumbed to pleurisy and passed away later in the year of 1187. By fielding an army consisting of 20,000 men, the Crusaders were able to reduce the number of garrisons that were stationed in their defensive settlements and castles. Because of the heavy defeat that occurred at Hattin, there was very little reserve available to defend against the forces that Saladin had assembled. Nearly 200 knights managed to escape the conflict. The fact that Saladin's forces were able to seize 52 towns and fortifications as a result of the defeat is a clear indication of the significance of it. Midway through the month of September, Saladin had successfully captured Acre, Nablus, Jaffa, Sidon, Turon, Ascalon, and Beirut. Because of the arrival of Conrad of Montferrat, Tyre was able to escape the siege that Saladin had imposed upon it, which resulted in heavy casualties for Saladin's army. The city of Jerusalem was defended by Queen Sibylla, the Latin patriarch Heraclius of Jerusalem, and Balian, who later negotiated the city's surrender to Saladin on October the 2nd. According to the chronicler Ernol, Pope Urban III passed away as a result of the shock after hearing about the news of the defeat that Josias, Archbishop of Tyre, eventually brought to Rome. Pope Gregory VIII, who succeeded Urban as a pope, issued the bull Audita Tremendi, which of course called for a new crusade. He didn't waste any time doing this. He did it within the first 3 days after he was elected. During the new crusade, the Saladin tithe was implemented in England and France in order to raise funds for the initiative. The subsequent Third Crusade, however, did not begin until 1189, but it was a successful military operation that resulted in the restoration of a great number of Christian holdings. Nevertheless, Christian controls over the territories in the Holy Land remained vulnerable for decades, until the Battle of La Fourbière in 1244, which marked the final collapse of Crusader power in Outremer, that is, overseas. Well, the battle took place 57 years after Hattin was fought in 1244. Now, before we go, let's take another look at the account from the Muslim side, because I love that. Baha ad-Din, Life of Saladin. Baha ad-Din was one of Saladin's personal retainers, beginning in 1188. The year 583, that is, 1187, at the Battle of Hattin, a famous day's fight of which, please God, we shall speak of it in its proper place, Prince Arnat, that is, Renaud of Chatillon, Lord of El Kerak, and the King of the Franks of the sea coast, that is, Guy of Lusignan, were both taken prisoner, and the Sultan commanded them to be brought before him. This accursed Arnat was a great infidel and a very strong man. On one occasion, there was a truce between the Muslims and the Franks. He had treacherously attacked and carried off a caravan that passed through his territory coming from Egypt. He seized these people, put them to torture, and put some of them in grain pits, and imprisoned some in narrow cells. When they objected that there was a truce between the two peoples, he replied, "Ask your Muhammad to deliver you." The Sultan, to whom these words were reported, took an oath to slay the infidel with his own hand, if God should ever place him in his power. The day of the Battle of Hattin, God delivered this man into the hands of the Sultan, and he resolved at once to slay him, that he might fulfill his oath. He commanded him to be brought before him together with the king, and later complained of thirst, and the Sultan ordered a cup to be given to him. The king, having drunk some of it, handed the cup to Arnat, whereupon the Sultan said to the interpreter, "Say to the king, it is you who give him the drink, but I give him neither to drink nor to eat." By these words, he wished it to be understood that honor forbade him any harm to the man who had tasted his hospitality. He then struck him on the neck with his own hand to fulfill the vow he made. After this, when he had taken Acre, he delivered all the prisoners, to the number of about 4,000, from their wretched durance, and sent them back to their country and their homes, giving each of them a sum of money for the expenses of his journey. This is what I have been told by many persons, for I was not present myself when it took place. End of the account from Baha ad-Din, The Life of Saladin. Published in Germany in 1487 by Heinrich Kramer, a Dominican monk and inquisitor, the Malleus Maleficarum, or in the English tongue, Hammer of the Witches, stands as one of the most infamous and influential treatises on witchcraft in the annals of European history. Crafted during the Renaissance and coinciding with the advent of the printing press, this book profoundly shaped the witch hunts of the 16th and 17th centuries. It methodically outlines the existence, practices, and prosecution methods of witchcraft, predominantly targeting women, whom it claims are particularly susceptible to diabolical influences. Despite its eventual condemnation by the Church, the widespread distribution and enduring impact of the Malleus Maleficarum fueled centuries of witch hunts, resulting in the torture and execution of thousands. Today, the work remains a crucial point of study for those seeking to understand the cultural and intellectual underpinnings of one of the darkest chapters in our history. Hello everyone and welcome. Well, today we're talking about something particularly interesting, the old Malleus Maleficarum. As always, leave something insightful in the comments. If I find it particularly interesting, I will pin it up the top and everybody can see. And also check us out on Facebook. We're building a community up there, slowly but surely. Well, let's get on with the topic for today. Nice and relaxed as usual. The opposition from the Church to witchcraft and heresy has deep historical roots, as reflected in the Canon Episcopi, which was issued around 900 AD, declaring that witchcraft and magic were nothing more than diabolical illusions. Those who believed in such practices were seen as being misled by the devil through their dreams and strange visions. Despite this official condemnation, belief in the supernatural interventions persisted on, particularly through ordeals, which were later adapted for use in witch trials. Official church doctrine acknowledged that devils could be expelled through sacramental exorcisms, which of course continue even to our modern day, which recognized, of course, the Malleus Maleficarum as one of the 5 methods to counter the attacks. But unlike exorcism, the practices of prayer and transubstantiation were, of course, not regarded as magical rituals. In 1484, a clergyman by the name of Heinrich Kramer made one of the earliest attempts to prosecute individuals accused of witchcraft around the Tyrol region. However, his efforts were unsuccessful, and they even led to his expulsion from Innsbruck and dismissal by the local bishop, who described him as senile and insane. It's been suggested that Kramer's motivation for writing the Malleus Maleficarum was to vindicate himself and even in some way exact revenge. Other scholars argue that Kramer's primary goal in writing the book was to articulate his views on witchcraft, systematically refute Those who denied its existence discredit the skeptics and emphasize that witchcraft was mainly practiced by women. He also had the aim of persuading magistrates to adopt his methods for identifying and, of course, prosecuting witches. I will get to the specifics of that later on. Well, after the rough time in Tyrol, all of his failed attempts, some scholars suggest that Kramer sought direct papal approval to continue his prosecutions against witches. This led to the issuance of the papal bull Summis Desiderantes Affectibus by Pope Innocent VIII in 1484. This papal bull empowered the Inquisition to prosecute cases of witchcraft and specifically authorized Kramer, along with the Dominican friar Jacob Sprenger. Now, on to Sprenger. Contrary to the belief that he collaborated with Kramer, some academics argue that Sprenger was actually a consistent critic of him, even going as far to prohibit him from preaching and banning him from Dominican convents under Sprenger's control. There is one Wolfgang Berenger, a modern historian who supports this view. He suggests that Sprenger was not a co-author of the Malleus Maleficarum as is once perceived, and that his relationship with Kramer was somewhat adversarial rather than cooperative. As stated by Wolfgang Berenger, I quote, Sprenger had tried to suppress Kramer's activities in every possible way. He forbade the convents of his province to host him. He forbade Kramer to preach, and he even tried to interfere directly in the affairs of Kramer's Celestat convent. The same day, Sprenger became successor to Jacob Strubach as provincial superior. October 19, 1487, he obtained permission from his general, Joachino Turiani, to lash out against Master Heinrich Kramer, Inquisitor. Now, the preface also has purported a unanimous approval from the Faculty of Theology at the University of Cologne. However, numerous historians have contended that there is strong evidence from other sources, other than the Malleus, that the theology faculty of the university condemned the book due to its unethical methods and its contradiction of key principles of Catholic theology. Additionally, it is alleged that institutores deceitfully fabricated a document to falsely claim unanimous approval. The book served as the authoritative guide for secular courts across Renaissance Europe, but the Inquisition refused to acknowledge the Malleus's authority, and they did not utilize it. Now, prior to the year 1400, it was very uncommon for anyone to face legal action for practicing what was perceived as witchcraft. However, the growing prevalence of prosecuting individuals for heresy, combined with the inability to completely eradicate these heretics, set the stage for future criminal prosecutions. During the 15th century, the belief in witches had become extensively acknowledged and accepted in European society. In the past, individuals found guilty of practicing witchcraft usually faced relatively mild punishments, such as public humiliations like being placed in the stocks. However, their prosecution became increasingly severe after the Maleficarum was published, as belief in witchcraft became widely acknowledged as a genuine and a perilous occurrence, a threat to everyone. The most stringent prosecutions occurred from 1560 to 1630, and at least in Europe, they mostly ceased by 1780, with a few sporadic occurrences here and there, but not for much long after. Of course, the witch trials in the New World provinces, Massachusetts, all the rest, well, we'll get to them in a different video. Demonologists, and there were quite a few of them, all throughout Europe were obsessed with a fervent dispute about the nature of witches during the 16th and 17th centuries. As a result, they issued numerous printed sermons, books, and pamphlets. The Catholic Church exerted significant influence in creating the discourse on demonology, while the Reformation had quite minimal impact upon it. Of course, Martin Luther firmly believed in the existence and malevolence of witches, and played his own role in advancing Protestant demonology. But nothing is as extensive as the Catholic writings on it. It's quite fascinating. I do recommend you go and read some of the Catholic demonology. They really put a lot of effort into it. Now, both Catholic and Protestant demonologies shared similar fundamental views on witches, and most authors concurred on the gravity of the offense of witchcraft. The acceptance of witch hunting was evident in both Catholic and Protestant legislatures, as it was backed by governments of both religious denominations. You see, witches were considered enemies to Christianity, and witchcraft was seen as a most severe offense and transgression against God. In continental and Roman law, witchcraft was considered the crimen exceptum, a heinous crime that surpassed all regular judicial proceedings. During the Age of Enlightenment, the belief in the ability of witches to cause damage started to diminish in Western societies. Post-Enlightenment Christians held this belief because of their adherence to reason and empiricism. Now, onto the actual work itself. It's split up into 5 different sections, and we're going to talk about them one by one, provide some quotes from the book and some analysis upon them. So let's talk about the first section, being named Justification. This section provides a concise explanation of how the widespread use of sorcery, which is a strategy employed by the devil in his ultimate attack on God's creation, served as a motivation for authors to compose the Malleus Maleficarum. And this is a quote from the work. Lucifer attacks through these heresies at the time in particular, when the evening of the world declines towards its setting, and the evil of men swells up, since he knows, in great anger, as John bears witness in the book of Apocalypse 12:12, that he has little time remaining. Hence, he has also caused a certain unusual heretical perversity to grow up in the land of the Lord, a heresy, I say, of sorceresses, since it is designed by the particular sex over which he is known to have power. In the midst of these evils, we inquisitors, Jacobus Sprenger, together with the very dear associate inquisitores delegated by the Apostolic See for the extermination of so destructive a heresy, we will bring everything to the desired conclusion, naming the treatise Hammer for Sorceresses. We are undertaking the task of compiling the work for an associate. The second section is regarding the papal bull. The Malleus Maleficarum indicates a replica of a papal bull called Summis Desiderantes Affectibus, which is directed towards Heinrich Institutoris and Jacob Sprenger. Pope Innocent VIII admits that the existence and malevolence of sorceresses are indeed a problem, and recognizes their involvement in satanic activities. Based on the date of the document, the papal bull was issued in 1484, which was 2 years prior to the completion of the final Malleus Maleficarum. Thus, it does not signify support for a particular definitive version of the Malleus. However, its inclusion indirectly validates the handbook by offering overall affirmation of the existence of witchcraft and complete authorization to Sprenger and Institutoris in their teachings and actions. And this is from the text itself regarding the papal bull. And they shall also have full and entire liberty to propound and preach to the faithful word of God, as often as it shall seem to them fitting and proper, in each and all of their parish churches and the said provinces, and to do all things necessary and suitable under the aforesaid circumstance, and likewise freely and fully carry them out. From the papal bull, Summis Desiderantes Affectibus. Now the next section is approbation. The section of the Maleficarum referred to as the approbation of the following treatise and the signatures thereunto to the doctors to the illustrious University of Cologne follows in the form of a public document. It consists of unanimous endorsements of the Malleus Maleficarum by all the doctors of the theological faculty of the University of Cologne, who have personally signed it. The proceedings are certified by Notary Public Arnold Kolich of Euskirchen, who is a sworn clergyman of Cologne. The confirmation of this testimony is provided by present witnesses Johannes Vorda of Merchen, a sworn beadle, Nicholas Cooper de Vanraff, the sworn notary of Curia of Cologne, and Christian Vincent of Euskirchen, a clergyman of the Diocese of Cologne. The text of the approbation states that during the proceedings, Institutoris, who do remember that that is the Latinized name of Heinrich Kramer, don't get confused, received a letter from Maximilian, who had recently been crowned King of the Romans and was the son of Emperor Frederick III. We're, of course, talking about the Holy Roman Empire here. Now, the letter is summarized in the approbation as follows. Maximilian I provides full protection to these inquisitors, and orders and commands all subjects of the Roman Empire to offer their support and assistance to the inquisitors. They are also instructed to act in accordance with the instructions contained in the letter. It is reported that in early December 1486, Kramer traveled to Brussels, the capital of Burgundy, with the intention of obtaining a privilege from the future emperor. Kramer did not have the courage, apparently, to involve Frederick III, whom he had previously offended. But once the new guy was in power, it wasn't so awkward anymore. However, this response he received must have been quite unfavorable anyway, as it could not be included in the foreword. Now, the approbation has a preamble and is subsequently accompanied by a decision divided into 2 sections. So let's first do the first part of the preamble. The text commences with a broad assertion of the prevailing conditions, which is written like this. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Let all those who will read, see, or hear the present public document know that in the year since the birth of our Lord, 1487, in the 5th indiction, on Saturday, the 19th day of May, at 5 in the afternoon or thereabouts, in the 3rd year of the pontificate of our Lord, the most holy Father in Christ, Lord Innocent the Eighth, by divine providence, Pope, in the presence of my notary public, and a witness written below, had been specifically summoned and asked for this purpose. The venerable and religious brother Heinricus Institoris, professor of holy theology, and member of the order of preachers, who was appointed as inquisitor into heretical depravity by the Holy See, along with his colleague, the venerable and religious brother Jacobus Sprenger, and also a professor of holy theology and prior of the convent of preachers in Cologne. Signatories express their dissatisfaction with certain religious leaders who boldly deny the existence of sorceresses in their sermons. They point out that the authors of the Malleus Maleficarum are not primarily focused on dispelling this ignorance, but rather on providing detailed instructions for sentencing and punishing sorceresses in accordance with religious texts and regulations. These signatories then clarify their motivation for sharing their expertise. And this is from the signatories. It is consonant with reason that those things that are done on behalf of the common good should also be confirmed through the common approval of the doctors, and therefore, lest the aforementioned poorly educated curates and preachers think, in their ignorance of Holy Scripture, that the aforesaid treatise, which was composed in the manner mentioned above, is poorly supported by the determinations and pronouncement of the doctors. They offered it for examination and comparison against Scripture to the illustrious University of Cologne, or rather to certain professors of holy theology, in order that if any things were found to be worthy of censure or incompatible with the Catholic truth, they should be refuted by the judgment of those professors, and that those things found to be compatible with the Catholic truth should be approved. Now, this was, in fact, done in the ways written below. So the next section is resolution. There are two signings, which are occasionally referred to as two approbations. The distinction lies in the fact that in the first part, 4 signatories confirm that they have scrutinized the treatises and support its content, whereas in the second part, signatories do not claim to have read the treatises, but still demonstrate approval by explicitly reiterating certain overarching principles of the treatises and endorsing them. The initial section presents the viewpoint of Lambertus de Monte of Herenberg, who serves as the temporary dean of the Faculty of Holy Theology at Cologne. Subsequently, Professors Jacobus Strehlen of Notlink, Andreas Schermer of Oceanfurt, and Master Thomas de Scotia provide testimony affirming their agreement with his perspective. Now here is a portion of the opinion. I proclaim that this 3-part treatise, which has been examined by me carefully and compared against Scripture with regard to its first 2 parts, contains nothing, in my humble opinion, that is contrary to the pronouncements of the non-erroneous philosophers, or against the truth of the holy Catholic and Apostolic faith, or against the determinations of the doctors approved or admitted by the Holy Church. and that the third part should certainly be upheld and approved in regard to the punishments of those heretics whom it reads. In it does not contradict holy canons, and also because the personal experiences described in this treatise, which are believed to be true because of the reputation of such great men, particularly since they are inquisitors. It should be ensured that this treatise will become known to learned and zealous men, who will then, on the basis of it, provide various healthy and appropriate advice for the extermination of sorceresses. Now, the second section is endorsed by the original signatories, as well as by many professors from Cologne. The signatories affirm that 1. The Masters of Holy Theology written below commended the Inquisitors into heretical depravity appointed by the authority of the Apostolic See in conformity with the canons, and argue that they think it right to carry out their office zealously. 2. The proposition that acts of sorcery can happen with God's permission through sorcerers or sorceresses when the devil works with them is not contrary to the Catholic faith, but consonant with the statements of Holy Scripture. Indeed, according to the pronouncements of the holy doctors, it is necessary to admit that such acts can sometimes happen. 3. It is therefore erroneous to preach that acts of sorcery cannot happen, because in this way preachers impede to the extent that they can the pious work of the inquisitors, to the prejudice of the salvation of souls. Nonetheless, secrets that are heard at any time by inquisitors should not be revealed to anyone. And 4. All princes and Catholics should be urged to think it right to insist such pious vows on the part of the inquisitors in defense of the holy Catholic faith. End of the affirmations of the signatories of the College of Cologne. Now, what about witchcraft itself? How is it actually defined by the Malleus Maleficarum? Well, according to the text, it requires 3 essential components: the malevolent intents of the witch, the assistance of the devil, and the consent of God. The treatise is organized into 3 distinct portions. The initial segment is targeted towards clergy and endeavors to counter arguments made by detractors who reject the existence of witchcraft in all its forms, thereby, of course, impeding its legal pursuit. I mean, you can't charge someone for something that isn't real, right? Well, the second section delineates the tangible manifestations of witchcraft and the corresponding methods of counteraction. The primary objective of the third division is to provide support to judges, there being secular judges, by the way, in dealing with and countering witchcraft, as well as to alleviate the strain placed on inquisitors. Each of the 3 sections explores the predominant issues of the nature of witchcraft and the identification of witches. Section 1 explores the theoretical aspect of witchcraft, analyzing it from the perspective of natural philosophy and theology. More precisely, it explores the inquiry into the authenticity of witchcraft as either an actual occurrence or simply a figment of one's imagination. Do remember, it was the Renaissance. People were certainly becoming a little bit more enlightened, albeit slowly, but, give them time. Well, it potentially describes this as deceptive apparitions created by the devil, or merely the products of excessive, agitated human thoughts. Too much time on their hands, that kind of thing. Now, the inference made is that the existence of witchcraft is actually supported by the existence of the devil, cannot have one without the other, and it's believed that witches had made a bargain with Satan to gain the ability to carry out damaging magical actions in the mortal realm, hence establishing a crucial connection between witches and the devil. The discussion in general within the text revolves around practical matters and real-life cases, as well as the abilities of witches and their methods of recruiting. The statement asserts that witches, rather than the devil, are mostly responsible for recruitment, bringing other people into the covens. They achieve this by causing misfortune in the life of a respected woman, which prompts her to seek the guidance of a witch. Alternatively, they may introduce young girls to alluring young devils. This text provides a comprehensive explanation of the methods employed by witches to perform spells, as well as offering potential countermeasures to thwart witchcraft or aid individuals who have fallen victim to its effects. But who gives them the authority to speak on such things? Well, they seem to have been quite versed in the theology of the day. They weren't just a random layman writing a book. In fact, Jacob Sprenger, he held the position of an appointed inquisitor for the Rhineland, serving as theology professor, and was a dean at the University of Cologne in Germany, while Heinrich Kramer, or once again his Latin name Institutus, held the position of an appointed inquisitor in South Germany. He was also a professor of theology at the University of Salzburg, and was widely recognized as the foremost expert in demonology and witch hunting during the late medieval period in Germany. In the papal bull Summis Desiderantes Affectibus, Pope Innocent VIII addresses them, being Sprenger and Kramer, as beloved sons and professors of theology. Additionally, he grants them the authority to do as they will to eradicate witchcraft. Now, Kramer and Sprenger were the first to raise harmful sorcery to the criminal status of heresy. In fact, a lot of this was justified by the principles outlined in Exodus 22:18. That being, you must not allow a sorceress to live, depending on the translation. Well, that seems pretty clear, doesn't it? Back it up, boys. No arguments there. Well, if harmful sorcery is a crime on the order of heresy, Kramer and Sprenger argue, then the secular judges who prosecute it must do so with the same vigor that the Inquisition would in prosecuting a heretic. The Malleus urges them to adopt torture, leading questions, and the admission of denunciation as valid evidence. And of course, any other inquisitorial practices to achieve swift results. I'm sure it'll be a fair trial. I'm being sarcastic, obviously. Well, moreover, the authors insist that the death penalty for convicted witches is the only sure remedy against witchcraft. They maintain that the lesser penalty of banishment, as prescribed in earlier works like the Canon Episcopi, for those convicted of harmful sorcery, does not apply to these new breed of witches, whose unprecedented evil justifies capital punishment. The initial portion of the book's primary material employs the scholastic technique of Thomas Aquinas, which is distinguished by a style of debating questions particularly exemplified by his work Summa Theologica. It was a commonly used method of argumentation in scholarly discussions with a lengthy history. In fact, the majority of the citations in the Malleus Maleficarum are derived from various works attributed to Thomas Aquinas. Now, Aquinas is, he's a well-known figure. I've made a video on him, quite fascinating, you can go and watch it. And indeed, you'll find him as the primary reference for the first section of the Maleficarum, and you'll find him peppered about pretty much every other section too. Formicarius by Johannes Nieder is also a significant source for section 2, and Directorium Inquisitorum by Spanish Inquisitor Nicholas Emmerich is also a vital source for section 3. Of course, the Malleus advocated for the use of both torture and deception to extract confessions. It suggested that the judge, along with other devout individuals, should attempt to convince the prisoner to confess voluntarily, and if they wouldn't, you just convince them harder, and keep convincing them until they do confess. See where this is going? However, if the suspect refuses to confess, the judge orders the attendants to restrain the prisoner using the strappado and other torture devices. Now, if you don't know what the strappado is, that's probably for the best. But basically, you have your hands tied behind your back, and then a rope is tied around your wrists. And then they pretty much jerk you up by this rope, and your shoulders dislocate and all of your bones crack, and they just thrash you around for a while. Think about it when you pull a fish out of the water. It's kind of like that, except with your hands bound and your joints creaking and not good. Moving on from that, I'm sorry for that explanation of that, but hey, it's relevant to the text, so we have to know. Well, of course, faced with this sort of outcome, the attendants promptly comply, sometimes with simulated agitation. Subsequently, under the request of certain individuals in attendance, the captive is released once more and is separated from the group, and then once again convinced to admit guilt under the false impression that doing so would spare their life. Well, all confessions obtained through the use of torture, of course, had to be verified, and this is what it says about that in the text. It should be noted that if an individual confesses while being subjected to torture, they must subsequently be taken to a different location in order to corroborate and certify that their confession was not solely a result of physical coercion. Nevertheless, in the absence of confirmation, the act of torture could not be replicated. However, it was permitted to persist on a designated day, with the condition that if the prisoner fails to satisfactorily confess to the truth, alternate forms of torture must be presented to him, or her, rather, along with the declaration that unless a confession is made, they will have to endure these further tortures too. However, even if the method fails to instill fear and elicit the truth, then the following day or the day after should be scheduled for a continuation of the tortures, not a repetition, as it should only be performed if new evidence is presented. Next, the judge must formally inform the inmates of the following statement. We, the judge, etc., have scheduled a specific day for the resumption of the tortures so that you may speak the truth and have the entire process documented by the notary. Well, traditionally, witches were predominantly of the female gender, and following the release of the Malleus Maleficarum, it appears that 75% of individuals who were accused and tried as witches were indeed women. Of course, they were seen to have less faith and be more focused on physical desires than men. But there's something a little deeper, and it's just my opinion. I'm not sure if it's one of the reasons, but I think that the prevailing theory behind this goes back to that in the original Garden of Eden story, that Adam was not tempted by the serpent, but Eve was the one who ate the apple, getting that eternal knowledge and all that. So, I think that's where most of it comes from. That opinion that women were more susceptible to the wiles of the devil than men were. Well, the primary explanation, at least by the Malleus, was the fundamental principle of sorcery, which is the rejection of faith. Now, according to this belief, women are considered inherently bad due to their tendency to doubt in matters of faith more readily. So basically, they're talking about critical thinking. While it was possible for men to be witches or sorcerers, whatever we're going to use as a terminology, they were generally regarded to be less common, and the underlying factors contributing to their classification as witches were distinct as well. You see, the prominent type of male witch described in the book is the sorcerer archer. The book is somewhat ambiguous about this, but it does suggest that the motivation behind male witches is mostly driven by a thirst for power, rather than an unbelief or lust, which is claimed to be the case with most female witches. Now, undoubtedly, the title of the Malleus Maleficarum itself is feminine, suggesting that it was the women who were portrayed as the wrongdoers. Ultimately, it might take the form of Malleus Maleficorum, which is the masculine version of the Latin noun maleficus or malefica, meaning witch. In Latin, the term maleficarum is exclusively used for women, although the title maleficorum can be used for males alone or as a kind of gender-neutral group pronoun when they are all together. The Maleficarum alleges that witches also engaged in infanticide, cannibalism, and the casting of malevolent spells to damage their adversaries, while also possessing the ability to emasculate men. Perhaps that's where all this comes from. Subsequently, it provides narratives of witches engaging in these illegal activities. Kramer and Sprenger develop a powerful, sex-specific theory of witchcraft based on a hierarchical and dualistic view of the world. You see, everything exists in pairs of opposites. God and Satan, Adam and Eve, or men and women. You see, each positive principle in a pair is delineated by its negative polar opposite. Perfection is defined not as the integration or preservation of opposites, but rather the extermination of the negative element in a polar pair. Because women are the negative counterpart to men as seen by the theology written within the Maleficarum, they corrupt male perfection through witchcraft, and therefore the women who engage in such activities are indeed witches and must be dealt with as soon as possible, and by the most horrible means. So, according to the Malleus, the only way a woman can avoid succumbing to her passions and becoming a witch is to embrace a life of devout chastity in a religious retreat. Go off and become a nun somewhere, basically. But the monastic life is actually quite reserved to the spiritually gifted few. You can just show up out of nowhere. People often think this is how you get into a Shaolin monastery or something like that. Just show up and become the thing. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. Therefore, most women are doomed to become witches who cannot be redeemed, and the only recourse open to the authorities is to ferret out and exterminate as many of them as they can. Bad luck for them, I suppose. Well, the Malleus Maleficarum presents a distinct understanding of witches, known as the new category, Strixology, which significantly deviates from previously held beliefs, kind of like a version 2.0 for studying witches. Of course, we had witches before then, but this time they had narrowed everything down into what they actually were and how to deal with them. Now, the term malefica possesses a distinct denunciation that is not present in other terms used to describe women with supernatural abilities. The perception of witches and magic, by extension, is inherently associated with malevolence, evil. It deviates from these previous notions of witchcraft that were more broad and encompassing, and just slaps a big label on everyone. Now, at this time, witchcraft formed a distinct and opposing religious belief. Once again, those polar opposites. The witch's once formidable authority over the deities was relinquished, as her capacity to compel their compliance was superseded by complete submission to the devil. Simply put, the witch transformed into a mere instrument of Satan, not some powerful being, just a tool of the devil. This portrayal of witches was a component of perception of magic that scholars referred to as Satanism or diabolism. According to this belief, a witch was a participant in an evil organization led by Satan and committed to doing harmful acts of sorcery on others. Now, in terms of the acts themselves, we can pretty much put them down to 6 specific activities. And it goes like this. First is aerial flight for the purpose of attending meetings with the devil, which is quite convenient, I will say. An assembly presided over by Satan himself and the attendants thereof, at which the initiates entered into the pact, and incest and promiscuous sexual acts were engaged in by the attendees. Also the practice of maleficent magic, sexual relations with the devil himself. A pact entered into the devil, specifically blood pacts, these kind of things, a concomitant apostasy from Christianity, and probably the worst one, the slaughter of babies, which is not good in any context. Of course, demons play a key role in the Malleus, as they are responsible for enticing humans to engage in magic and are central actors in the witches' pledges. They engage in sexual interactions with the witches on a regular basis. According to the book, it asserts that customary for all witches to engage in these depraved acts with demons. Quoting from the book, this activity constitutes a significant aspect of human-demon interaction, with demons engaging in it not for the purpose of pleasure, but rather with the intention of causing corruption. Now it's important to mention that not all devils and demons engage in such activities. According to the book, it's a little bit more complex than that. Certain demons are reluctant to engage in certain behaviors and immoral deeds due to the nobility of their character. Credit where it's due, I suppose. While the work did not explicitly provide a roster or categorization of demons, as found in certain demonological writings or spellbooks from that time period, such as the Liber Juratus, it does actually make mention of several varieties of demons. For instance, the book extensively covers topics related to incubi and succubi, including their involvement in pregnancies, the subjection of witches to incubi, and the methods of defense against them. The Anarchy, a civil war in England and Normandy between 1135 and 1153, sparked by a succession crisis following the death of King Henry I. The only legitimate son of Henry had died in the White Ship disaster of 1120, leading him to name his daughter, Empress Matilda, as the heir. However, upon Henry's death, his nephew, Stephen of Blois, quickly seized the throne, contested by Matilda, of course, which led to a prolonged and chaotic period of conflict across the kingdom. Thus the country was divided, as nobles aligned themselves either with Stephen or Matilda, leading to widespread disorder, with many areas experiencing complete breakdowns in law and order. The conflict saw numerous battles, sieges, and shifts in power, with neither side able to hold on to anything for too long. Eventually, the anarchy ended with the Treaty of Wallingford in 1153. Stephen recognized Matilda's son, Henry Plantagenet, later Henry II, as his heir, leading to the restoration of peace and the beginning of the Plantagenet dynasty. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, great to meet you. If you are coming back, so happy to see you again. As always, if you want to support the channel, you're already doing it. Just enjoy the content. But for those who want to go above and beyond, the like and subscribe is only one click away, and those who want to go further than that may refer to the video description. But now, without further ado, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can learn all about the Anarchy, as it is so called. During the 11th and 12th centuries, northwest France was ruled by various dukes and counts, who often fought over valuable territories. Duke William II of Normandy, who would go on to conquer the Anglo-Saxon Kingdom of England in 1066, later extended his territories into South Wales and northern England. After the death of William, the governance and distribution of these lands led to conflicts among his children. William's son, Henry I, ascended to power following the death of his elder brother, William Rufus, and he took over the Duchy of Normandy from his oldest brother, Robert Curthose, after defeating him at the Battle of Tinchebray. Henry planned for his territories to be passed on to his only legitimate son, William Adelin. However, in 1120, the sudden sinking of the White Ship in the English Channel, which resulted in the death of about 300 passengers, including William Adelin, drastically altered the political scene. This event cast uncertainty on the line of succession to the English throne. At that time, the rules for succession varied across Western Europe. While male primogeniture was gaining acceptance in parts of France, where the eldest son inherits pretty much everything. But other regions, including Normandy and England, followed a practice of dividing lands among sons, with the eldest receiving the primary, or at least the most valuable, portion. Thus, with the death of William Adelin, Henry I was left with only one other legitimate offspring, his daughter, Matilda. During a time when the norms around female inheritance were simply not firmly established yet. There was no real rules behind it. Well, Henry, he married Adeliza of Louvain after Adeline's death, but the likelihood of having another legitimate male heir seemed quite slim, prompting him to consider Matilda as his successor. Matilda, previously married to Henry V, the Holy Roman Emperor, had gained the title of Empress. After Henry V's death in 1125, she remarried Godfrey V of Anjou in 1128, an alliance that was quite unpopular among the Anglo-Norman nobility, mainly due to Godfrey's status as an Angevin, who were the traditional adversaries of the Normans. Henry's domestic policies, particularly his heavy taxation to fund wars, caused growing discontent. Despite this, his formidable reputation helped maintain peace. Henry worked to secure support for Matilda's succession in England and Normandy, insisting on oaths of allegiance to her from his court in 1127, and again in 1128 and 1131. Stephen of Blois, among others, swore allegiance to Matilda in 1127. However, as Henry's life drew closer to its end, tensions escalated between him, Matilda, and Geoffrey. The couple felt that they lacked robust support in England and proposed that Henry transfer control of Norman royal castles to Matilda during his lifetime to strengthen her position. Henry was not keen on this idea, and he rejected the proposal, fearing that Geoffrey might seize premature control over Normandy. Amidst these tensions and a new rebellion in southern Normandy, which Geoffrey and Matilda supported militarily, Henry fell ill and unexpectedly died near Lyon-la-Forêt in 1135. Following the death of Henry I, the English crown was unexpectedly claimed by Stephen of Blois, leading to a period of civil war instead of passing to Henry's designated heir, Matilda. Now, Stephen was the son of Stephen Henry, the Count of Blois, and Adela of Normandy, making him William the Conqueror's grandson. As first cousins, Stephen and Matilda shared royal blood. Stephen grew up as a courtier under Henry, benefiting from his allegiance by receiving lands and marrying Matilda of Boulogne in 1125, who brought with her substantial estates in England and the vital continental port of Boulogne. By the time of Henry I's death in 1135, Stephen had established himself firmly within the Anglo-Norman elite, while his younger brother, Henry of Blois, the Bishop of Winchester, had become a significant ecclesiastical and political figure, second in wealth only to the king himself, and an advocate for the church's rights against royal encroachment. As Henry I's demise became known, many potential successors, including Geoffrey and Matilda, who were in Anjou supporting local rebels, were poorly positioned to stake their claims. Thus the conflict detained many of Matilda's supporters in Normandy under obligation to attend the late king's funeral, preventing their immediate return to England. And taking advantage of this situation, Geoffrey and Matilda seized several strategic castles in southern Normandy, but their advance stalled there. Stephen, meanwhile, was strategically located in Boulogne. Upon hearing of the king's death, he quickly moved to England with his military retinue. Despite initial resistance at ports controlled by Matilda's ally Robert of Gloucester, Stephen managed to reach his estates near London by early December. Within a week, he had effectively begun to consolidate power, setting the stage for his eventual ascension to the English throne. The populace of London, who traditionally held the prerogative to elect the English monarch, swiftly declared Stephen the new king, motivated by expectations of new rights and privileges under his rule. The Church's endorsement was also secured by Henry of Blois, who facilitated Stephen's access to the royal treasury at Winchester, on the advice of Roger, the Bishop of Salisbury and the Lord Chancellor. Thus, on December 15th, a pivotal agreement was struck. Stephen would bestow extensive liberties to the Church in exchange for the backing of the Archbishop of Canterbury and the papal legate for his ascension to the throne. The legitimacy of Stephen's claim was contentious, due to a previous oath that he had sworn to support Empress Matilda. However, Henry of Blois contended that the late King Henry had erred in mandating such an oath, arguing that the king had primarily aimed to ensure the realm's stability. Under the present circumstances of potential chaos, Stephen's disregard for the oath was presented as justifiable. Henry also persuaded Hugh Bigod, the royal steward, to testify that King Henry had altered his succession plans on his deathbed in favor of Stephen. This assertion cleared the way for Stephen's coronation at Westminster Abbey on December 26th. Concurrently, the Norman aristocracy convened at Leneubourg, considering endorsing Theobald, Stephen's elder brother and the Count of Blois, as king, mainly based on his senior lineage from William the Conqueror and his preferable status over Matilda. Thus, on December 21st, while discussions were underway in Lisieux with Robert of Gloucester and others about Theobald's claim, news of Stephen's imminent coronation disrupted their plans. Despite initial agreement to Theobald's kingship, support waned as the barons balked at the prospect of splitting England and Normandy by opposing Stephen. Ultimately, Theobald accepted a financial settlement from Stephen and remained in Blois, supporting his brother's ascension and thus consolidating Stephen's position as a king. Shortly after his coronation, Stephen had to address the tensions in northern England, sparked by the invasion of David I of Scotland. Now David, who was the brother of Henry I's first queen and Matilda's maternal uncle, seized territories including Carlisle and Newcastle upon the hearing of Henry's death. These areas were contentious, with Scottish claims on Cumberland and David's marital ties to Northumbria. Stephen promptly led an army north to Durham, where he negotiated with David. This agreement allowed David to retain Carlisle, while returning most of his other conquests, and in exchange, Stephen confirmed the holdings of David's son, Prince Henry, including the earldom of Huntingdon. In 1136, Stephen convened his first royal court during Easter at Westminster, attracting a broad assembly of nobility and high-ranking church officials. At this gathering, Stephen issued a royal charter reaffirming the commitments made to the church and pledged to undo Henry I's forest policies and addressed any legal system abuses. He positioned himself as a continuation of Henry I's governance, reconfirming the existing earldoms to their holders. The court was marked by extravagance in expenditure on the event, attire, and gifts. Stephen distributed land grants and favors, enhancing numerous church establishments with land and privileges. To solidify his position, Stephen needed papal endorsement. Henry of Blois facilitated the gathering of this support, securing testimonials from Stephen's brother, Theobald, and the French king, Louis VI, who found Stephen's kingship strategically advantageous against the Angevin influence. Pope Innocent II officially recognized Stephen's kingship later that year through a letter, which was extensively circulated in England to affirm Stephen's legitimacy. Stephen faced significant challenges across his realm shortly after this coronation. In January of 1136, the Welsh secured a victory at the Battle of Shofar, followed by a successful ambush on Richard Fitzgilbert de Clare in April, igniting a rebellion across all of South Wales. Owain Gwynedd and Gruffydd ap Rhys seized substantial territories, including Carmarthen Castle. Despite attempts to quell the unrest by dispatching Robert's brother, Baldwin, and martyr Lord Robert Fitzharold of Eyas, the rebellions persisted, and by the end of 1137, Stephen had effectively ceased his military efforts in Wales, turning his attention to other pressing and perhaps more realistically winnable matters. Concurrently, Stephen managed revolts in the southwest led by Baldwin de Redvers and Robert of Bampton. Baldwin was captured, but he was released, subsequently traveling to Normandy to criticize Stephen. The same year, Geoffrey of Anjou began aggressive actions against Normandy, exploiting Stephen's preoccupation with England. Despite a temporary truce, Geoffrey resumed his attacks, focusing on raiding rather than conquering. Stephen's inability to address the Norman conflicts directly led to the appointment of Waleran de Beaumont and Theobald to defend the duchy. Stephen returned to Normandy in 1137 to solidify an informal alliance with Louis VI and Theobald, aimed at curbing Angevin influence. This agreement included Louis recognizing Stephen's son, Eustace, as Duke of Normandy, contingent on Eustace's homage to Louis. Efforts to reclaim the Argentan province from Geoffrey faltered, mainly due to internal conflicts among Stephen's forces, culminating in a battle between the Flemish mercenaries and Norman barons, resulting in the desertion of the Norman contingent. This forced Stephen to abandon his campaigns and negotiate another truce with Geoffrey, which included a payment to Geoffrey for peace along the borders. Now, under Stephen's early reign, which was marked by a mix of stabilization and strife, going back and forth between the two, with quite a bit of chaotic to and fro, while he managed to maintain a semblance of peace with Scotland, contain Geoffrey's actions in Normandy, and maintain cordial relations with Louis VI and the Church, there were many significant issues that loomed. Control over the north of England had shifted to David and Prince Henry. Wales had been effectively abandoned with a shrug of the shoulders, and the ongoing conflicts between Normandy destabilized the region. Basically, things were not easy. Furthermore, Stephen faced discontent among the barons over unfulfilled promises of land and titles. The financial strain was also mounting, with the costs of maintaining a more extravagant court and mercenary forces rapidly depleting the treasury that was amassed by Henry. In 1138, the stability of Stephen's reign faced major threats from multiple quarters, initiating a descent into civil war in England. The year saw Robert of Gloucester, an illegitimate son of Henry I and half-brother to Empress Matilda, renounce his allegiance to Stephen and declare his wholehearted support for Matilda. It was a move that sparked significant rebellions in Kent and the southwest of England, although Robert stayed in Normandy. Despite Matilda's relative inactivity in pressing her claim to the throne since 1135, Robert's declaration effectively marked the beginning of the war in her favor. Meanwhile, Geoffrey of Anjou seized the opportunity to reinvade Normandy, and David of Scotland launched another invasion into northern England. Asserting his support for his niece Empress Matilda, David pushed into Yorkshire, further complicating the political landscape for Stephen. But Stephen's response was swift and strategically focused on England rather than Normandy. Thus, he deployed his wife, Queen Matilda, to Kent with substantial resources to recapture the crucial port of Dover from rebel control. And of course, don't get confused. Stephen's wife was also named Matilda, so we will refer to her as Queen Matilda, and Empress Matilda being the other side of things. Now additionally, he sent a handful of his household knights north to counter the Scots, culminating in the defeat of David's forces at the Battle of the Standard in August, led by Archbishop Thurston of York. But despite this victory, David maintained control over much of northern England. It was then when Stephen turned his attention west, aiming to reassert control over Gloucestershire. His campaign began in the Welsh Marches, capturing Hereford and Shrewsbury before moving south to Bath. Although Bristol remained impervious to his assaults, resulting in a campaign of raiding the surrounding areas instead, Stephen managed to exert significant military pressure. The expectation of Robert's intervention with reinforcements for the rebels unfortunately did not materialize, as he stayed in Normandy, which persuaded Empress Matilda to consider an invasion of England. Towards the end of the year, Dover capitulated to Queen Matilda's forces. Stephen's military campaigns in England were notably successful, described by historians as a military achievement of the first rank. Capitalizing on his military upper hand, Stephen also sought to stabilize the northern border by negotiating the Treaty of Durham with Scotland. Under this treaty, Northumbria and Cumbria were effectively granted to David and his son Henry in exchange for their allegiance and a promise of peace along the border. This agreement, however, did not sit well with the Earl of Chester, Ranulph, who felt that his traditional rights to Carlisle and Cumberland were being undermined. By 1139, preparations for an invasion of England by Robert of Gloucester and Matilda were well underway. Geoffrey and Matilda had consolidated their control over much of Normandy and were mobilizing forces for a cross-channel attack. Early in the year, Matilda had appealed to the papacy, asserting her legal claim to the English throne, although the Pope maintained his previous support for Stephen. This appeal highlighted the contentions surrounding Stephen's claim. In response to the impending threat, Stephen fortified his position by creating numerous new earldoms. Prior to his reign, the existing earldoms established under Henry I were, for the most part, ceremonial. Stephen filled these new earldoms with loyal and competent military leaders, granting them lands and significant powers, particularly in the kingdom's more vulnerable regions. His strategy aimed to secure the loyalty of key supporters and strengthen the kingdom's defenses. Influenced heavily by his chief advisor, Waleran de Beaumont, Stephen granted the new earldoms, including Worcester, Leicester, Hertford, Warwick, and Pembroke, to the Beaumont family and their allies. These earldoms formed a strategic buffer zone across critical areas of the kingdom from 1138 onwards. Simultaneously, Stephen moved to neutralize a potential threat from certain bishops, whom he suspected might have sensibilities that would make them defect to Matilda's side. The royal administration under the previous king, Henry I, had been dominated by Roger, the Bishop of Salisbury, and his family, who had been amassing military strength and building quite a few new castles. Viewing this as a potential threat, and exacerbated by a personal enmity from Waleran, Stephen took decisive action. In June 1139, during a court session in Oxford, a confrontation engineered by Stephen resulted in a skirmish involving Alan of Brittany and Roger's men. Stephen capitalized on this incident by demanding the surrender of all castles held by the bishops, except for Nigel, whom had barricaded himself in Devizes Castle, and only surrendered after Stephen threatened to execute Roger le Poer. All complied. Now, this maneuver effectively eliminated any military threat from these bishops, although it no doubt strained Stephen's relations with the broader ecclesiastical hierarchy, including his brother Henry, who was reportedly not very impressed. Well, with all the preparations complete, the stage was set for the ensuing conflict, marking the full escalation into a civil war. During this civil war between Stephen and Matilda, Anglo-Norman warfare primarily involved attritional military campaigns focused on raiding enemy territories and capturing castles to gain control over regions. These campaigns aimed for a slow and strategic string of victories rather than quick conquests. Pitched battles were therefore quite rare, as they were considered high risk. I mean, why arrange up in a shield wall and go out and fight like gentlemen when you can just starve them out over time. Thus, the commanders typically preferred safer, more calculated maneuvers, a cautious approach to warfare. But you can't fight a war without money. We all know that. The financing of the war efforts was heavily reliant on cold, hard cash, a trend that had become increasingly pronounced in the early 12th century. The cost of maintaining and conducting military operations had thus risen significantly, making access to substantial funds a critical factor in achieving military success. Both Stephen and Matilda's military operations were centered around their respective households, particularly the Familia Regis, a core group of knights that acted as a mobile headquarters during campaigns. The composition of the armies had not drastically changed from the previous century. It consisted mainly of armored mounted knights, supported by infantry troops. The typical armament included long mail hauberks, helmets, greaves, and arm protection. Swords and lances were commonly used by cavalry, and the presence of crossbowmen had notably increased. Longbows, while they were sometimes employed alongside the traditional short bow. The forces employed during these campaigns were thus a mix of feudal levies and mercenaries. Feudal levies were local nobles' troops, called up for short periods and specific campaigns, whereas mercenaries, though costly, offered greater flexibility and skill, and could be retained for extended periods as needed. The Normans first developed their distinctive style of castles during the 10th and 11th centuries, utilizing these fortifications extensively when they took control of England in 1066. Initially, most castles were earthwork and timber structures, such as the moat and bailey or ringwork designs. These were relatively simple to construct with local labor and resources, making them resilient and easy to defend. The Anglo-Norman elite strategically placed these castles along key geographic points, like rivers and valleys, to exert control over populations, trade routes, and broadly entire regions. By the time of the Civil War, there was a gradual shift to a more robust, stone-built style. These new structures required more skilled labor and took several seasons to build, contrasting with the quicker timber constructions. While these stone keeps later showed some structural vulnerabilities, the siege technologies of the 1140s, such as ballistae and mangonels, were considerably less powerful than the trebuchet designs of later times, allowing these castles to maintain a defensive advantage. Consequently, warfare tactics often favored prolonged sieges or even mining operations to undermine castle walls rather than direct assaults. Of course, if you dig out the foundation of the castle, a rather dangerous job, certainly helps it to crumble right beneath the enemy. Who knows? Someone could be digging a hole under your house right now, and you wouldn't even know it. Sorry to those who are about to sleep. Well, back to the topic. During the war, both sides extensively built their own new castles to secure strategic territories. In the southwest, Matilda's supporters constructed a series of moat and bailey castles, such as those at Winchcombe, Upper Slaughter, and Bampton to fortify their holdings. Stephen, on the other hand, aiming to protect his interests around Cambridge, established a new chain of castles along the fen edge at locations like Burwell, Lydgate, Caxton, Rampton, and Swavesey, spaced roughly 6 to 9 miles apart. Many of these were built without royal permission, and were thus considered adulterine or unauthorized, highlighting the anarchic nature and panicked building of the period. Historical records suggest a high number of such castles were constructed, though exact figures tend to vary. Now, counter castles or siege castles also became prominent during the conflict. These were temporary fortifications erected during sieges to house troops or siege engines, positioned just outside the effective range of archery from the main target. These structures facilitated prolonged sieges and played a crucial role in the strategic warfare of the period. Although intended for temporary use and often dismantled post-conflict, some remnants, like the earthworks near Corfe Castle in Dorset, known as the Rings, still survive. Now moving on, in August 1139, the anticipated Angevin invasion commenced. Baldwin de Redvers attempted an initial landing at Warham to secure a port for Empress Matilda's forces, but was repelled by Stephen's troops, retreating to the southwest. By the end of September, Matilda and Robert of Gloucester arrived in England at Arundel with 140 knights, thanks to an invitation from the Queen Dowager Adeliza. While Matilda stayed at Arundel Castle, Robert advanced northwards to rally support in Wallingford and Bristol, joining forces with Miles of Gloucester, who had recently renounced his loyalty to Stephen. Stephen swiftly countered by besieging Arundel, effectively trapping Empress Matilda. However, a truce brokered by his brother, Henry of Blois, unexpectedly led Stephen to lift the siege, allowing Matilda and her knights safe passage to the southwest to reunite with Robert of Gloucester. The motives behind Stephen's decision to release Matilda remain a little speculative. Chronicles of the time suggest that Henry persuaded Stephen that focusing on Robert as the primary threat was strategically advantageous. Moreover, the impregnability of Arundel Castle and the operational risk of engaging his forces there while Robert was free in the west might have influenced Stephen's decision. Some even suggest that Stephen's act was driven purely by chivalry, given his known generous nature and the norms of not targeting women in warfare. It's just bad manners, isn't it? Well, following these events, Matilda established a strong base of operations, spanning from Gloucester and Bristol across to Devon and Cornwall, and from the Welsh marches to Oxford and Wallingford, posing a direct threat to London itself. Stephen attempted to regain control by first targeting Wallingford Castle, a strategic point along the Thames, but found it to be too well defended by Brienne Fitzcount. Leaving a force to continue the blockade, he moved westward, capturing South Kearney and Malmesbury, but was unable to take Trowbridge in Wiltshire. Concurrently, Miles of Gloucester launched attacks on Stephen's rear positions at Wallingford, threatening to advance towards London. Faced with these challenges, Stephen was compelled to abandon his campaign in the west, and return east to stabilize the situation and secure his capital. By early 1140, Bishop Nigel of Ely, having had his castle seized by Stephen the previous year, initiated a rebellion. He aimed to control East Anglia and made the Isle of Ely, protected by surrounding Fenland, his stronghold. Stephen swiftly countered, leading an army into the fens and crafting a makeshift causeway from boats to launch a surprise attack on the island. Although Nigel managed to flee Gloucester, his forces were overcome, and Stephen regained control of the region. Meanwhile, forces loyal to Robert of Gloucester reclaimed the lost territories of Stephen in the earlier 1139 campaigns. Efforts to broker peace unfolded at a conference in Bath, hosted by Henry of Blois. The discussions, intended to negotiate a truce, featured Robert representing the Empress Matilda, with Queen Matilda, remember Stephen's wife, and Archbishop Theobald advocating for Stephen. The conference disintegrated due to Henry and the clergy's demands to dictate the terms of the peace, a condition which Stephen could of course not accept. Rainulf of Chester, still aggrieved by Stephen's allocation of northern England to Prince Henry, plotted to ambush the prince during his return from Stephen's court to Scotland post-Christmas. Forewarned, Stephen personally escorted Henry north, inadvertently exacerbating Rainulf's frustrations. Seizing an opportunity under the pretense of a social visit, Rainulf captured Lincoln Castle in a sudden assault. Stephen, seeking to neutralize Rainulf without escalating hostilities, negotiated a truce that allowed Rainulf to retain the castle. However, upon learning that Rainulf and his family were lightly guarded at the castle, Stephen reneged on the truce and led his forces back to Lincoln for a surprise attack. Unfortunately for Stephen, Rainulf managed to escape, subsequently pledging allegiance to Empress Matilda, compelling Stephen to besiege Lincoln Castle once again. In early 1141, while Stephen besieged Lincoln Castle, Robert of Gloucester and Rainulf of Chester approached with a superior force. Stephen decided to engage in battle rather than retreat. Commanding the center of his army, with flanking forces led by Alan of Brittany and William of Aumale, Stephen dismounted his knights to form a solid infantry block and joined them himself on foot. Despite an initial success against the Angevin forces, the battle quickly turned. Robert and Rainulf's cavalry encircled Stephen's position, leading to his eventual capture after a fierce fight, during which he continued to resist, even after he had broken his sword, switching to a battle axe until eventually overwhelmed and captured. Robert then transported Stephen to Gloucester for a brief meeting with Empress Matilda, before moving him to Bristol Castle, where he was initially held under relatively comfortable conditions, which later was changed to smacking some chains on him. Perhaps he wasn't the most gracious house guest. That's what you get for being rude. Matilda then began efforts to be crowned queen, requiring ecclesiastical support, which involved negotiations with Stephen's brother, Henry of Blois. Henry, acting as the papal legate, convened a council at Winchester to discuss the stance of the Church, offering support to Matilda in exchange for control over church matters in England. Despite Archbishop Theobald of Canterbury's hesitations, and after consultations with Stephen, who conceded to release his subjects from their oaths of fealty given the circumstances, the clergy named Matilda Lady of England and Normandy. However, her planned coronation at London faced significant opposition. Tensions in London escalated, and a revolt forced her and her followers to flee the city just days before her scheduled coronation. Better luck next time. Meanwhile, Geoffrey of Anjou capitalized on the turmoil by invading Normandy, capturing all territories south of the River Seine and east of the Rhine. With Stephen's power waning in England and Normandy, many Anglo-Norman barons began shifting their allegiance to Geoffrey and Matilda, fearing the loss of their lands. Among the defectors was Waleron, who joined the Angevin side to secure his own holdings. During Stephen's captivity in 1141, his wife, Queen Matilda, became a pivotal figure in maintaining support for his cause. She rallied Stephen's key supporters around her in the southeast and advanced into London after the population there rejected the Empress Matilda. Among those loyal to Queen Matilda were William of Ypres, who stayed with her in London, William Martel, managing operations from Dorset, and Faramus of Boulogne, overseeing the royal household. Queen Matilda garnered significant sympathy and backing from Stephen's followers during this period. All seemed to be going quite well for her. However, the Bishop of Winchester, Henry, Stephen's brother, initially allied with the Empress Matilda, but their alliance soon deteriorated over disputes about political and ecclesiastical influence. Thus, Henry met with Queen Matilda in Guildford and shifted his support to her, which of course strengthened Stephen's position. The Empress Matilda's military efforts faltered during the rout of Winchester in July 1141, where she and Robert of Gloucester besieged Bishop Henry. The situation reversed when Queen Matilda and William of Ypres surrounded the Angevin forces, forcing the Empress to flee Winchester with a few close associates, although her army was ultimately defeated and Robert of Gloucester captured. Despite her escape to Devizes, the event significantly weakened her position. Negotiations for peace soon followed, but no compromise was reached, leading to an exchange of prisoners. Stephen for Robert of Gloucester. Not a bad deal. This occurred in November of 1141. A church council convened by Bishop Henry then reaffirmed Stephen's legitimacy, leading to a re-coronation of Stephen and Queen Matilda in Christmas of 1141. Not a bad present. But Stephen's health suffered in early 1142, which sparked rumors of his death. But despite the rumors, he did manage to recover and regain his strength, persuading Ranulf of Chester to rejoin his side. He then led attacks against the Angevin-held castles throughout the summer. Meanwhile, Robert of Gloucester went to Normandy to aid Geoffrey Plantagenet, but returned to England later that year. As 1142 drew to a close, the Empress Matilda found herself besieged by Stephen in Oxford Castle. she managed a dramatic escape across the frozen river Isis just before Christmas, evading capture and rejoining her forces at Wallingford, thus prolonging the civil war. The conflict between Stephen and the Angevins dragged on and on and on, with no clear end in sight throughout the mid-1140s, marked by Geoffrey of Anjou solidifying his own position in Normandy, culminating in his recognition as the Duke of Normandy after the capture of Rouen in 1144. The year 1143 began quite perilously for Stephen, when he found himself besieged by Robert of Gloucester at Wilton Castle, a critical gathering point for royal forces at Herefordshire. Attempting to escape, Stephen engaged in the Battle of Wilton, where he nearly got captured again. Thanks to the valiant efforts of William Martel, Stephen's steward who orchestrated a staunch rearguard action, Stephen did manage to escape, later exchanging Sherborne Castle to secure William's release from captivity. Later that year, Stephen faced a new insurrection from Geoffrey de Mandeville, the Earl of Essex, who rebelled against Stephen's authority in East Anglia. The king had harbored disdain for Geoffrey for years, and seized him under the pretense at court, threatening execution unless Geoffrey surrendered key fortresses, including the Tower of London. That's right, the best one. Once released, Geoffrey retreated to the Isle of Ely, launching a military campaign aimed at London. Stephen, preoccupied with other rebellions, could only erect a defensive line of castles from Ely to London, notably including Burwell Castle, to impede Geoffrey's advance. Meanwhile, Ranulph of Chester resumed his revolt in 1144, dividing Stephen's holdings in Lancaster between himself and Prince Henry. Simultaneously, Robert of Gloucester conducted raids around royalist territories, while maintaining the stronghold of Wallingford Castle near London. Concurrently, Geoffrey of Anjou secured southern Normandy, and by January 1144 took control of Rouen, subsequently gaining recognition from Louis VII as Duke of Normandy. By 1145, the war's landscape began to shift slightly in Stephen's favour. The death of Miles of Gloucester, a capable Angevin commander, during the previous Christmas lessened pressure in the west. Geoffrey de Mandeville continued his revolt until his death in September 1144 during an assault on Burwell. In 1145, Stephen managed to recapture Farringdon Castle in Oxfordshire. In the north, Stephen briefly reconciled with Ranulph of Chester in 1146, only to repeat his earlier strategy of arrest and coercion for castle handovers, which led to Ranulph's subsequent rebellion. Throughout these years, Stephen's tactics of ensnaring barons under the guise of diplomacy, only to arrest them, significantly tarnished his reputation. No one really wanted to go and see him upon receiving the invite. They knew what was coming. Mistrust, indeed. His standing was certainly diminished among the nobility. But of course it was his own fault. While the stalemate persisted, neither side was able to secure a decisive advantage. And by the late 1140s, the character of the conflict in England began to change, leading some historians to suggest that the Civil War was all but over, with only sporadic outbreaks of fighting occurring, but nothing large-scale. The period saw several key developments that contributed to a decrease in hostilities. Robert of Gloucester, a pivotal military leader for Empress Matilda, died in 1147, reducing the intensity of the conflict. The following year, Matilda moved back to Normandy after resolving a dispute with the church over Devizes Castle, further calming the situation. Around the same time, the Second Crusade was announced, drawing many Angevin supporters, including Wallerand of Beaumont, away from the region for an extended period. During this time, many nobles began making individual peace agreements to secure their territories and gains from the war. These treaties often included clauses that limited military actions and the construction of new castles, reflecting a broader desire to stabilize the region and reduce conflict as much as possible. A network of these treaties emerged by the 1150s, significantly reducing local skirmishes. Now, as for Matilda, she chose to remain in Normandy, working to stabilize the duchy and support her son Henry Fitz-Empress's claim to the English throne. Henry, he returned to England in 1149, aiming to build a northern alliance with Ranulph of Chester, which involved military plans against York. However, when Stephen rapidly responded by marching to York, the plan disintegrated, and Henry simply returned to Normandy, where he was declared duke by his father. Henry's stature, of course, continued to grow, especially after his strategic marriage in 1152 to Eleanor of Aquitaine, the wealthy and influential Duchess of Aquitaine, and former wife of Louis VII of France. Stephen, meanwhile, focused increasingly on succession issues concerning his own family as the conflict wound down. He had granted the county of Boulogne to his eldest son, Eustace, in 1147, but was uncertain whether Eustace would inherit England. Stephen, of course, had his preference, and that was for Eustace to be crowned during his own lifetime, aligning with French customs, but not with English tradition. Efforts to secure a coronation for Eustace met with resistance from Archbishop Theobald, reflecting broader tensions within the church. These efforts culminated in a dramatic confrontation in 1152, where Stephen and Eustace detained Theobald and other bishops to force the coronation issue. Theobald's subsequent escape to Flanders marked a low point in Stephen's relations with the church, highlighting the ongoing governance challenges Stephen faced as he struggled to secure his family's future in the English monarchy. In 1153, Henry Fitz-Empress, supported by Ranulph of Chester and Hugh Bigod, returned to England, and with a small army, advancing his influence in the north and the east of the country. Stephen's castle at Malmesbury was soon under siege by the forces of Henry. He attempted to engage Henry's smaller army in a decisive battle along the river Avon, but he was unsuccessful, and with winter approaching, agreed to a temporary truce, retreating to London. This left Henry free to consolidate support in the Midlands, where Robert de Beaumont, Earl of Leicester, declared his allegiance to the Angevin cause. By 1153, Henry and his allies controlled significant portions of England, including the southwest, Midlands, and much of the north. As Easter approached, a delegation of senior English clergy met with Henry at Stockbridge. The discussions likely focused on a negotiated peace, with the clergy expressing support for Stephen, but overall, simply just desiring an end to the conflict. Henry thus reassured them that he would respect the autonomy of the English cathedrals and not expect bishops to attend his court. The siege of Wallingford Castle, a key Angevin stronghold, became a critical focus for Stephen. Henry intervened, leading his forces to besiege Stephen's troops surrounding Wallingford. Stephen responded by mustering a large force from Oxford, leading to a standoff across the River Thames at Wallingford in July of 1153. Both sides, weary of conflict and influenced by peacemaking efforts from the Church, agreed to a truce rather than engagement in battle. The peaceful resolution at Wallingford, well, it rather frustrated Stephen's son Eustace, who departed to raise funds for further conflict. But I hope he kept the receipts, because he died in the next month. No refunds. Eustace's death removed a significant obstacle to the peace process, facilitating negotiations between Stephen and Henry. Despite the ongoing skirmishes, such as Henry's capture of Oxford and Stamford, and a failed siege of Nottingham Castle by Angevin forces, momentum was building towards a resolution. Permanent peace was finally brokered in Winchester, where Stephen and Henry met to discuss terms. The resulting Treaty of Winchester, ratified in November of 1153, saw Stephen acknowledge Henry as his adopted son and successor. Stephen retained all royal powers, but agreed to listen to Henry's counsel. William, Stephen's remaining son, renounced his claim to the throne in exchange for assurances over his lands. Key castles were to be held by guarantors on behalf of Henry, while Stephen would have access to Henry's castles. Foreign mercenaries were to be demobilized and sent home, and the treaty was sealed with a public kiss of peace in Winchester Cathedral. Interesting, marking the formal end to the Civil War and establishing a framework for the peaceful succession of Henry Fitz-Empress. Now, Stephen, he remained active in early 1154, asserting royal authority by issuing writs for the southeast and holding court in York to reassure the northern barons of the crown's restored power. His meeting with the Count of Flanders in Dover later that year might have been part of efforts to secure his family's status before his death from a stomach disorder on October the 25th, 1154. Henry Fitz-Empress, not rushing his return to England, arrived in December of 1154 and was swiftly crowned alongside his wife Eleanor. The coronation was followed by a royal court in April of 1155, where barons reaffirmed their loyalty. Henry aimed to revive his grandfather, Henry I's governmental methods, distancing his reign from the disarray of Stephen's rule, emphasizing consultation and responsiveness, unlike his mother, the Empress Matilda. Thus England had suffered greatly during this conflict. The widespread lawlessness and devastation, with no real royal to lead them, especially in regions like the southwest, the Thames Valley and East Anglia. Well, they were the worst areas. The war had thus fragmented the central coinage system, with various factions minting their own currencies. The royal forest law had collapsed in many areas, although some regions remained largely unaffected by the war. Royal income from estates had also significantly declined, especially post-1141, and royal governance had increasingly centered around Westminster rather than Winchester. Henry II focused on restoring order and royal finances upon taking power, expelling foreign mercenaries and demolishing unauthorized castles, although recent studies do suggest that fewer castles were destroyed than previously thought. Thus he revitalized the financial administration, largely restoring the fiscal health of the kingdom by the 1160s. He also addressed territorial losses incurred during the war. In 1157, he pressured Malcolm IV of Scotland to return lands taken in northern England, which Henry promptly refortified. Restoring control over Wales was, admittedly, more challenging, requiring military campaigns in 1157 and 58, before Welsh princes Owain Gwynedd and Rhys ap Gruffydd agreed to terms to re-establish pre-war territorial divisions. Robert the Bruce was a legendary Scottish king who reigned from 1306 until his death in 1329. His journey to the throne was marked by chaotic internal conflict and the struggle for Scottish independence from England. Initially, he was a nobleman, torn between allegiances. His commitment to Scotland's independence crystallized after he killed his rival, John Comyn, leading to his excommunication and eventually his coronation as King of the Scots. His most famous victory came later, in 1314, at the Battle of Bannockburn, where his forces defeated a much larger English army led by King Edward II, securing de facto independence for Scotland. Hello, welcome to the channel. If you are new here, good to meet you, and if you're coming back, great to have you back with me again. As always, if you want to support the channel, the best thing you can do is like, comment, and subscribe. Those who want to go above and beyond may refer to the description of the video. Now, without further ado, let us all get relaxed, take deep breaths, and we can begin our biography of Robert the Bruce. Robert the Bruce, born on July 11th, 1274, came into the world amidst uncertainty about his birthplace, although Turnberry Castle in Ayrshire is considered the most likely location, mainly due to its association with his mother's earldom. However, alternate claims do suggest Lochmaben in Dumfriesshire or Writtle in Essex. The Bruce lineage actually goes back quite a bit, tracing back to the first Lord of Annandale, Robert de Bruce. Don't get confused, that's B-R-U-S, not B-R-U-C-E. Well, it was he who settled in Scotland during the reign of King David I and received the lordship of Annandale in 1124. Robert was the eldest son among 10 children of Robert de Bruce, the 6th Lord of Annandale, and Marjorie, the Countess of Carrick. Through his mother he inherited the earldom of Carrick, while his father bestowed upon him the lordship of Annandale, along the royal lineage as a 4th great-grandson of David I, granting him a potential claim to the Scottish throne. Beyond the lordship of Annandale, the Bruce family held extensive lands in Aberdeenshire and Dundee, as well as substantial estates across England, including Cumberland, County Durham, Middlesex, Yorkshire, and more. Also a claim in County Antrim in Ireland. Little is known about Robert the Bruce's youth. It is likely that he was raised in a blend of Anglo-Norman and Gaelic cultures, reflecting the diverse regions of northern England and southeastern Scotland. Annandale, where he grew up, was heavily feudalized, with Northern Middle English, which was a precursor to Scots, commonly spoken. In contrast, Carrick, his purported birthplace, retained a strong Celtic and Gaelic-speaking society. Now, in terms of being trilingual, that probably happened quite early on, mainly just due to the nature of the circumstance and those who surrounded him. Robert had managed to speak Anglo-Norman, Gaelic, and early Scots, all quite fluently at that. Additionally, as the heir to a significant estate, he would have probably been familiar with Latin, which was necessary for legal and religious purposes. His education would have covered various subjects, including law, politics, theology, and of course, a good dose of chivalry and the knightly arts, all very common for any European noble of the day. Well, as king, Robert likely commissioned verse to commemorate the events of the Battle of Bannockburn and a few others. He also supported his son's education by hiring Dominican friars as tutors and providing them with a good deal of books. Historical documents, at least the ones we have discovered up till now, suggest that Robert had a keen interest in ancient rulers and their governance, using their examples to inform his own rule. While tutors for the young Robert and his brothers were most likely drawn from the unbeneficed clergy, or perhaps mendicant friars associated with the churches patronized by their family. Additionally, they would have had masters from their parents' household to instruct them in various skills, including horsemanship, swordsmanship, hunting, and, of course, courtly behavior. Must remember our table manners. Aspects of chivalry, integral to personal and leadership development, were likely taught by a reputable knight, possibly drawn from his grandfather's retinue from the crusade. This grandfather, by the way, known as Robert the Noble, or Bruce the Competitor, appears to have been a significant influence on the future king, evident in Robert's later prowess in war tactics and also single combat, which he also excelled at quite nicely. The Bruce family frequently moved between their castles, including Lochmaben Castle in Annandale and Turnberry on Loch Doon Castle in Carrick. Additionally, Robert and his siblings may have experienced fosterage within allied Gaelic kindreds, a traditional practice in Carrick and other regions. This fosterage would have provided them with exposure to Gaelic culture, and, with that, warfare tactics, as the two were, let's just say, one and the same. While this potentially influenced Robert's later affinity for hobilar warfare, as it is called, and of course, sea power. Historians looking back have suggested that Robert and his brother Edward approached the age of 12, may have been sent to reside with allied English noble families, such as the De Clares of Gloucester, or even in the English royal household itself. While there is limited evidence of Robert's presence at Edward's court, records do indicate that he and his father were pursued for debts, suggesting occasional residence in royal centres frequented by King Edward I. Robert's first documented appearance was a witness on a charter issued by Alexander Og MacDonald, Lord of Eastleigh, when he was 16 years old. This coincided with the death of Margaret, the Maid of Norway, in 1290, around the time Robert would have been knighted and began to emerge on the political stage in support of the Bruce dynastic interests. Following his mother's death in the early days of 1292, significant political developments unfolded in Scotland. In November of the same year, Edward I of England, acting on behalf of the Guardians of Scotland and in accordance with the Great Cause, awarded the vacant crown of Scotland to John Balliol, who was Robert the Bruce's grandfather's first cousin once removed. In response to these events, Robert de Bruce, the 5th Lord of Annandale, that is once again de Bruce, made a strategic move by reassigning his lordship of Annandale and transferring his claim to the Scottish throne to his son. Anticipating this decision, made on the 7th of November, Robert de Bruce, the 6th Lord of Annandale, relinquished his earldom of Carrick to his eldest son, Robert, who would later become king. They should have chosen different names, I know. Well, this maneuver aimed to safeguard the Bruce family's claim to the throne, while their middle lord, Robert the Bruce's father, held only English lands. Although the Bruces' attempt to claim the throne ended in failure, the success of the Balliols propelled an 18-year-old Robert the Bruce onto the political stage in his own right, marking the beginning of his significant involvement in Scottish affairs. Following John's ascension to the throne, Edward persisted in asserting his authority over Scotland, leading to strained relations between the two kings. The Bruces aligned themselves with King Edward against King John and his Comyn allies, viewing John as a usurper of the throne. Well, despite Scottish objections, Edward I agreed to hear appeals on cases decided by the Guardian's court during the interregnum. Tensions escalated when Macduff, the son of Malcolm, Earl of Fife, brought a case demanding John's appearance before the English Parliament to answer charges. Although John complied, the breaking point came when Edward demanded Scottish magnates provide military support for England's war against France. This demand led the Scots to form an alliance with France. While the Comyn-dominated council, acting on behalf of King John, summoned the Scottish host to convene at Cadonlee on the 11th of March. However, the Bruces, along with the Earls of Angus and March, refused to attend. In response, the Bruce family temporarily withdrew from Scotland, while the Comyns seized their estates in Annandale and Carrick, granting them to John Comyn, the Earl of Buchan. Seeking refuge, the Bruces found sanctuary under Edward I, who appointed the Lord of Annandale to command Carlisle Castle in October of 1295. In early 1296, Robert married his first wife, Isabella of Mar, the daughter of Domnall I, Earl of Mar. But tragically, she didn't last very long. Isabella passed away shortly after their marriage, possibly during or from complications arising from childbirth, and they only had one child. They named her Marjorie. The initial clash in the conflict between Scotland and England targeted the Bruces directly. On the 26th of March 1296, Easter Monday, by the way, 7 Scottish earls launched a surprise assault on the walled city of Carlisle. This attack, while seemingly directed against England, was primarily aimed at the Comyn Earl of Buchan, and their faction especially, who were perceived as adversaries by the Bruces. Given that both his father and grandfather had served as governors of the castle in the past, Robert the Bruce likely possessed first-hand knowledge of its defences. And it's worth noting that in 1315 Robert the Bruce would himself lead a personal assault on Carlisle. In response to King John's alliance with France and the attack on Carlisle, Edward I invaded Scotland by the end of March 1296. The English forces seized the town of Berwick in a particularly bloody assault, easily smashing apart the flimsy palisade that surrounded it. A palisade is kind of like it's a wooden wall. You have rammed earth on the bottom and they stick up a bunch of logs and reinforce them. It's what you have when you don't have a stone wall. At the Battle of Dunbar, Scottish resistance was effectively crushed, leading to the deposition of King John and the installation of English governors in Scotland. While the campaign was initially successful for the English, their triumph would prove to be only temporary. Although the Bruces had regained possession of Annandale and Carrick, in August 1296, both Robert Bruce, Lord of Annandale, and his son Robert Bruce, Earl of Carrick, swore allegiance to King Edward I, along with over 1,500 other Scots at Berwick. However, when the Scottish revolt against Edward erupted in July of 1297, James Stewart, the 5th High Steward of Scotland, led his own rebellion. The young Robert Bruce, now 22, joined the rebels, independently of his father, who remained neutral and sought refuge in Carlisle. Robert Bruce appears to have been influenced by his grandfather's associates, Wishart and Stewart, who inspired him to resist against Edward I. With the outbreak of the revolt, Robert left Carlisle and rallied the knights of his ancestral lands in Annandale, appealing to their loyalty and camaraderie. Bruce defied orders to support Edward's commander, John de Warenne, the 6th Earl of Surrey, despite their familial relation. Instead, he remained steadfast in support for the revolt against Edward I. Evidence of Bruce's prominent role in inciting rebellions can be found in a letter from Hugh Cressingham to Edward, dated the 23rd of July 1292, which suggests that Bruce's allegiance would greatly benefit Edward's cause. On the 7th of July, Bruce and his allies negotiated terms with Edward through the capitulation of Irvine, where they agreed not to serve overseas against their will, and were pardoned for the recent violence. They also swore allegiance to King Edward. However, Bruce never delivered his infant daughter Marjorie as a hostage as stipulated in the agreement. Following King Edward's return to England after the Battle of Falkirk, the Bruce's possessions were excluded from the lands assigned to Edward's followers. The reason for this exemption still remains a little unclear. Fordun recounts that Robert's alleged participation in the battle under Anthony Beck, the Bishop of Durham, but this claim is also disputed. Additionally, Bruce is said to have taken drastic measures in the following month, destroying Annandale and burning Ayr Castle to prevent its occupation by the English. Now, following William Wallace's resignation as Guardian of Scotland after his defeat at the Battle of Falkirk, Robert Bruce and John Comyn assumed joint guardianship. However, their stark personal differences pretty much rendered effective governance impossible. Comyn, with his allegiance to King John and a substantial claim to the Scottish throne of his own, stood as Bruce's adversary. In an attempt to mediate, William Lamberton, Bishop of St. Andrews, was appointed as a neutral third guardian in 1299. Yet the tensions, well, they persisted on and on, prompting Bruce's eventual resignation as joint guardian in favour of Sir Gilbert de Umfraville, the Earl of Angus, in 1300. In the May of 1301, Umfraville, Comyn, and Lamberton also stepped down, paving the way for Sir John de Soles to assume sole guardianship. Soles, who was chosen for his impartiality, actively sought to restore King John to the Scottish throne. Meanwhile, Edward I's sixth campaign into Scotland commenced in the July of 1301, capturing strategic locations, but ultimately failing to cripple Scottish resistance. A truce was agreed upon finally in the January of 1302. Bruce's allegiances shifted during this period, culminating in his submission to Edward alongside other nobles, signaling a pragmatic approach to the ongoing conflict. Rumors circulated regarding John Balliol's potential return, supported by Soles and other nobles, though it proved to be unfounded. In 1302, Bruce actually penned a letter of apology to Melrose Abbey, acknowledging his error in requisitioning their tenants without a national mandate. He pledged future cooperation only in defense of the realm, and in that same year he remarried Elizabeth de Burgh, solidifying his ties with the powerful Ulster earldom. Edward's renewed invasion in 1303 led to widespread submission, with leading Scots, excluding William Wallace, surrendering by February 1304. Bruce and Lamberton forged an alliance in the June of 1304, indicative of their shared patriotism despite their earlier capitulation to the English. Subsequent governance arrangements saw Edward's nephew, the Earl of Richmond, spearhead the Scottish administration. Meanwhile, Wallace's capture and execution in 1305 showed the English crown's determination to quell any resistance. And it was quite a brutal one. Yeah. It was not a slow death for William Wallace, I'm afraid. Well, Edward's distrust of Bruce became apparent in directives concerning Kildrummy Castle's custody, and also the revocation of land grants in 1305. Despite Edward's suspicions, Bruce, now the Earl of Carrick and the 7th Lord of Annandale, wielded considerable influence, and a formidable claim to the Scottish throne. His conviction in his right to the throne was unwavering and uncompromising, but his aspirations, they faced resistance from John Comyn, another staunch supporter of John Balliol. Comyn wielded significant influence as one of Scotland's most powerful nobles, with extensive familial ties not only just across Scotland but England as well, boasting connections to various earldoms, lordships and sheriffdoms, quite a lengthy CV. Moreover, his lineage traced back to Donald III and David I, further bolstering his claim to the Scottish throne. Well, according to Barbour and Fordon, a clandestine agreement purportedly saw Comyn renounce his claim to the throne in favor of Bruce, contingent upon Bruce leading a rebellion. However, upon learning of Edward I's plan to apprehend him, Bruce fled the English court, apparently tipped off by one Ralph de Monthermer. Bruce's escape hinted at the imminent rupture of his relationship with Comyn. The chronicler Barbour recounts a fateful encounter between Bruce and Comyn in Dumfries, where a dispute erupted. In fact, it was such an eruption that it culminated in Bruce fatally stabbing Comyn to death, right at the altar in the Greyfriars Monastery, by the way. While accounts do differ regarding the aftermath, with some alleging Bruce's supporters dealt the fatal blow. Well, either way, the incident marked a decisive turn in Bruce's pursuit of the Scottish crown. Following this, Bruce seized Dumfries Castle before seeking absolution from Bishop Robert Wishart in Glasgow, who called upon the clergy to rally behind Bruce's cause, despite the excommunication that followed. 6 weeks after these dramatic events, Robert the Bruce ascended to the Scottish throne in a very majestic coronation ceremony at Scone, near Perth, on Palm Sunday. Bishop William de Lamberton officiated the ceremony on March 25, 1306, with the utmost formality and solemnity. The bishop brought forth the royal robes and vestments, carefully concealed from the English eyes by Robert Wishart, to adorn King Robert, surrounded by the bishops of Moray and Glasgow, along with esteemed earls such as Athol, Menteith, Lennox, and Mar. Behind the throne of Bruce stood the proud banner of the kings of Scotland, symbolizing his authority and lineage. The significance of this event was underscored by the arrival of Isabella, the Countess of Buchan, the following day, and despite missing the initial coronation, Isabella, invoking her family's ancient rights, arranged for a second ceremony. With regal dignity, she placed the crown once more upon the brow of Robert the Bruce, reaffirming his title as Earl of Carrick, Lord of Annandale, and the King of the Scots. In the spring of 1306, Edward I embarked on another northern campaign, further solidifying his grip on Scotland. As he marched through, he ruthlessly confiscated the Scottish estates of Robert the Bruce and his supporters, redistributing them among his own followers. To intensify the pressure, Edward issued a decree excommunicating Bruce, branding him as an outlaw and a threat to the realm, which was funny because it was his realm. How can you threaten your own realm? Well, in June of that year, Bruce faced a significant setback at the Battle of Methven, where he suffered a crushing defeat. But despite the loss, his resolve remained unbroken. This was a battle, not a war. As the situation grew increasingly perilous, he made a strategic decision to ensure the safety of his family. In August, his wife, his daughters, and other women from his party sought refuge at Gildrame Castle under the guardianship of Bruce's brother, Neil, the Earl of Atholl, accompanied by the remaining men who were of the most highest loyal degree. Bruce himself, well, he was accompanied by a small but fiercely devoted band of followers, and among them included Sir James Douglas and Gilbert Hay, along with his brothers Thomas, Alexander, and Edward, as well as Sir Neil Campbell and the Earl of Lennox, who chose to evade capture and continue the fight. However, these efforts were soon met with a severe blow. On the 13th of September 1306, Gildrame Castle fell to a formidable force led by Edward, the Prince of Wales. Nigel de Bruce, the king's youngest brother, along with Robert Boyd and Alexander Lindsay, were captured. Despite Boyd's escape, Nigel de Bruce and Lindsay faced execution in Berwick under King Edward's orders to eliminate all loyalists of Robert de Bruce. Sir Simon Fraser suffered a similar fate, but they took him all the way to London to make a public show of it all. Nothing better than a public execution, right? Well, the plight of Bruce's family worsened when, just before the castle's fall, the Earl of Atholl made a desperate bid to rescue Queen Elizabeth de Burgh, Marguerite de Bruce, and King Robert's sisters, along with Isabella of Fife. However, their efforts were betrayed, resulting in the capture by the English. Atholl was taken to London to be executed, and the women were endured to a very harsh confinement, locked in a cold, wet room. Castles are not the best places for extended stays. The winter of 1306–07 remains a little bit of a mystery regarding Robert's whereabouts. However, it seems probable that he sought refuge in the Hebrides during this period, potentially finding shelter under the protection of Christina of the Isles. Christina, married to a member of the Mar kindred, had familial ties to Bruce through his first wife and her brother, Gartnate, who was married to a sister of Bruce. Alternatively, Ireland presents itself as a viable option for Bruce's sanctuary during this time. While Orkney, then under Norwegian rule, or Norway proper, where his sister Isabel Bruce held the title of Queen Dowager, seems a little less likely, but they cannot be entirely discounted. Well, if it were me, I would have chose somewhere a little bit warmer. In February 1307, Bruce and his followers made a daring return to the Scottish mainland, arriving in two separate groups. One contingent, led by Bruce himself and his brother Edward, landed at Turnberry Castle, initiating a guerrilla warfare campaign in southwestern Scotland, excuse me. Well, the other group, which was led by Bruce's brothers Thomas and Alexander, landed slightly further south in Loch Ryan, but tragically met their demise as they were captured and summarily executed, which was the style at the time. Well, by April, Bruce had already marked his presence with a small yet significant victory over the English at the Battle of Glen Trool, Following this triumph, he confronted Aymer de Valence, the second Earl of Pembroke, at the Battle of Loudon Hill, emerging victorious again, on a bit of a roll, it seems. Concurrently, James Douglas made his inaugural expedition on behalf of Bruce into southwestern Scotland, demonstrating his allegiance by attacking and incinerating his own castle at Douglas Glade. And if anything shows commitment to a cause, it's doing an arson attack on your own home. Well, leaving his brother Edward in charge in Galloway, Bruce embarked on a northern campaign, seizing Inverlochy and the Urquhart castles, while laying waste to Inverness Castle and Nairn. Although his attempt to threaten Elgin proved unsuccessful, Bruce's momentum continued to build. Then, on July the 7th, 1307, King Edward passed away. Rest in pieces, leaving Bruce to face opposition from the late king's son, Edward II, as he pursued his quest for Scottish independence. In late 1307, Bruce shifted his operations to Aberdeenshire, where he posed a threat to the Banff before falling seriously ill, likely due to the hardships endured during the prolonged campaign. But don't worry, he got better. After recuperating, despite leaving John Comyn, the 3rd Earl of Buchan, unsubdued in his rear, I know, right? Bruce redirected his efforts westward. He seized Balvenie and Dufus castles, followed by Taradale castles on the Black Isle. Bruce then retraced his steps through the hinterlands of Inverness, marking a second unsuccessful attempt to capture Elgin. However, his fortunes changed dramatically, with a landmark victory over Comyn at the Battle of Inverurie in the May of 1308, which paved the way for subsequent triumphs. And of course, that's a different Comyn, by the way, the 3rd Earl of Buchan. All the Scots seem to have rather similar names, so we'll try to keep up. In a swift and relentless campaign, Bruce overran Buchan and defeated the English garrison at Aberdeen. The harrying of Buchan in 1308 aimed to eradicate all support for the Comyn family, who still commanded loyalty in the region, despite their defeat. Bruce's forces demolished most of the Comyn castles in Moray, Aberdeen, and Buchan, and dealt a decisive blow to the once powerful family's influence in the north, which had endured for nearly a century. The rapid success of Bruce's campaign, particularly in capturing northern castles, remains somewhat of a mystery. Without significant siege weapons and no apparent numerical or technological superiority over his opponents, Bruce's achievements defy easy explanation. The lack of morale and effective leadership among the Comyns and their allies is probably what contributed to their swift downfall in the face of Bruce's resolute challenge. Well, after these events, Bruce turned his attention toward Argyll, where he defeated the isolated MacDougals, staunch allies of the Comyns, at the Battle of Pass of Brander. He subsequently seized Duffstanage Castle, the final major stronghold of the Comyns and their allies. Bruce's campaign continued with harrying raids in Argyll and Kintyre, targeting the territories of Clan MacDougall. In March 1309, he convened his first parliament at St. Andrews, and by August of the same year he had established control over all of Scotland north of the River Tay. The clergy of Scotland formally recognized Bruce as a king at a general council the following year, despite his excommunication, showing there was more political significance for their support. In October of 1310, Bruce made an unsuccessful attempt to broker peace between Scotland and England, writing to Edward II from Kildrum in Cumbernauld parish. Over the next 3 years, Bruce's forces systematically captured and subdued English-held castles and outposts, including Linlithgow in 1310 and Dumbarton in 1311, followed by Perth in the January of 1312. He also conducted raids into northern England and laid siege to Castle Rushen in Castleton, Isle of Man, capturing it on the 21st of June 1313, thus denying the English strategic control over the island. Bruce's 8 years of relentless resistance against the English, marked by guerrilla tactics and strategic warfare, has earned him a place among the great guerrilla leaders of history, despite his upbringing as a feudal knight. Now, the following year, 314, by this time Robert the Bruce had succeeded in recapturing most of the castles in Scotland that were held by the English. His forces were even conducting raids into northern England as far as Carlisle. In response to this growing success, Edward II of England devised a major military campaign with the support of Lancaster and the barons, and they massed a sizable army, estimated between 15,000 to 20,000 men. Thus, in the spring of the same year, 1314, Edward Bruce commenced the siege of Stirling Castle, a crucial stronghold in Scotland, whose governor, Philip de Mowbray, agreed to surrender, if not relieved before the 24th of June 1314. Meanwhile, James Douglas captured Roxburgh, and Randolph took control of Edinburgh Castle. Bruce, in an act of retribution, ordered the execution of Piers de Lombard, the governor of Edinburgh Castle. Additionally, Bruce raided England once again, and finally subdued the Isle of Man. Upon learning of the agreement regarding Stirling Castle, Edward II hastened his march northward from Berwick to relieve the besieged fortress. Robert the Bruce, commanding between 5,000 and 6,000 troops, primarily armed with spears, prepared to intercept Edward's forces and prevent them from reaching Stirling. Thus, the Battle of Bannockburn commenced on the 23rd of June, as the English army attempted to navigate the challenging terrain of the Bannockburn, surrounded by marshland. Skirmishes erupted between the two sides, resulting in the death of Sir Henry de Bohun, who was slain in personal combat by Robert the Bruce himself. The following day, the bulk of the Scottish army emerged from the woods of New Park to confront the advancing English forces. The English army, unprepared for battle, and deployed in marching order rather than battle formation, found themselves struggling to maneuver in the cramped terrain. Robert's spearmen, effectively utilizing the landscape to their advantage, overwhelmed the English cavalry. Thus the English army, completely unable to regain control, suffered heavy losses, a calamity for the English. Well, Edward II, he was there too, but he narrowly escaped the battlefield, pursued closely by the Scottish forces. In the aftermath of the defeat, Edward retreated to Dunbar, and then sailed to Berwick before returning to York. During his absence, Stirling Castle fell to the Scots, solidifying Robert the Bruce's victory at Bannockburn. Freed from the English threats, at least the immediate ones, Robert the Bruce's armies turned their attention to invading northern England. Bruce successfully repelled a subsequent English expedition across the border and launched daring raids into Yorkshire and Lancashire. His military successes bolstered his confidence, leading him to make bold strategic moves. Thus, in 1315, Bruce dispatched his brother Edward to invade Ireland, aiming to assist the Irish lords in resisting the English encroachments and reclaiming lost lands. This decision was prompted by offers of assistance from Domnall Aniel, the king of Tir Eogain, and sorry for the pronunciations. Edward's invasion was met with some success, and he was crowned as King of Ireland in 1316. Robert later joined his brother in Ireland with another army to provide additional support. Robert the Bruce also embarked on a propaganda campaign promoting an ideological vision of a pan-Gaelic Greater Scotia. His words, not mine, where his lineage would rule over both Ireland and Scotland. This vision was supported by his marriage alliance with the De Burgh family of the Earldom of Ulster in Ireland, established in 1302. Furthermore, Bruce himself boasted Gaelic royal lineage on his mother's side of Carrick, tracing back prominent figures such as Eof of Leinster, whose ancestors included Brian Boru of Munster and the kings of Leinster. By strategically leveraging his familial ties and ancestry, Bruce sought to foster a sense of unity among Scottish and Irish Gaelic populations, of course under his kingship. And we actually have a letter here that he sent to some of the Irish chiefs. I don't know how it survived, but we have it. And I'll read from it now. Whereas we and you and our people and your people, free since ancient times, share the same national ancestry, and are urged to come together more eagerly and joyfully in friendship by a common language and by common customs, we have sent you, our beloved kinsmen, the bearers of this letter, to negotiate with you in our name about permanently strengthening and maintaining inviolate the special friendship between us and you, so that, with God's will, our nation may be able to recover her ancient liberty. The diplomatic efforts of Robert the Bruce and his alliance with the Irish chiefs, particularly in Ulster, yielded some degree of support for the Scots in Ireland. Domnall O'Neill, an influential Irish chief, justified his backing of the Scots to Pope John XXII by highlighting the shared ancestry and cultural ties between the two nations. Initially, the combined Scot-Irish army appeared formidable, achieving repeated victories against the English and devastating their towns. However, this success was limited by their inability to garner support from non-Ulster chiefs and make significant advances in the southern regions of Ireland. Many Irish people in the south perceived little distinction between the English and the Scottish occupation. Well, the campaign faced additional challenges when Ireland was struck by a famine, severely impacting the army's ability to sustain itself. Desperate for provisions, the Scots resorted to pillaging and indiscriminately laying waste to settlements. regardless of their allegiance. This indiscriminate behavior, of course, further alienated the potential Irish allies. Well, ultimately the campaign met its end with the death of Edward Bruce at the Battle of Fogart. The defeat was viewed as a kind of relief by many in Ireland, as it brought an end to the famine and the pillaging inflicted by both the Scots and the English. The Irish annals of the period celebrated the defeat of the Bruces by the English as a significant event in Irish history, emphasizing the relief it brought to the suffering population. Well, Robert the Bruce's reign was marked by significant diplomatic achievements, notably the declaration of Arbroath in 1320, which bolstered his position, especially with the papacy. And ultimately, Pope John the 22nd lifted the excommunication, which was very nice of him. Another pivotal moment came in May 1328, when King Edward III of England signed the Treaty of Edinburgh-Northampton, formally recognizing Scotland as an independent kingdom, with Bruce as its rightful king. In 1325, Robert acquired lands at Cardross, exchanging them for Old Montrose in Angus, Scotland, with Sir David Graham. This marked the beginning of the construction of a manor house that would become Bruce's favored residence in his final years. Detailed records from 1328 describe the manor house at Cardross, boasting royal chambers, a chapel, kitchens, and even a medicinal garden. It was a modest, yet comfortable dwelling, perhaps reflecting Bruce's empathy for his subjects who had endured the hardships of war, famine, and pandemics. By 1327, Robert had been suffering from a serious illness, with contemporary accounts suggesting that it was leprosy. However, modern scholarship debates this diagnosis, considering alternative possibilities, perhaps tuberculosis, eczema, or even syphilis, maybe even a series of strokes. Well, despite his illness, there's no evidence of Bruce being segregated from his associates, indicating that he continued to lead actively until his death. As his health deteriorated, Robert sought solace and healing at Glenluce Abbey, Monreath, and eventually at the shrine of St. Ninian of Whithorn. It's said that he fasted and prayed for several days before returning by sea to Cardross. During his final days, Robert convened a council with his prelates and barons, making generous gifts to religious institutions and expressing remorse for not fulfilling a vow to embark on a crusade. He expressed his final wish was that his heart would be embalmed and taken on pilgrimage to the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, accompanied by a company of knights led by Sir James Douglas, before being interned at Melrose Abbey upon its return. He also made arrangements for perpetual soul masses to be conducted at various religious sites, including the chapel of St. Cerf in Ayr and the Dominican friary in Berwick, as well as Dunfermline Abbey. Well, the time had to come that Robert the Bruce passed away on June the 7th, 1329, at the manor of Cardross near Dumbarton. Despite not fulfilling his vow to embark on the crusade, he died fulfilled, knowing that his lifelong struggle for recognition of the Bruce right to the crown had well and truly been achieved. and he was confident in leaving the kingdom of Scotland in capable hands of his trusted lieutenant, Moray, until his infant son reached adulthood. Just 6 days after his death, papal bulls were issued granting the privilege of unaction at the coronation of future kings of Scots, further solidifying his triumph. The exact cause of his death remains a little unclear. While contemporary chroniclers accuse him of having leprosy, none of the Scottish accounts of his death suggest such a condition. Well, of course, there's plenty of modern hypotheses, including the aforementioned. Also, cancer and motor neuron disease have been proposed. Some even suggest that his rich court diet, including reportedly copious amounts of eels, very English for a Scotsman to eat that many eels, well, that might have contributed to his health issues in later years. Just too many eels, it seems. Well, a team of researchers led by Professor Andrew Nelson from the University of Western Ontario conducted a study on the original casting of Robert the Bruce's descendant, Lord Andrew Douglas Alexander Thomas Bruce's skull and a foot bone. Their analysis found no signs of leprosy, such as eroded nasal spine or penciling of the foot bone, pretty common signs of the disease, which of course, well, as far as I'm concerned, it's proof enough that he wasn't a leper. Mehmed II, commonly known as Mehmed the Conqueror, a towering figure in both Turkish history and world history in general. Born in 1432, he ascended to the Ottoman throne at the tender age of 19, and swiftly demonstrated his prowess by capturing Constantinople in 1453. This conquest not only established Mehmed as a preeminent leader of his era, but also transformed the Ottoman Empire into a formidable transcontinental power. But beyond his military successes, he was a patron of the arts and an advocate for science and education, fostering a period of cultural flourishing that integrated diverse traditions and knowledge from across the continents. Hello and welcome to the channel. Are you new here? Well, if it's your first time, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, well, welcome back to the party. As always, if you like what I do and you want to support the channel, link to the Patreons in description. Or if you want YouTube to get their act together and push the video out to a bigger audience, like, comment and subscribe certainly helps push them in the right direction. Now, without further ado, take a deep breath, make yourself comfortable. We're going to learn all about Mehmed the Conqueror. Mehmed II was born on the 30th of March, 1432, in Edirne, the then capital of the Ottoman state. His father, Sultan Murad II, ruled from 1404 to 1451, and his mother was Huma Hatun, a slave whose origins are admittedly not as well documented. At the age of 11, Mehmed was sent to Amasya with his 2 lalas, which is a Turkish word for advisor, to govern the region, a customary practice for young Ottoman princes to gain administrative experience out in the field. During this time, he received a rigorous Islamic education under several different teachers, notably his mentor, Molla Gurani. His education deeply ingrained him in Islamic values and the belief in his duty to conquer the city of Constantinople, a mission also heavily influenced by Aksham-Saddin. Murad II concluded a peace treaty with Hungary on the 12th of June 1444, and subsequently abdicated to the throne in favor of his young son Mehmed II in July or perhaps early August of the same year. However, Mehmed's initial reign was brief. After the Hungarian forces broke the truce by invading Ottoman territory, Mehmed faced a crusade led by the formidable warrior John Hunyadi. Despite appeals for his father to return and lead the army, chroniclers of the 17th century claim that Mehmed II issued a challenge to Murad II, prompting him to return to power. Murad reassumed the throne and defeated the Hungarians at the Battle of Varna on the 10th of November 1444. Although historians like Halil İnalcık argue that Sandarlil Halil Pasha, who was the one who has persuaded Murad II not to come back, rather than Mehmed II's appeals. Now, Mehmed II then governed Manisa from 1446 until his father Murad II's death in 1451, retaining the title of Sultan. Now, upon becoming Sultan again, Mehmed quickly dealt with the threats from Ibrahim II of Karaman, and, of course, the swaths of internal revolts he was facing, alongside threats from the Byzantines to the north, who considered supporting an Ottoman claimant, Orhan, against him. He reascended to the Ottoman throne in 1451 and focused intensely on strengthening the Ottoman navy and preparing for an assault on Constantinople. He enhanced his navy control by completing the construction of the Rumeli Hisari fortress on the European side of the Bosphorus, complementing the existing Anadolu Hisari fortress built by his great-grandfather Bayezid I on the Asian side. This strategic positioning allowed him to exert full control over the strait, and he certainly did just that, in the way of imposing tolls on passing ships, certainly not a bad way to make money in peacetime. There was a Venetian ship that failed to stop. That was until it was destroyed with a single cannon shot, resulting in the beheading of all survivors, except for the captain, who was impaled as a gruesome warning to others. Certainly the Ottomans showing their kindness towards prisoners of war. While during his campaign, Mehmed's spiritual guide, Aksham-Saddin, yes, the one aforementioned, discovered the tomb of Abu Ayyub al-Ansari, a companion of Muhammad who died during an earlier siege of Constantinople. Mehmed constructed the Ayub Sultan Mosque at this site to signify the conquest's religious significance and his role as a Ghazi. Now, jumping forward a little bit, to perhaps the most pivotal year in not just Ottoman history, but European history, Christian history, perhaps even world history, very arguable. But we jump to 1453, when Mehmed initiated the siege of Constantinople, with an army estimated between 80 to 200,000 soldiers, equipped with over 70 large artillery pieces, and a navy comprising of 320 vessels, primarily transports and supply ships. The naval blockade was arranged from shore to shore at the entrance of the Bosphorus, in a crescent formation to cut off any aid to the city by sea. Mehmed's forces surrounded the city both by land and water routes, with the siege beginning in early April. Despite the formidable defenses of the city, being the Theodosian walls, including the boom chain blocking the Golden Horn and protected by warships, Mehmed's innovative strategy on April the 22nd involved simply taking the ships out of the water and transforming them over land on a series of lubricated logs, bypassing the chain and stretching the city's defenses thinner, scaring the living daylights out of the people of Constantinople watching all of this happen from the walls. Well, the siege culminated on the 29th of May, 1453, with the fall of Constantinople after a grueling 57 days. Now, just speaking about this for the last couple minutes does not pay it justice, and I made a full video on the siege of Constantinople a few days ago. Yes, spoiler alert, our side lost. Well, depending on who's listening. But if you want to know the gory details, and when I say the gory details I certainly mean it, then go and have a look in my medieval history playlist. You'll find the video on the fall of Constantinople. Now, let's continue back to Mehmed. Mehmed moved the Ottoman capital from Adrianople to Constantinople, marking a significant shift in the empire's focus. Upon entering the conquered city, Mehmed allegedly quoted the Persian poet Sa'di, reflecting on the transient nature of empires. And of course, ever since, the city of Constantinople is now known as Istanbul. Go to Turkey, you'll see it. It's been 570 years. Now, following this victory, Mehmed declared himself Caesar of the Roman Empire, a title based on his control over Constantinople, traditionally considered the heart of the Roman Empire since 330 AD. Of course, Rome at the time was too busy being sacked by Visigoths and Vandals and all manner of barbarians, so the capital was generally a little bit safer away from all of that. Well, you see, this claim, while unrecognized by the Catholic Church and pretty much all Western entities, found some acknowledgement within the Eastern Orthodox Church. Mehmed solidified this by appointing Gennadius Scholarius, a critic of the West, as the ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople, who in return recognized Mehmed's rule, granting him a semblance of religious legitimacy. Now, Constantine XI, the last Byzantine emperor, died during the siege, and he left no heirs. Mehmed took these surviving princes of the Byzantine royal family into his service, renaming them and integrating them into the Ottoman administrative and military hierarchy, thereby absorbing the remnants of the Byzantine authority. Mehmed's conquests continued, however, with the subjugation of the Despotate of Morea and the much smaller Empire of Trebizond, effectively extinguishing the final vestiges of Byzantine rule and expanding Ottoman dominion. If the fall of Constantinople was putting the fire out, certainly Morea and Trebizond was throwing a bucket of water over the ashes. We may put it that way. Now, this capture of Constantinople was not only a pivotal military victory, but it was significant for its cultural and historical significance, purportedly leading Mehmed to later boast at the ancient site of Troy that he had avenged the Trojans by conquering the Greeks. Following the successful seizure of Constantinople, Mehmed didn't feel like stopping, and he turned his attention to Serbia, which had been a vassal state of the Ottomans since the Battle of Kosovo in 1389. The connection between the Ottoman Empire and the Serbian Despotate was further complicated by familial ties, as one of Murad II's wives, namely Mara Brankovic, was Serbian. This connection was used by Mehmed II as a pretext to lay claims on the Serbian territories. By 1454, after Durad Brankovic, the ruler of Serbia, formed an alliance with Hungary and was inconsistent with his tribute payments, that's a big no-no, Mehmed saw an opportunity, a casus belli, to assert Ottoman power. This led to the Ottoman army marching from Edirne to Serbia, laying siege to key Serbian strongholds like Smederevo and the vital mining center of Novo Brdo. The conflict then escalated to a significant battle at Belgrade in 1456, where John Hunyadi led the defense during the siege. Despite the Ottomans' initial gains, the siege was ultimately unsuccessful, and peace prevailed until the fall of Belgrade in 1521 under Suleiman the Magnificent. What a name! Now, after the siege, the Serbian ruler Durad Brankovic briefly regained control over parts of Serbia. But after his death in 1456, the region quickly succumbed to internal strife and Ottoman influence. Mehmed's ambitions also extended to the Morea, the southern part of Greece, which bordered the southern Ottoman Balkans. The region was under control of the brothers Demetrios and Thomas Palaiologos, siblings of the last Byzantine emperor. The instability in Morea and the failure of the Palaiologos brothers to fulfill their obligations led to an Albanian-Greek revolt, which they attempted to suppress with the help of Ottoman forces. By 1460, Mehmed directly intervened by invading Morea, leading to the swift fall of the Byzantine stronghold of Mistra. The conquest of Morea was completed with the capture of Monemvasia and the subjugation of the Mani Peninsula, which subsequently came under Venetian control. The conquest of the Empire of Trebizond on the Black Sea coast was Mehmed's final act in eliminating the last remnants of Byzantine rule. Let's talk about it in a little detail. The strategic city had formed various alliances, including marital ties with the ruling dynasty of the Ak-Koyunlu, and promises of military support from neighboring Turkish beys and Georgian princes. Despite these alliances, the city fell to Mehmed in 1461, after a brief siege, marking the final nail in the coffin of the Byzantine legacy. Now, all in all, his conquest not only expanded the Ottoman Empire's territory, but also demonstrated his strategic skill and determination to strengthen Islamic rule. This, of course, earned him the title of the Conqueror. He earned this because of all the conquering he was doing. These military campaigns significantly altered the political landscape of southeastern Europe and the Near East, setting the stage for further Ottoman expansions under his successors. And now we go to a character that may be a little bit familiar. Of course, you may already know that Mehmed went to war with Dracula of Romania. That's right. So, since the early 15th century, the Ottomans had been attempting to gain control over Wallachia, strategically situated as a buffer zone between their empire and the Kingdom of Hungary. Despite several attempts to install a pro-Ottoman ruler, each effort ended in failure. Wallachia was viewed as a critical state, and while Ottomans expected a yearly tribute, they typically refrained from deeper interference in its governance. This delicate balance was part of a broader struggle between the major Balkan powers of the time, the Ottomans and the Kingdom of Hungary, each vying to turn Wallachia into a vassal state. In an effort to finally secure Wallachia and prevent it aligning from Hungary, the Ottomans released Vlad III Dracula and his brother Radu the Handsome, who had been held as political hostages since their youth. This move was calculated to install Vlad III, who had a legitimate claim to the Wallachian throne, as a favorable ruler to the Ottoman interests. However, Vlad's reign was quickly challenged by John Hunyadi, the regent governor of Hungary, who supported Vladislav II of the rival dynasty clan and restored him to power, forcing Vlad to flee to Moldavia and then finally to Hungary. Now, while he was there in Hungary, Vlad's deep understanding of the Ottoman politics and his fervent opposition to the Turks caught the attention of Hunyadi. Attempts were made to utilize Vlad's expertise against the Ottomans, but personal differences and, politics complicated these interactions. The year 1456 marked a turning point when the Ottomans laid siege to Belgrade, a critical frontier fortress. Hunyadi initiated a counterattack, and Vlad took his opportunity to reclaim his leadership in Wallachia by overthrowing Vladislav II. This maneuver was a clear indication of Vlad's determination to regain and maintain power, completely independent of external influences. Now, in 1459, some 3 years later, escalating tensions led Sultan Mehmed II to demand from Vlad III tributes, and he wanted back pay, specifically 10,000 ducats and 500 military recruits. Vlad not only refused the demands, but also executed the Ottoman envoys in a brutal display. And reportedly, they had sent a few envoys to tell Vlad to hand over the money and the recruits, to which he asked them, "Why are you wearing your hats inside? Be polite and take them off." Now, when they remarked that "this is a part of our religious dress, we do not take them off," he made sure that they would never have to take them off again by simply nailing the turbans to their heads and sending them on their way. That's right. Certainly knows how to assert his defiance against the Ottoman dominion. The conflict intensified when Mehmed dispatched Hamza Pasha to negotiate or potentially assassinate Vlad. However, Vlad anticipated these maneuvers and orchestrated an ambush that resulted in the massacre of the Ottoman contingent, and of course the invention of the kebab with the impalement of Hamza Pasha. By the winter of 1462, Vlad III's aggressive campaigns against the Ottomans reached a peak. He launched a scorched earth raid across the Danube into Bulgarian territories, employing guerrilla tactics and even disguising himself as an Ottoman to infiltrate the enemy camps. His brutal tactics were vividly described in his correspondence, claiming the lives of nearly 24,000 Turks and Bulgarians. Now Mehmed, redirecting his efforts from a siege in Corinth, launched a retaliatory invasion into Wallachia. Despite significant suffering and losses in a surprise night raid led by Vlad, which aimed to assassinate the Sultan himself, Mehmed's forces did eventually prevail. Vlad's staunch resistance, while militarily significant, failed to garner sustained local support, particularly from the boyars and his ally Stephen III of Moldavia, who ultimately turned against him. This internal dissent within Wallachia facilitated Mehmed's reinstatement of Radu as the ruler of Wallachia, effectively ending Vlad III's reign. Of course, if you want to know more about Vlad Tepes Dracula, you need only look on I think it's in the biography section, and you should find a full video on him. Anyway, following these tumultuous events, Vlad III took refuge in Hungary, but his fortunes waned, and he was soon imprisoned by Matthias Corvinus, based on the dubious charges of treason. This period marked the end of his direct influence, although his legacy as a fierce and implacable leader against the Ottomans endured in folklore and history. No doubt everybody has heard of him more than they've heard of Mehmed, at least in my parts of the world. Now, during the mid-15th century, following the death of Lazar Brankovic in 1458, a succession crisis triggered a civil war among his heirs. The internal strife provided an opportunity for the Ottoman Empire, which had long seen Serbia as a strategic asset, to solidify control over the region. The power vacuum and ensuing conflict culminated in the Ottoman conquest of Serbia in 1459–60. The next regional target was Bosnia, where Stefan Tomasevic ascended to the throne in July of 1461, following the death of his father, Stefan Thomas. Facing the Ottoman threat, Tomasevic sought alliances with Hungary and appealed to Pope Pius II for military support, anticipating the Ottoman invasion. The Ottoman advance into Bosnia was thusly swift, with Mehmed leading the forces that overran the kingdom by 1463. The capture of key strongholds like the royal city of Babovac and the subsequent fall of other fortresses marked the definitive Ottoman control over Bosnia. Tomasevic was captured and executed, and the region was absorbed as the westernmost province of the Ottoman Empire. Tensions escalated in the region when an Albanian slave fled from the Ottoman commander of Athens to the Venetian fortress of Coron, converting to Christianity, and taking a significant amount of treasure. This incident in 1462 led to a series of military confrontations. Ottoman forces, commanded by Turhanoglu Omer Bey, nearly captured the Venetian stronghold of Lepanto. In retaliation, the Venetians, under the leadership of the Captain General of the Sea, Alvis Loredan, fortified their own positions in Moravia, sparking further clashes with Ottoman forces. The conflict intensified as the Venetians attempted to secure their positions in Greece and Morea. They restored fortifications at the Isthmus of Corinth and faced continuous skirmishes with the Ottomans. Despite initial success, Venetian forces suffered a series of setbacks, culminating in a significant defeat at Acrocorinth, which forced them to retreat. Back in Bosnia, Hungarian forces under Matthias Corvinus managed to capture several key fortresses, including the capital of Jaxi, though this success was temporary, as Ottoman forces soon regained the upper hand. The maritime engagements also highlighted the strategic importance of the Dardanelles Strait, prompting Mehmed I to enhance naval defenses by constructing new shipyards and fortifications. Despite Venetian efforts to block the strait and disrupt Ottoman naval operations, their naval forces faced defeats, and the campaign gradually lost momentum. Well, either way, the protracted nature of the military campaign took a toll on both sides. By 1467, Venetian military commander Vetero Capello died after a series of unsuccessful military engagements. The death of Pope Pius II the previous year had already dampened the crusading spirit. The ongoing conflict, combined with the plague and other setbacks, gradually wore down the Venetian resolve and resources. During the latter half of the Middle Ages, after the decline of the Seljuk Sultanate, a plethora of Turkmen principalities, known collectively as the Anatolian Beyliks, sprouted all over Anatolia. Among these, the Karamanids, centered around what is now modern-day Karaman and Konya, emerged as a significant force. However, by the end of the 14th century, the Ottoman Empire began to assert its dominance over Anatolia, significantly diminishing the Karamanids' influence and prestige. The internal dynamics within the Karamanid dynasty during the reign of Ibrahim II were marked by familial strife over succession. Ishak of Karaman, designated as Ibrahim's heir and governor of Silifke, faced challenges from his younger brother, Pir Ahmet, who declared himself the Bey of Karaman in Konya. Following Ibrahim's death in a western city in 1464, the Beylik experienced a period of turmoil and contestation for the throne. With support from Uzun Hasan, Ishak initially managed to secure his position as leader. However, his reign was short-lived, as Pir Ahmet, seeking assistance from Sultan Mehmed II, promised territories to the Ottomans that Ishak had refused to relinquish. So, with Ottoman backing, Pir Ahmet overcame Ishak at the Battle of Dagpazari, forcing Ishak to retreat back to Silifke. Pir Ahmet's victory, though initially aligning him with Ottoman interests, soon led to regret as he tried to reclaim his ceded territories during an Ottoman Western campaign. His efforts, however, were in vain, as Sultan Mehmed swiftly recaptured Karaman and Konya in 1466, with Pir Ahmed narrowly escaping, managing to run away to the east. Subsequent Ottoman consolidation in the region was largely facilitated by Gedik Ahmet Pasha, who captured the coastal areas of the Karamanid realm. This conflict extended when Pir Ahmed and his brother Qasim sought refuge with Uzun Hasan, leading to further regional instability. In 1472, Uzun Hasan's forces, the Akoyunlu, disrupted Anatolia, setting the stage for the significant Battle of Otlukbeli in 1473, where Sultan Mehmed decisively defeated Uzun Hasan, curtailing Akoyunlu influence. Despite all the temporary successes, including a brief recapture of Karaman with Akoyunlu aid, Pir Ahmed's fortunes dwindled following the Ottoman victory near Beysahir. His plight worsened upon learning that his family had been moved to Istanbul, leading to his eventual retreat to Akoyunlu territory, where he received a fief in Bayburt and died in 1474. The unification of the Anatolian beyliks under a single rule was initially achieved by Sultan Bayezid I over 50 years before Mehmed II's reign. However, this unification dissolved after the Battle of Ankara in 1402. Mehmed later took it upon himself to restore and expand Ottoman dominion over these Turkish states, setting the stage for future expansions, even into Europe. Now, his eastern policies were also heavily influenced by the Ak-Koyunlu under Uzun Hasan, who had established strong connections with Christian entities, like that Empire of Trebizond, and of course the trading power of the Republic of Venice. They even formed alliances with the Karamanids. Viewing the Ak-Koyunlu as a potential threat, he'd already dealt with them, and his engagements in eastern Anatolia were crucial for securing Ottoman interests and reducing the influence of the Turkoman tribal federations allied against him. In 1456, Peter III Aron, marking a shift in Moldavian politics, agreed to an Ottoman demand to pay an annual tribute of 2,000 gold ducats, thus becoming the first Moldavian ruler to formally accept Turkish terms and acknowledging a level of suzerainty. This move by Peter III aimed to secure Moldavia's southern borders from potential incursions. Well, following Peter III, his successor, Stephen the Great, took a starkly different approach. That being, he outright rejected anything Ottoman. This defiance marked the beginning of an era characterized by fierce conflicts, as the Ottomans did not appreciate his harsh denial of anything to do with them, and they wanted their money. Stephen aimed to extend his influence over Wallachia and supported his preferred candidates for the Wallachian throne, which fueled ongoing conflicts involving various Wallachian rulers and their backers from Hungary, the Ottomans, and Moldavia itself. The tussle led to an Ottoman punitive expedition under Hattin Pasha in 1475, aimed at curbing Stephen's interventions. This resulted in the Battle of Vaslui, where Stephen inflicted a crushing defeat on the Ottoman forces. Hailed as one of the most significant forces of Christian armies against Islam, with Ottoman casualties reportedly exceeding 40,000, according to Venetian and Polish sources. Mara Brankovic, the widow of Murad II, reportedly told a Venetian envoy that this was the worst defeat the Ottomans had ever suffered. Pope Sixtus IV recognized Stephen's contributions to the Christian cause by bestowing him the title Athleta Christi, the champion of Christ, acknowledging him as a staunch defender of the Christian faith. In response, Mehmed assembled a formidable army and invaded Moldavia in the June of 1476, while also orchestrating Crimean Tatar raids into the region to slowly try to chip away at Stephen's position. The conflict reached a crucial point when Stephen managed to draw the main Ottoman forces into a forest, which he then set on fire, causing significant Ottoman casualties. That's one way to do it. Well, despite initial successes in repelling the Ottoman assaults, the Moldavian forces ultimately faced defeat in a fiercely contested battle noted for its high casualties on both sides. The battlefield, known as Valea Alba or Akdere, which translates to the White Valley, reportedly derived its name from the bones of the dead left strewn across it, which is probably the most metal name for a place. Now, despite this setback, Stephen managed to retreat and regroup in the northwestern part of Moldavia, and even into the Polish kingdom, continuing to pose a significant challenge to Ottoman incursions. Although the Ottomans captured major Moldavian territories, including the capital Targoviste, they failed to take key strongholds, such as Suceava, Nempt, and Hattin. The Ottoman forces, hindered by ongoing Moldavian guerrilla attacks, supply shortages, and of course an outbreak of plague, eventually decided to retreat, and they left Moldavia. Simultaneously, Stephen also played a pivotal role in Wallachian politics by aiding his cousin Vlad in reclaiming the Wallachian throne for the third time in 1476. Following Vlad's death later that year, Stephen continued to influence Wallachian politics by supporting various candidates for the throne, maintaining his influence in the region for the years to come. Now, back to the situation on the Crimean Peninsula. In the early Middle Ages, it was inhabited by a group of Turkic peoples, known collectively as the Crimean Tatars. Following the disintegration of the Golden Horde under the impact of Timur's conquest in the 15th century, the Crimean Tatars established the independent Crimean Khanate. This new state was founded by Hassel I Giray, who claimed descent from the legendary Genghis Khan, but everybody can claim descent from him, on account of him being rather busy with his conquests. Anyway, the Crimean Tatars controlled the vast steppes, stretching from the Kuban River to the Dniester River. Now, despite their dominance over the steppes, they were unable to seize control of commercial towns along the Crimean coast, known as Khazaria. These towns have been under the rule of the Genoese since 1357. Now, how does this relate to the Ottomans? It's a long way away. Well, you see, the political landscape shifted significantly after the Ottoman conquest of Constantinople. The fall of this city disrupted the Genoese communication lines and weakened their control over Khazaria as a result. Now, sensing an opportunity to slither in, the Crimean Tatars sought assistance from the Ottoman Empire to capture these towns. In response, the Ottomans, led by Gedik Ahmed Pasha, launched an invasion in 1475 that successfully brought Kaffa and other Genoese towns under Ottoman control. Following this conquest, the Ottomans solidified their influence over the Crimean Khanate. The Crimean Khan, Menli I Girey, was initially held captive by the Ottoman Sultan. He was later released on the condition that he accept Ottoman suzerainty, thereby allowing the Crimean Khans to rule as a tributary princes with significant autonomy, though the Ottomans maintained direct control over the southern coast of Crimea. The expansionist policies of the Ottomans continued under Gedik Ahmed Pasha, who led an audacious but ultimately short-lived invasion of Italy in 480, thus capturing the city of Otranto. But logistical challenges forced Gedik Ahmed Pasha to withdraw most of his troops to Albania, leaving behind a small garrison. This event sparked more than a few fears throughout Italy, reminiscent of the fall of Constantinople, and prompted plans for evacuating Rome. Pope Sixtus IV called for a crusade in 1481, which received varying degrees of support from several Italian city-states, Hungary, and France, though Venice remained neutral due to a costly peace treaty with the Ottomans signed in 1479. The defense of Otranto was organized by King Ferdinand of Naples, who appointed his son Alfonso II of Naples to lead the military campaign, supported by, guess who, Hungarian troops from King Matthias Corvinus. Thus, the siege of Otranto began on May 1st, 1481. The situation for the Ottomans worsened after the death of Mehmed on May 3rd, 1481, which led to succession disputes that hindered any potential reinforcements for Otranto. Thus, the situation fell apart. This whole thing was Mehmed's idea, and with Mehmed gone, well, what are we meant to do? Thus, the siege only lasted 2 days until he died. Talk about good luck for the Italians. They didn't even have to kill Mehmed, he just died on his own volition. Brilliant. Not for the Turks, but for the Italians. You know what I mean. Well, the Turkish garrison ultimately negotiated a withdrawal, allowing Otranto to be recaptured by papal forces later that year. So, very, very lucky. Now, after Mehmed captured Constantinople in 1453, and we're going to rewind it a little bit before we finish up, he entered the city through the Topkapi Gate, marking a significant historical transition. I'm sure you've seen the famous painting of him entering the city. Yes, that was the Topkapi Gate. One of his first actions was to go directly to the Hagia Sophia,
which he then converted from an Orthodox cathedral into a mosque, signifying the Islamic rule over the city. You will notice that there are the 4 large towers with the minarets. Those were additions added on by the Ottomans. We never used to have them. Now, he facilitated this transformation by ordering an imam to recite the Muslim creed there, setting a clear religious imprint on his new conquest. He focused intensively on revitalizing Constantinople, initiating extensive building projects aimed at restoring the city's defenses and boosting its population. His efforts included the repair of the city walls, construction of a new citadel, a sophisticated hospital, cultural complexes, and facilities for the janissaries. And of course, they couldn't go without a fancy new gun foundry in Galata, and also a new palace, because why not? To repopulate the city and restore its economic and social life, Mehmed encouraged the return of Greek and Genoese residents who had fled by guaranteeing their safety and returning their properties. To further enhance the city's demographic structure, Mehmed issued a decree mandating resettlement of diverse populations from across his empire, including Muslims, Christians, and Jews. He implemented the millet system, which organized communities into religiously defined millets, giving each group a degree of administrative autonomy under their religious heads. This system allowed for religious coexistence and administrative efficiency within the empire. Well, with all these changes, by 1478, Constantinople was pretty different. Its transformation was evident, with a significant number of households, shops, and a vibrant population composed of Muslims, Christians, and Jews. His policies had transformed Constantinople from a predominantly Christian city into a cosmopolitan Islamic capital, with the Muslims, of course, forming the majority. Now, the long-term impact of his policies was profound, shaping Istanbul's social and demographic character well into the future. Even by the mid-16th century, the Greek population in the city had largely been replaced, indicating a significant demographic shift. Though, throughout Mehmed's reign and beyond, the city experienced various challenges, including plagues and social shifts, but his foundational policies established Istanbul as a crucial imperial capital. Esteeming figures like Achilles and Alexander the Great, Mehmed was known for his scholarly pursuits and could converse knowledgeably about the Christian religion. Fluent in multiple languages including Turkish, Serbian, Arabic, Persian, Greek, and Latin, his reign marked a significant period of cultural and scholarly flourishing in the Ottoman Empire. He also frequently convened discussions with the ulama, that's the learned Muslim teachers, to deliberate on theological matters, reflecting his engagement with intellectual debates. Under his rule, disciplines such as mathematics, astronomy, and theology reached brand new heights, albeit within the Ottoman context. His court also attracted humanists and intellectuals, like Siracchio de Pizzicoli of Ancona and Benedetto Dei of Florence, and also Michael Critobulus of Imbrus, who described Mehmed as a Philhellene because of his respect and efforts to preserve Greek antiquities, including the Parthenon. Well, aside from his intellectual interests, Mehmed was also a poet who wrote under the pseudonym Avni, contributing to the rich tradition of Diwan poetry. Well, controversially, there is some historical account that suggests that Mehmed had a certain predilection for young men, sparing some from execution and adding them to his personal little collection if they caught his eye. This is not proven, but there is some historical accounts that do suggest it. Perhaps next time you meet a Turkish person, you can ask them, or perhaps it's best just not to mention it at all. Well, as we've said, Mehmed's reign came to that very abrupt end, which made the Italians all breathe a sigh of relief in 1481. And at this time he was preparing for new campaigns, possibly aiming to conquer Rhodes, go down to more parts in southern Italy and even Egypt to claim the caliphate. Well, he didn't get the chance, because he fell ill and died at the age of 49 in Maltepe, Istanbul, under circumstances that some suspect involved poisoning, potentially orchestrated by his son and successor Bayezid. His death, of course, was met with celebrations in Europe, where he was often viewed as a formidable and fearsome ruler. Mehmed significantly expanded the Ottoman Empire, incorporating Constantinople, various Anatolian territories, and much of the Balkans. And yes, his legal reforms predate those of Suleiman the Magnificent, contributing to the image of an autocratic yet transformative sultan. Today, his legacy persists in various forms, including the Fatih Sultan Mehmet Bridge in Istanbul, and his depictions on Turkish currency. Yeah, he's on the notes. His rule remains a pivotal chapter in the history of both the Ottoman Empire and the broader region, but to us from the Anglosphere, if indeed you are like me, an Anglosphere person of European descent or indeed European heritage, then I suppose he may seem like a villain of the story. Regardless of all the legal reforms, regardless of how many languages and his little collection of young men reportedly, he will always be the one who broke down the walls of Constantinople and left us in this horrible mess that we find ourselves in. But, as they say, bless the mess. Well, thank you very much for listening to this rather long and extensive view on Mehmed II. And thank you for being patient as I went off topic talking about the Italian campaigns for so long, but indeed they are relevant in terms of the general context of the world after the fall of Constantinople, and how that kicked off the Ottomans in the early days. I suppose the biography of Mehmed II is essentially the short history of those first formative years of the wider Ottoman Empire. The German Peasants War, spanning from 1524 to 1525, was a significant uprising across the German-speaking territories of the former Holy Roman Empire. It began as a series of local protests and revolts, fueled by a mix of economic hardship, rising feudal oppression, and the spread of Reformation ideas that called for widespread religious and social reforms. The discontent of the peasants was further aggravated by the harsh demands and injustices imposed by the nobility and clergy, leading to a broader coalition, including peasants, miners, and urban laborers, seeking relief from their grievances through a united radical struggle. Hello and welcome to the channel. Are you new here? If you are, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, great to have you with me again. Perhaps you know what to expect. Now, if you'd like to support the channel, there's a link to a Patreon in the description. Otherwise, help me reach my subscriber goal of 15,000 subscribers. I think we can get there pretty quickly. But I'll need your help with a like, comment, and subscribe if you feel inclined to do so. Now, without further ado, let's get on to the topic of today. Take a deep breath and relax for a moment. We're going to learn all about the German Peasants' War. Let's go back to the beginning, a few years before the revolt, and set the scene in the Holy Roman Empire. During the 16th century, the Holy Roman Empire was a loosely connected conglomerate where the Holy Roman Emperor, despite his title, held quite limited direct authority beyond his hereditary lands. The empire included numerous autonomous territories, governed by aristocratic families, as well as semi-independent city-states. In 1519, Charles V, also the King of Spain, was elected to the position of Holy Roman Emperor. One key economic motivation for princes within the empire was to establish a separate German church to escape taxation imposed by the Roman Catholic Church. By advocating for German money for a German church, many German princes sought not only fiscal relief, but also a strengthening of their political autonomy. The application of Roman civil law also played a significant role in consolidating princely power within the empire. This legal framework allowed princes to claim personal ownership of lands, undermining the feudal relationship which traditionally included mutual obligations and rights between lord and peasant. By reinforcing ancient laws that legitimized their rule, princes could enhance their wealth and control by confiscating properties and increasing their authority over peasants. Does it sound fair to you? Well, it isn't. Additionally, the Knights' War from 1522 to 1523 showed tensions between feudal traditions and emerging economic structures. Initiated by the Knights, albeit lesser landholders in the Rhineland, the rebellion was sparked by economic pressures and was not primarily religious in nature, despite the use of religious rhetoric influenced by Martin Luther's Reformation ideas. The Knights aimed to preserve the old feudal order against the new encroaching economic systems that were frankly threatening their livelihoods. Martin Luther, I'm sure you know about him, a key figure in the German Reformation, initially adopted a moderate stance during the Peasants' War, criticizing both the injustices faced by the peasants and their violent reactions to them. He supported the centralization and urbanization of the economy, aligning himself more with the urban middle class than the lesser nobility. Luther believed in the divine duty of work peasants were to labor in the fields, and rulers to maintain peace. He opposed the Peasants' War for disrupting this balance, viewing it as a greater evil than the grievances that the peasants were fighting against. As the rebellion reached its height in 1525, Luther's stance shifted drastically towards supporting the secular rulers and their Catholic allies. In his treatise, tellingly titled Against the Robbing, Murderous Hordes of Peasants, what a title! Luther urged the nobility to suppress the uprising harshly, likening the peasants to rabid dogs that needed to be put down. His words, not mine. Well, following the war's end, he faced criticism for these views, and he tried to defend his position in an open letter to Caspar Müller, although he admitted that the nobility might have been too harsh. Well, it was a little bit too late to get the common people back on his side. They effectively viewed him as a class traitor. On the other side, Thomas Müntzer, a radical preacher, aligned closely with peasant demands for political and legal reforms. Müntzer's theology, developed amidst social turmoil and religious skepticism, advocated for a new social order that resonated with the peasant struggles. At the end of 1524 and early 1525, Müntzer was in southwest Germany, interacting with peasant leaders and possibly influencing their demands. While he did not author the famous 12 Articles of the Swabian peasants, he may have contributed to another key document, i.e., the constitutional draft. Müntzer returned to Saxony and Thuringia in early 1525 to help organize the rebels and lead them in the disastrous Battle of Frankenhausen on May 15, 1525. His involvement in the Peasants' War is debated, with opinions ranging from minimal influence to being a pivotal leader. Regardless, Müntzer saw the uprising as a divine act, positioning himself as a divine agent against the godless. The theological disagreements between Luther and Müntzer were also quite profound, with Luther denouncing the moderate peasants' demands outlined in the 12 Articles. His writings against the peasants were published in the May of 1525, coinciding with the crushing defeat of the peasant armies, underscoring his complete opposition to their cause. Now, in this period of significant transformation, modernizing princes often allied with the clergy and the urban burghers against the lesser nobility and peasants. So let's have a look at the different factions here, starting with the peasants, the princes rather. The rulers of Germany's various principalities acted as autocratic leaders, who acknowledged no authority within their domains, except, of course, their own. And they had the authority to impose taxes and acquire loans whenever they wanted. Driven by the escalating costs of administration and military needs, these princes continually increased demands on their subjects and focused on centralizing power within their towns and estates. Such centralization often economically benefited the princes through the acquisition of lands from the declining lesser nobility. This dynamic fueled the aforementioned Knights' War from 1522 to 1523 in the Rhineland, a conflict that was quelled by the cooperation between both Catholic and Lutheran princes, confronting a mutual threat. Lesser nobility. Advancements in military technology during the late medieval period made the lesser nobility, or knights, increasingly irrelevant on the battlefield. Innovations such as gunpowder and the rise of infantry diminished the role of heavy cavalry and castles. Coupled with a luxurious lifestyle, these knights found themselves financially strained as they attempted to extract income from their lands using their ancient rights, which were really no longer valid. In northern Germany, many lesser nobles were already subordinate to secular and ecclesiastical lords, limiting their control over serfs. In contrast, in southern Germany, they retained a little bit more power, and their harsh treatment of peasants directly contributed to the eruption of the uprisings, particularly in the south where conditions were quite a bit more severe. As their status and income declined, the knights grew resentful towards the princes for increasing control over them, leading to numerous conflicts. They also viewed the clergy as both arrogant and frankly unnecessary, despite envying their privileges and wealth. Additionally, their relationships with town patricians were strained due to debts, placing them at odds with other social classes in Germany. Both the clergy and the lesser nobility were notably exempt from taxes and often supported their local princes, which further complicated the social dynamics of the time. In 1525, the clergy held a position of intellectual prominence, being among the few literate and the main producers of books during the Middle Ages. They garnered support from both the wealthy and the masses. Yet the clergy's intellectual dominance was waning due to the advent of the printing press, increased commercial activity, and the influence of Renaissance humanism, which of course fostered higher literacy rates. In later times, Friedrich Engels, I know you didn't see him coming, didn't you? Noted that these developments diminished the Catholic Church's monopoly on higher education. Of course, that's probably true. Despite the secular trends of 19th century humanism, earlier Renaissance humanism remained closely tied to the Church, with its advocates often educated in ecclesiastical institutions. Well, as time progressed, corruption seeped into the Church, with widespread clerical ignorance and the abuses of simony and pluralism becoming prevalent. High-ranking church officials, including some bishops and archbishops, exploited their followers as aggressively as secular princes. This exploitation, combined with the sale of indulgences and the taxation for prayer houses, fueled public outrage, prompting Martin Luther to initiate his Protestant Reformation by posting his 95 Theses in 1517. Luther's reformative zeal was not embraced by the aristocratic clergy, who of course resisted any and all changes, including severing ties with the Roman Church. Too many investments, you know what it's like. Well, less affluent clergy, particularly rural and itinerant preachers who lacked significant positions within the church hierarchy, were a lot more inclined to support the Reformation, and many of them sought to broaden Luther's egalitarian messages to encompass societal reforms. Patricians. In many towns, the patrician class, that being wealthy families who monopolized town councils, and held administrative authority, enjoyed quite a few tax exemptions, shifting the fiscal burden onto peasants. As urban populations and guild activities expanded, these patricians faced growing dissent. They leveraged their control to extract revenues through arbitrary tolls and taxes, and commandeered common lands, prohibiting traditional peasant rights such as fishing and logging. Guild taxes were imposed without proper administrative oversight, leading to financial mismanagement, embezzlement, and increasing wealth and power within this elite class. This fiscal and administrative arrangement placed the patricians in a contentious position with the burgeoning urban middle class and peasants, both of whom bore the brunt of these policies. Burghers. As the middle class of well-to-do citizens, burghers held significant rights within the administrative guilds and served as merchants. They increasingly criticized the town patricians and demanded more inclusive town assemblies that would incorporate both patricians and burghers. They also challenged the clergy, advocating for a cessation of clerical privileges such as tax exemption, and calling for a general reduction in their numbers. The burghers who owned their workshops and tools allowed apprentices to utilize these resources, prompting a degree of economic independence within the guild structure. Plebeians. The plebeian class, consisting of urban workers, journeymen, and peddlers, included financially ruined burghers. Most journeymen, despite being technically eligible to become burghers, were often prevented from ascending to higher ranks controlled by the affluent guild families. This exclusion typically cemented their temporary status into a permanent lack of civil rights, distancing them further away from property ownership and higher economic opportunities. And then there's the peasants, who bore the brunt of these societal burdens, continually subjected to heavy taxation and stringent controls over all of their activities. Lords had usurped common lands, denying peasants the freedom to hunt, fish, or even gather wood, which were once customary rights. The social structure required peasants to seek lordly permission even for marriage, which they had to pay a high fee. Additionally, upon a peasant's death, the lord claimed the best of their cattle, clothing, and tools. The justice system, dominated by clergy and the wealthier classes, rarely provided peasants with any form of legal recourse. They just didn't care about them. You can see how this all led to a revolt, right? Now, just before we get to the war itself, raid shadow legends. No, I'm just kidding. Let's examine a few theories about the causes of the revolt. Well, the nature of the German Peasants' War remains a subject of debate, of course, centering on whether the conflict was primarily driven by burgeoning religious reforms of Martin Luther, socio-economic shifts, or simply the rise of a modernizing state. Some historians suggest that the revolt stemmed from the economic prosperity in preceding decades that enabled peasants to achieve a higher standard of living. This period of economic dynamism allowed peasants to command higher wages and sell their products at elevated prices, leading to enhanced social and legal standing for a segment of the peasant population. The war, from this perspective, was a defensive action aimed at preserving these newfound privileges against the backdrop of an emerging and centralizing authority that threatened to take them away. Challenge to serfdom. A pivotal element of the revolt was the peasants' push against the system of serfdom. With the weakening of the feudal system, peasants saw an opportunity to secure greater freedoms and resist any reversion to the old feudal constraints. Nobody wanted to go back there. This desire for autonomy was vividly illustrated by incidents like the refusal of Mulhausen peasants to engage in demeaning tasks, such as collecting snail shells for their lady, reflecting a broader refusal to accept these traditional servile roles. Cultural and ideological shifts. The early 16th century was marked by a questioning of established social and religious hierarchies. Works like the Book of 100 Chapters advocated for religious and economic freedoms and critiqued the governing elite, reflecting a broader societal shift towards anti-authoritarian sentiments. These ideas were disseminated through various channels, including the Bundsuk revolts, highlighting a growing interconnectedness of reformative and revolutionary thought across different regions. Impact of Luther's Reformation. Now, the Reformation of Martin Luther, while a completely separate movement, overlapped in timing with the Peasants' War, lending a religious fervor to the economic upheavals. Luther's concept of the priesthood of all believers inadvertently fueled notions of social inequality. Although Luther himself condemned the peasants' uprising in very stark terms, as we've mentioned, advocating for their violent suppression. And lastly, a more modern perspective is, of course, class dynamic, viewing this through that 19th century lens. Friedrich Engels, yes, he's back again, posited that the Peasants' War was indicative of an emerging class struggle, where the nascent urban proletariat failed to ally effectively with rural classes against the aristocratic oppression. This lack of unified class action left the peasants vulnerable to suppression by the combined forces of the nobility and the burgeoning state apparatus. Thus, there's probably an amalgamation of different reasons why this kicked off, but I boil it down to people simply being sick of being treated like dirt. Well, let's get on to how things actually played out. What were the main specifics of the war? So what exactly were the peasants up against? Well, they were up against the Swabian League. What was the Swabian League? Well, it was effectively a mutual defense and peacekeeping group made up of all the imperial states and principalities, pooling all of their resources together just in case the unwashed masses wanted to get a little bit too big for their boots. The Swabian League, with its headquarters in Ulm, managed its military efforts through a war council that determined the size of troop contingents each member was to provide. This force was comprised of both mounted knights and foot soldiers, tailored to the capabilities of each member. For instance, the Bishop of Augsburg was required to supply 10 mounted knights and 62 foot soldiers. approximating half a company. Initially, recruitment challenges emerged, particularly among the peasant class, due to concerns that they might defect to the rebel cause. Additionally, as the revolt began to spread, which we'll get to, many nobles faced difficulties dispatching troops to the League's forces because they had to suppress their own insurgencies within their own territories. And making things even more difficult, the overlapping feudal obligations to multiple lords created logistical confusion among the nobility, attempting to muster sufficient forces to quell these uprisings. The infantry primarily consisted of landsknecht, mercenaries who were primarily paid a monthly wage of 4 guilders, and organized into regiments named Haufen and companies called Fadlein, or Little Flag, each ranging from 120 to 130 men. These companies were further divided into smaller units of 10 to 12 men called Rot. The landsknecht were responsible for their own clothing, armament, and even sustenance, supported by a large retinue that included sutlers, bakers, washerwomen, and various other personal essentials for maintaining the army. These support trains often outnumbered the combatants themselves, but required stringent organization and discipline to function at any rate. Each landsknecht unit, maintained its own community assembly, complete with elected leaders and provost officers to enforce discipline. For its heavy combat operations, the League primarily relied on its armored cavalry, which included both heavily and lightly armored units. The lighter cavalry often comprised second and third sons of impoverished nobility who lacked inheritance and were prone to seek employment in military ventures, or at times simply resort to highway robbery, whichever one came first. These cavalry units, designed for rapid mobility and avoiding pike-armed foes, were crucial for the League's military strategy during the Peasants' War, marking a transitional period from traditional noble-led warfare to the increased reliance on a professional mercenary force. The peasant forces during this period were structured in bands known as Haufen, echoing the organization of the landsknechts. These Haufen were further divided into smaller units called Unterhaufen or Fadlein, and even smaller groups known as Rotten. The size of these bands varied greatly depending on the number of rebels in a given area, with some groups numbering around 4,000, while others, like those at the Battle of Frankenhausen, reached up to 8,000. The Alsatian peasants at the Battle of Zabern amassed an impressive 18,000 fighters, but of course this was a very rare occurrence. Each peasant company generally consisted of about 500 men, organized into platoons of 10 to 15 individuals. Command structures within these peasant armies mirrored those of professional soldiers. They had supreme commander, known as the Oberster Feldhauptmann, and various officers including lieutenants, captains, ensigns, who bore the company's standard, and sergeants. Leadership roles such as the Supreme Commander and the Lieutenant were typically elected. The governance of the peasant army was notably democratic, centered around a structure called the Ring. In these gatherings, peasants would form a circle to discuss strategy, troop movements, alliances, and of course, how to distribute spoils. Despite this democratic approach, there was a defined hierarchy within each band, including roles such as marshal or schultheiss to keep order. Various lieutenants, standard bearers, and logistical officers were responsible for supplies, communication, and the maintenance of wagon forts. Peasants made effective use of these wagon forts, a defensive strategy perfected during the Hussite Wars. That was during the time of Jan Hus, the famous heretic. Well, heretic to the Catholic Church's definition. Wagons were linked to form a barrier, with cavalry and animals secured inside, and supported by ditches and timber fortifications around the perimeter. Artillery was then positioned centrally on earthen mounds to shoot over the wagons. Although mobile and defensive, wagon forts required flat terrain and were less effective in offensive operations. Service in the peasant armies was rotational, allowing peasants to return to their villages periodically. This rotation system also meant that at times peasants inadvertently produced supplies for their adversaries, as seen in the Archbishopric of Salzburg, where peasants mined silver that funded the recruitment of additional landsknechts for the Swabian League. Despite their organizational efforts, the peasant forces were at a disadvantage due to a lack of cavalry, possessing few horses and minimal armor. Their mounted units were primarily used for scouting. The absence of strong cavalry forces to flank the enemy formations or break through densely packed landsknecht squares was a significant tactical and strategic drawback throughout the campaign. So, what kicked it all off? How did it all start? Well, it went a little bit like this. In 1524, following several poor harvests, the Countess of Lupton in Stullingen, south of the Black Forest, tasked her serfs with the laborious job of collecting snail shells to be used as thread spools. This seemingly trivial task sparked outrage among the peasants, and within days 1,200 peasants had gathered, drafted a list of grievances, elected leaders, and raised a banner in protest. By the following weeks, the revolt had spread across most of southwest Germany, spanning from the Black Forest to Lake Constance, through the Swabian highlands, along the upper Danube River, and even into Bavaria and the Tyrol. By the 16th of February, 1525, 25 villages under the jurisdiction of the city of Memmingen openly rebelled, expressing their grievances regarding their economic conditions and perceived political injustices. They highlighted issues such as peonage, land use rights, and unfair ecclesiastical demands. The city responded by forming a committee of villagers to negotiate. They expected rather specific and minor demands, a couple of breadcrumbs here and there, and maybe a few other little trinkets perhaps. That ought to be enough to suit the peasants, right? Well, that's not what happened. In fact, the peasants presented a unified and articulate declaration, a declaration of which that challenged the fundamental relationship between them and the magisterial authorities. It was not what they were expecting. This manifesto later influenced the formulation of the 12 Articles by the Upper Swabian Peasants' Confederation, on the 20th of March, 1525. Well, the dissent kept growing, and things were getting pretty heated. Despite assembling a contingent of 200 cavalry and 1,000 infantry, the local forces were inadequate to stop the excitement. By early 1525, the rebellions in regions like the Black Forest, Breisgau, Hegau, Sundgau, and Alsace necessitated a much larger force, estimated at around 3,000 infantry and 300 cavalry. Thus, on the 6th of March 1525, representatives from various Upper Swabian peasant groups, including the Baltringerhaufen and Lake Constance-Haufen, convened in Memmingen. They formed what was to be known as the Christian Association, an alliance aiming to consolidate their efforts against the Swabian League. Subsequent meetings on the 15th and 20th of March led to the adoption of the 12 Articles and the Federal Order, under the symbol of Bunska, a laced boot, emblematic of their unity. These demands were swiftly disseminated across Germany, thanks to the printing press, with over 25,000 copies circulated within 2 months. These 12 articles called for community rights to elect and remove clergymen, proposing that the Great Tithe, a significant church tax on wheat and vine crops, be redirected for public use after providing for a reasonable pastor's salary. They also sought the abolition of the small tithe on other crops. That, and of course the end of serfdom, and the removal of death tolls and restrictive hunting and fishing rights. They demanded the restoration of forest, pasture, and community rights previously seized by the nobility, as well as reductions in excessive labor demands, taxes, and rents. Lastly, they called for the cessation of arbitrary justice and administration, pushing for a fairer and more equitable governance system. So you can see how they were going for the full thing straight away, right? They didn't want this slow build-up, this slow compromise. No, they wanted everything right now. I'm sure you can imagine how the nobility reacted to that. Well, in the early 8th century, Celtic monks founded Kempten Abbey in what is now the Allgäu region of Bavaria, near the borders of Württemberg and Austria, and by 1215, the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II had elevated the abbots to the Reichsstand, or the imperial estate, conferring upon the abbot the title of duke. Later, in 1289, King Rudolph of Habsburg bestowed special privileges on the urban settlement in the river valley, establishing it as a free imperial city. A significant event occurred in 1525, however, known as the Great Purchase, where the abbey sold its last property rights in the imperial city, leading to the parallel existence of 2 independent cities with the same name, Kempten, side by side. This dual authority was challenged during the Peasants' War, when the abbey peasants revolted. Thus, they plundered the abbey and began to advance on the town. The tension escalated into the Battle of Leipheim on the 4th of April 1525, when 5,000 peasants mobilized near Liepheim to confront the city of Ulm. Organized into 5 companies and supplemented by about 25 citizens from Liepheim, they strategically positioned themselves west of the town. Reconnaissance by the Swabian League under George, Truches, and Waldberg revealed the peasants were well armed. They even had cannons, arquebuses, and some light artillery, numbering between 3,000 and 4,000. They secured strong defensive positions, flanked by woods and marshland, with a wagon fortress to their rear. Despite opening negotiations, Truches von Waldberg simultaneously maneuvered his forces tactically, positioning the bulk of his army facing Liepheim while sending detachments of horse from Hesse and Ulm across the Danube to Elchingen. These detachments clashed with a separate group of 1,200 peasants, routing them and capturing 250. As negotiations continued and ultimately broke down, Truches von Waldberg faced an initial volley from the main peasant group, before commanding a guard of light horse and foot soldiers to assault the peasant fortifications. Upon seeing the size of the approaching main force, which included 1,500 horse, 7,000 foot soldiers, and 18 field guns, the peasants decided that the game might not be worth the candle and commenced an orderly retreat. Approximately 2,000 did manage to withdraw to Liepheim, transporting their wounded in carts, while others attempted to cross the Danube, resulting in 400 drowned peasants. Additionally, cavalry units from Truches cut down another 500 peasants as they fled. This conflict marked the first significant battle of the war, and unfortunately for the peasants, it would set the overall tone of the conflict. The rebellion in Odenwald saw the Cistercian monastery at Schontal overtaken by the local rebels, who were soon joined by peasant groups from Limburg and Hohenlohe. As the insurrection gained more and more momentum, a significant group from the Neckar Valley, led by Jacob Rohrbach, also joined the movement, coalescing into a formidable force known as the Bright Band, Hellerhaufen in Germany. This enlarged group marched to Weinsberg, capturing the town and the castle, which was less defended due to the garrison's deployment in Italy. The Count of Helfenstein, the Austrian governor of Württemberg, was taken prisoner, along with about 70 nobles. The peasants then executed these captives by forcing them to run the gauntlet of pikes, an execution method borrowed from the people themselves who used to oppress them. While a piper played, of course. You gotta have some music. Now, the brutal act caused significant dissent among other peasant leaders. Obviously, not everybody was happy with it, and it led to Rohrbach being ousted and replaced by Gotz von Berchingen, a knight elected as the new supreme commander. Under his leadership, the band continued to Amerbach, gathering more radical peasants along the way. These radicals, still bearing the grudges from previous suppressions, sought bloody revenge against Berlichingen and destroyed Wildenberg Castle in defiance of agreed military conduct. Martin Luther was particularly appalled by the Weinsberg massacre, prompting his vehement condemnation of the peasant uprising in his writings. Many of the peasants did not take this very well, Well, on April 29th, Thuringia became a hotspot of rebellion as town populations joined the peasants in revolt. They besieged and stormed the Schwarzburg Count's castle, growing in numbers. Thomas Münster, with a contingent from Mühlhausen, joined the insurgents, bolstering their ranks to around 6,000. However, the combined forces of Landgrave Philip of Hesse and Duke George of Saxony were hot on their trail, combining in a decisive confrontation near Frankenhausen on May 15th. The peasant forces, ill-equipped and lacking in training, faced the experienced and, frankly, much better equipped Landsknecht mercenaries. Despite initial resistance, deceitfully broken truce by the prince's troops led to a chaotic retreat and subsequent massacre of peasants, with casualties estimated between 3 to 10,000, whereas the Landsknecht, well, their losses were hardly worth a mention. Münster was captured, tortured, and finally, once they had thought he had enough, was executed. During the Battle of Böblingen on May 12, 1525, possibly the most lethal clash of the Peasants' War, the peasants' forces suffered an even more significant loss. After capturing Herrenberg on May 10th, the peasants learned that Truchas von Waldberg was encamped at Rottenburg. They then positioned themselves between Böblingen and Sindelfingen, organizing into 4 divisions on the slopes with their artillery on the Galgenberg hill. However, they were quickly overwhelmed by the League's cavalry, which encircled and chased them for miles, leading to the death of about 3,000 very out-of-breath peasants. Subsequently, in the Battle of Königshofen on June 2nd, peasant leaders Wendell Hipfler and George Metzler faced a critical situation as the League's cavalry flanked them. Anticipating an assault, they fortified their position on a hill above the town. Despite the preparations, chaos ensued when the League's cavalry attacked from the rear, causing the peasant leaders and gunners to flee. Roughly 2,000 peasants did manage to regroup in nearby woods, but by nightfall, only 600 of them remained. After the battle, League soldiers found about 500 peasants on the ground lying as still as possible, pretending to be dead. During the siege of Freiburg in Breisgau, peasants faced difficulty as the city, a Habsburg territory, struggled to raise a defending force. After a refusal to accept their demands, the peasants, led by Hans Müller, with an 8,000-strong force that soon swelled to 18,000, laid siege to the city. Freiburg capitulated on the 23rd of May, agreeing to join the Peasants' Christian Union. In the Second Battle of Würzburg in June of 1525, Hans Müller and a group of Franconian farmers faced the forces of Gotz von Berlichingen near Würzburg. Despite forming an alliance, their combined forces were small and quickly defeated by the more experienced soldiers, reportedly resulting in over 8,000 peasant casualties. The conflict gradually dwindled down, with several smaller revolts being suppressed such as the decisive defeat of the Palatine peasants at the Pfeffersheim on June the 23rd to 24th. By September 1525, all resistance had pretty much ceased, culminating in expressions of gratitude towards the Swabian League from Emperor Charles V and Pope Clement VII for quelling the upheaval. The Germans' Peasant War concluded in a defeat for the peasants, with significant repercussions for their economic standing and political influence. The peasant bands, divided by territorial boundaries, suffered from poor communication and strategic disadvantages, ultimately contributing to their failure. Despite some support from professional soldiers and knights, the peasants were militarily outmatched by the Swabian League, which boasted superior military technology and expertise. Of course, the consequences of such a rebellion were severe. The princes and nobility, under the nominal oversight of the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, represented in German regions by his brother Ferdinand, re-established traditional controls and often imposed even harsher conditions than before. The restoration of the old order notably curtailed the rights and freedoms of the peasant class, excluding them from any meaningful political participation. In the aftermath, certain areas like Upper Swabia, Kempten, Weissenau, and Tyrol saw the creation of peasant territorial assemblies, and the inclusion of peasant committees addressing local issues such as taxation. However, these changes were admittedly limited and did not fulfill broader aspirations expressed in the 12 Articles, with significant societal and political reforms only occurring much later. Moreover, the economic impact of the conflict was also profound, with the deaths of thousands of peasants leading to a natural labor shortage that stunted the economy recovery and affected regions for decades. This loss of life and the subsequent economic downturn showed the lasting devastation brought about by the war on the peasant communities. Well, and with that, we reach the end of another less talked about chapter in history. You know, when I was doing the Peasants' Revolt video under the reign of Richard II in England, I thought to myself, you know, no one ever talks about the German Peasants' War. It's always a peasant revolt that stands in the shadow of the one put down by Richard II. So I thought, why not be the one who talks about it in a bit of detail? Alfred the Great, the King of Wessex from 871 to 899, and one of the most celebrated English monarchs. His reign marked a series of vigorous military campaigns against the Viking invaders who had overrun much of England. He's particularly noted for his defense of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of southern England against these invaders, becoming the only English king ever to be awarded the epithet the Great. But that wasn't all. He also initiated wide-ranging reforms that included the revival of learning and education that laid the groundwork for the renaissance of literature and arts in his kingdom. And if that wasn't enough, his legal reforms solidified the administration of justice, and he's also credited with the foundation of the English Navy. If you want to learn about Alfred the Great, then you're in the right place today. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. If you're coming back, it's great to have you back here again. As always, if you like what I do and would like to support the channel and keep me going, link to the Patreon is in the description. Otherwise, let YouTube know that you want more people to see the video and enjoy the content by liking, subscribing, and perhaps leaving your comments down below. Now, with all that out of the way, I'd like you to get yourself relaxed, and we're going to begin our full biography of Alfred the Great. Let's start by tracing his family lineage. Alfred the Great's grandfather, Egbert, ascended to the throne of Wessex in 802, establishing what seemed an unlikely dynasty, given the turbulent history of West Saxon succession. Prior to Egbert, for 2 centuries, the throne had seen a kind of revolving door of different families, none of them really having any direct father-to-son succession. Egbert, who traced his paternal lineage to Cerdic, the founder of the dynasty, was considered an aetheling. That's the word for someone eligible to be king. His reign marked a turning point, because after him, being a descendant of Cerdic alone was insufficient to claim aetheling status. Well, under Egbert's rule, Wessex got stronger and rose to prominence, notably after his defensive victory against Mercia at the Battle of Ellendoon in 825, which effectively ended Mercian dominance in southern England. This victory led to an alliance between Wessex and Mercia, crucial for future defenses against the Viking incursions, which at this time were becoming more of a problem than internal issues. Egbert's influence expanded as he took control over Kent, Essex, Surrey, and Sussex, leading him to appoint his son Aethelwulf as the King of Kent. Now on to this Viking threat, which became more pronounced during Egbert's reign, culminating in various battles, including a notable victory at Hingston Down in 838 against a combined force of Cornishmen and Vikings, which solidified Egbert's control over Cornwall. Well, upon Egbert's death in 839, his son Aethelwulf ascended to the throne, continuing his father's policies, and of course facing ongoing Viking challenges. Aethelwulf's reign saw significant military engagements also, including the notable Battle of Aclear in 851, where he and his son Aethelwald inflicted a massive defeat on the Vikings. The transition of power from Aethelwulf to his sons was quite smooth, with his territories divided among them, ensuring a continuation of his lineage and policies. Aethelbald and Aethelbert, his sons, successively ruled Wessex and Kent, eventually uniting them under a single crown. So that's the background. Let's get on to Alfred the Great, whose early life was marked by a significant event that underscored his interest in learning and intellectual pursuits. A Welsh monk, Acer, and Alfred's contemporary biographer, records an anecdote from Alfred's childhood, where he won a book of English poetry. This prize was offered by his mother to whichever of her sons could memorize it first. Alfred, who was not yet literate and had his mother read to him until her death when he was around 6 years old, eventually learned to read at the age of 12, demonstrating early signs of scholarly inclinations, and indeed, at the time, it was a big deal in and of itself to learn how to read. Well, in 853, Alfred's royal status was further highlighted when they sent him to Rome. According to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, Pope Leo IV confirmed him and anointed him as king. However, this episode has been subject to various interpretations. Historians in Victorian times mistakenly took this anointing as a form of anticipatory coronation, speculating that it was preparation for his future ascension to the throne. Such an interpretation is considered kind of unlikely today, since Alfred had 3 living elder brothers at the time, marking his immediate succession somewhat improbable. It is more plausible that the title conferred by Pope Leo IV referred to a designation as consul, a title of honor rather than a papal preparation for kingship. During his time in Rome, Alfred may have also spent time at the court of Charles the Bold, that was the king of the Franks at the time, which of course would have provided him with exposure to wider European politics and the culture of the mainland. After his return from Rome, Alfred witnessed the turbulent political shifts in Wessex. His father, Aethelwulf, was deposed by Alfred's elder brother Aethelbald in 856. The resolution of this conflict involved a power-sharing agreement, where Aethelbald retained control of the western shires of Wessex, and Aethelwulf the eastern part. Now, upon Aethelwulf's death in 858, the kingship of Wessex passed successively to Alfred's brothers, Aethelbald, Aethelbert, and Aethelred. Each of these successions moved Alfred closer to the throne. Now, Alfred the Great's early public life was largely unrecorded during the reigns of his elder brothers. But it was not until the significant threat posed by more Viking invasions that Alfred's role became somewhat more pronounced. In 865, when Alfred was around 16 years old, the Great Heathen Army, a formidable group of Danes, landed in East Anglia, with ambitions to conquer the various kingdoms of Anglo-Saxon England. It was this period that marked the beginning of Alfred's formal public involvement in royal affairs, coinciding with the accession of his brother Aethelred, who wasn't much older. He was only 18. During the reign of Aethelred, Bishop Acer bestowed upon Alfred the title of Secundarius. This title suggested a role akin to that of a tanist, a recognized heir apparent who was closely associated with the king, ready to assume leadership if the time was necessary. This was particularly important given how volatile and dangerous things were getting, where the risk of a king falling in the heat of battle was ever more of a threat. Such arrangements were not uncommon among Germanic peoples, reflecting a tradition of establishing clear lines of succession to prevent disputes and ensure continuity of leadership during periods of crisis. By 868, the Viking threat had escalated significantly, leading Alfred to go out and fight alongside Aethelred in an unsuccessful attempt to prevent the Danes, led by Ivar the Boneless, from invading the neighboring kingdom of Mercia. This period was marked by frequent and fierce conflicts with the Danes, who advanced into Alfred's homeland at the end of 870. The year 871 was particularly tumultuous, featuring a series of battles with varying outcomes, and highlighting the desperate struggle of the Anglo-Saxons against the Viking invaders. One notable engagement was the Battle of Englefield in Berkshire on the 31st of December 870, where Anglo-Saxons achieved quite a victory. However, the success was quickly overshadowed by a devastating defeat at the siege and the subsequent Battle of Reading by Ivar's brother Halfdan Ragnarsson on the 5th of January 871. Despite these setbacks, the Anglo-Saxons managed a victory at the Battle of Ashdown shortly thereafter. Unfortunately, subsequent defeats at Basing on the 22nd of January and Merton on the 22nd of March further demoralized Aethelred's forces. Aethelred's death in April of 871 brought Alfred to the forefront, as he succeeded his brothers as king during a time of great national crisis. In the April of 871, upon the death of his brother King Aethelred, Alfred officially ascended to the throne of Wessex, amidst the existential threat posed by the Danes. Despite Aethelred leaving behind two young sons, Aethelhelm and Aethelwold, the succession of Alfred was uncontested, likely due to the dire circumstances and Alfred's adult status, which was critical for leadership during ongoing warfare. The smooth transition was supported by a previous agreement made with Swinburg, where Aethelred and Alfred had resolved that the survivor between them would inherit their father King Aethelwald's personal properties, leaving their respective children with only the lands settled upon them. Alfred's initial days of king were marred by immediate military changes. While engaged in the funeral rites for Aethelred, the Danes seized the opportunity to strike, defeating the Saxons first in Alfred's absence at the Battle of Wilton in May of 871. The loss of Wilton dashed any hopes of quickly expelling the invaders from Wessex, compelling Alfred to negotiate a peace, the terms of which were not detailed in the historical record, but we do know that they included an agreement by the Vikings to leave the realm. Following the peace agreement, the Viking forces withdrew to London for winter, marking a temporary halt to their advance. Historical evidence suggests that Alfred likely had to pay a substantial amount of silver to persuade the Vikings to retreat, a common practice of the time, as evidenced by similar actions in Mercia the following year. The respite, however, was brief, as in 876 the Danes, led by Guthrum, Oscetal, and Anwend, bypassed the Saxon defences to seize Wareham in Dorset. Alfred's attempts to reclaim Wareham through a blockade ended in a negotiated peace involving the exchange of hostages and oaths on a sacred ring. However, the Danes soon violated this peace, killing the hostages and retreating back to Exeter. Alfred's strategic persistence was evident in his blockade of the Danish ships at Exeter, which, coupled with a fortuitous storm, led to the Danish capitulation. They withdrew to Mercia, but resumed their aggression in January of 878 with a surprise attack on Chippenham, where Alfred was residing for Christmas. This attack forced Alfred into a dire situation, fleeing to the marshes of Somerset, where he established a base at Athelney. It was from there that Alfred orchestrated a guerrilla war against the Danes, culminating in a significant victory at the Battle of Edington in 878. Following the victory, he besieged the Danish stronghold at Chippenham, leading to their surrender and Guthrum's conversion to Christianity, a notable event where Guthrum and his chiefs were baptized, with Alfred as a sponsor. The aftermath of these events led to the formalization of boundaries between Alfred's Wessex and Guthrum's East Anglia with the Treaty of Wedmore, and later the Treaty of Alfred and Guthrum, which delineated the Danelaw boundary and reaffirmed Alfred's control over London. These treaties marked a turning point in Alfred's reign, establishing a relatively stable boundary and allowing for a focus on internal consolidation and cultural advancements in his kingdom. This period of relative peace was crucial for Alfred's establishment of legal and educational reforms that would underpin the resurgence of Wessex and the eventual unification of England under his descendants. Following the Treaty of Alfred and Guthrum around 880, which substantially mitigated the threat from Guthrum by settling his forces in East Anglia, King Alfred of Wessex experienced a period of relative peace. However, it did not signal the end of Viking incursions in England. The army that had wintered in Fulham during 878–79 left for the continent and continued their operations there until around 892. Despite the treaty, the 880s were marked by persistent local raids along the coast of Wessex. In one notable incident in 882, Alfred engaged in a naval battle against 4 Danish ships, managing to destroy 2 and capture the remaining 2. This engagement was part of a broader pattern of smaller skirmishes that Alfred contended with, similar to those that had occurred for decades. Now, the relationship between Alfred and the papacy during this time also strengthened. In 883, Pope Marinus gained a tax exemption to the Saxon quarter in Rome, likely in response to Alfred's commitment to send annual alms to Rome, a practice that may have laid the foundation for the medieval tax known as Peter's pence. Additionally, Alfred received sacred relics from the Pope, including what was believed to be a piece of the true cross. Well, despite all of these moments of peace and all of the little gifts, Alfred was forced to address a significant Danish raid and more incursions. In 885, a considerable Viking force raided Kent, seizing the city of Rochester and constructing a temporary fortification. Alfred's response was swift. He mobilized an Anglo-Saxon force that drove the Danes back to their ships. They eventually fled to another part of Britain, and by the following summer, they had completely left the country. The ongoing threat posed by the Danes prompted Alfred to take proactive measures. Shortly after the raid on Rochester, he dispatched his fleet to East Anglia, ostensibly for plunder, according to his biographer Asser, though this rationale is debatable. The expedition encountered a Danish fleet, of around 13 or perhaps up to 16 ships, which led to a naval battle in which Alfred's forces triumphed and captured a considerable amount of spoil. However, as Alfred's fleet attempted to depart, they were ambushed at the mouth of the river Stour by a Danish force, resulting in a defeat for the weakened Anglo-Saxon fleet. In 886, Alfred made significant strides in urban recovery and defense by reoccupying and beginning the restoration of London. He entrusted its care to his son-in-law, Aethelred, the earldoman of Mercia. During this time, Alfred notably changed his title to King of the Anglo-Saxons, reflecting a broader sphere of influence beyond Wessex. The refurbishment efforts in London likely included a new street layout and strengthening of its defences, possibly extending the existing Roman fortifications and adding new ones along the south bank of the Thames River. By 888, 2 years later, Alfred's leadership had garnered the allegiance of the Saxon people across what was likely then a rather fragmented England. This period also saw the deaths of prominent figures like Aethelred, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and in 889, Guthrum, also known as Aethelstan after his baptism. Alfred's one-time adversary turned ally and the ruler of East Anglia. Guthrum's death created a power vacuum that attracted new contenders for control and, of course, altered the politics of the region. The peaceful interlude was broken in the 890s, when Viking forces, finding their European holdings unsatisfactory, launched another major incursion into England. In 892, or perhaps early 893, a large contingent of Danes, including families indicating plans for a settlement, split into two groups and fortified themselves in Kent, at Appledore and Milton, under leaders including the notorious Hastin. Despite ongoing negotiations, the Vikings from Appledore initiated a series of movements that led them into conflict with Alfred's forces directly. Initially repelled and forced to give hostages at Thorney, they soon regrouped with their comrades at Shoebury after additional defeats. Alfred, upon learning of a simultaneous siege on Exeter and another location in North Devon, swiftly mobilized to relieve Exeter and successfully lifted the siege. The Danes' subsequent maneuvers across England were strategically countered by Alfred and his ealdormen, culminating in their blockade and near starvation at Bootington. The Danish forces ultimately retreated to Chester, where they endured a harsh winter with very few supplies, courtesy of Alfred's scorched earth tactics. By 894 or 95, the Vikings were compelled to withdraw to Essex due to food shortages. In a strategic shift, Alfred decided to block their escape routes on the Thames and Lee rivers, forcing them to abandon their positions and move to Quatbridge near Bridgnorth. By 897, exhausted and unable to sustain their campaigns, the remaining Danish forces either settled in Northumbria and East Anglia or returned back home to the continent, marking a significant downturn in the large-scale Viking threat to Alfred's realm. The Anglo-Saxon military system that King Alfred inherited was traditionally built on the levy of local militias known as the Fyrd, that's Fyrd, where each freedman was required to serve and face severe penalties for non-compliance. This system, which had been effective in its time, proved to be insufficient against the tactics employed by Danish invaders, who utilized quick raids from fortified bases, leading to significant challenges for the Anglo-Saxons who struggled with mobilization and logistics. Under King Ian of Wessex's law code around 694, the penalties for neglecting military service were harsh, reflecting the importance of military readiness. Landholding nobles could face fines of up to 120 shillings and forfeiture of land, a significant deterrent aimed at maintaining a ready and responsive military force. However, the Viking raids of the 9th century exposed the vulnerabilities of this defense system. The Danes' strategy of utilizing fortified bases and quick raids and retreats gave them a tactical advantage over the Anglo-Saxons, who traditionally massed in shield walls for direct combat in the open area. The static nature of the Anglo-Saxon response often led them to being outmaneuvered and their resources drained during prolonged engagements. Recognizing these issues, Alfred initiated comprehensive military reforms following his victory at Edington in 878. Inspired possibly by his observations of Carolingian strategies against similar threats and the existing fortification systems in Mercia, Alfred implemented a more centralized approach to defense and military readiness. This included the development of a network of burhs, that's a word for fortified town, and the reorganization of the Fyrd into a more mobile and standing army that could respond more swiftly to threats. Additionally, Alfred established a small naval fleet to better secure the waterways and coasts against the Viking fleets. Alfred also reformed the administrative and taxation systems to support these military reforms. The Trinota Necessitas required landholders to fulfill military service, participate in fortress work, and maintain bridges, essential duties that supported both defense and also infrastructure. The Hyde, a land measurement unit representing the land needed to support a family, became the basis for assessing these obligations. Landowners were thus conscripted into military service based on the size of their holdings, ensuring a reliable source of manpower for the king's campaigns. Alfred's military reforms included the establishment of a network of fortified sites known as burhs. These were situated approximately 30 kilometers apart in strategic locations, allowing forces to respond quickly to any attack within a day's march. The Burgal Hittij, a contemporary document, details these defenses, specifying the number of men required for each burh's maintenance based on its size, a system that reflected a sophisticated approach to logistical planning in military defense. The burhs themselves, of course, varied significantly in form and size, from refurbished Roman towns like Winchester, enhanced with additional fortifications, to newly built earthwork fortifications like Burpham. The larger fortifications could be quite substantial, as in Winchester, while smaller sites served more as lookout points or minor defensive positions. These fortifications were not isolated, but connected by a network of roads known as herepaths, designed for rapid military communication and deployment. The roads inhibited Viking movements and facilitated the quick assembly of forces from multiple bows, complicating the raiders' ability to execute their hit-and-run tactics. The Vikings, who were accustomed to quick looting raids followed by retreats to their fortified camps, found it increasingly difficult to penetrate deep into Wessex without facing organized and sustained resistance. Alfred's innovations extended to naval warfare also. Recognizing the importance of naval power in countering Viking threats, Alfred commissioned a fleet of ships that were significantly larger and better designed for combat than the typical Viking vessels. These ships were intended to intercept Viking raiders before they could land, aiming to prevent raids altogether. However, despite their advanced design, Alfred's ships proved less maneuverable in the confined waters, where naval engagements typically occurred, illustrating the practical limitations of his naval innovation. In one notable naval engagement in 896, Alfred's fleet managed to trap several Viking ships at the river's mouth. The engagement highlighted both the strengths and weaknesses of Alfred's naval strategy. His ships succeeded in blocking the Vikings' escape and captured or destroyed several enemy vessels, yet their size and design also proved to be a disadvantage, as some of Alfred's ships ran aground. The battle concluded with heavy losses on both sides, but the Vikings' inability to sustain their raiding campaign was a testament to the increasing effectiveness of Alfred's military strategy. Alfred's compilation of the Dombok, or Law Code, is a significant example of early medieval legal practices and the role of kingship in legislative activities. His laws were a blend of earlier Anglo-Saxon laws, biblical texts, and his own additions and reforms. The Law Code began with an introduction that included translations of biblical laws, such as the Ten Commandments, and excerpts from the Book of Exodus and the Apostolic Letter, which were meant to provide a divine justification for the secular laws that followed. Alfred's Code was notable not just for its content, but also for its structure and the rationale behind it. The Code was organized into 120 chapters, mirroring the age of Moses at his death and symbolically linking Alfred's laws into the Mosaic Law, emphasizing a continuity from divine law to human secular legislation. This symbolic linkage was underscored by the integration of the Apostolic Letter, which reinterpreted Christ's teachings to affirm the law codes of the Old Testament, rather than to replace them, thereby grounding Alfred's legal reforms in a more broader Christian context. Well, what about the laws themselves? Well, they range from penalties for breaches of the peace to regulations on public behavior and the management of property. Among these, Alfred emphasized the importance of oath-keeping and the faithful execution of legal commitments as foundational to societal order and justice. The focus reflects Alfred's concern with maintaining social stability and justice through a reliable and respected legal system. However, the laws were not merely practical. They also served an ideological purpose. They were intended as a manifesto of Christian kingship, presenting Alfred not only as a secular ruler, but as a divinely guided legislator whose authority was modeled on biblical prophets and kings. This is evident from his introduction, which stresses the king's role in defining and enforcing just laws as a reflection of God's will. Despite their comprehensive nature, the laws sometimes conflicted with those of his predecessors, like the aforementioned King Ine of Wessex, which suggests that the Domboc was also a statement of political authority aimed at consolidating legal practices and enhancing the king's role as the central figure in governance. Alfred's reforms extended beyond lawmaking into the realm of judicial administration. He took an active interest in judicial proceedings and insisted on reviewing decisions made by his ealdormen and reeves, emphasizing the need for fairness and the careful application of laws. His insistence that judges be literate so that they could engage with the laws directly illustrates his unique commitment to a knowledgeable and effective judiciary. His commitment to reviving learning and religious life in Wessex during his reign was a multifaceted endeavor, aimed at restoring the cultural and spiritual foundations of his kingdom in the wake of the devastating Viking invasions. This initiative was not only a response to the physical and economic damage inflicted by the raids, but also addressed a perceived moral and educational decline that Alfred believed had weakened the kingdom. Recruitment of scholars. Understanding the importance of knowledge and education in governance and society, Alfred looked beyond Wessex for intellectual support. He attracted scholars from Mercia, Wales, and even the continent, enhancing the intellectual environment of his court. And these scholars were pivotal in Alfred's court school and his broader educational reforms. Establishment of a court school. His establishment of a court school was a landmark in Anglo-Saxon education. It served not only his children, but also the children of the nobility and promising students of lesser birth. The curriculum was comprehensive, including both Latin and Old English, and focused on writing and the arts. This initiative reflected Alfred's recognition of the role of education in leadership and governance, and aimed to cultivate a learned advisory class. Focus on clerical education. Alfred's efforts extended to clerical education, emphasizing the need for a knowledgeable and effective clergy capable of guiding the spiritual life of the community. He distributed translations of key religious texts, such as Gregory the Great's Pastoral Care, to ensure that priests were well prepared for their pastoral duties. Now, this also involved using bishops as royal officials and even judges, which blurred the lines between the secular and spiritual authority, but also leveraged their roles to strengthen the kingdom's administrative and judicial systems. Manuscript production and learning. The revival of learning in general under Alfred also meant the revival of manuscript production, which had suffered greatly due to Viking attacks, especially at Lindisfarne. Churches and monastic schools were the centers of learning and manuscript production, and their destruction had a severe impact on education. Alfred's support for these institutions was crucial in restoring their educational function. Do remember that this was long before the printing press, If you wanted a book, it had to be wrote by hand. But they took a great deal of pride in doing this. And, well, they're fun to look through. Challenges and legacy. Despite all of these efforts, Alfred faced significant challenges. The scale of destruction brought by the Viking invasions meant that the rebuilding was going to be slow and arduous. The educational decline had been severe, and many church lands had been lost or were under threat. Alfred's pragmatic approach sometimes involved reallocating church lands to defend against further Viking attacks, which shows the difficult choices he faced in balancing his spiritual obligations with the practicalities of defense. Well, all in all, Alfred's revival of learning was not merely about restoring old institutions, but adapting and strengthening them against future threats. His strategic establishment of educational and religious centers, along with his fostering of a learned class, contributed to the cultural administrative resurgence that would characterize later Anglo-Saxon England. This period laid the groundwork for the intellectual flourishing of the 10th century and beyond, making Alfred not just a warrior king, but also a patron of education, whose legacy shaped English identity and governance long after his reign. The reforms reflect a visionary approach, blending pragmatic governance with a profound respect for learning and education, aimed at revitalizing a society that was so weakened by warfare and cultural decline. His push to establish schools and promote literacy among the English nobility and free men, especially for its time, was nothing short of revolutionary. By advocating for primary education in English, Alfred made learning accessible to a broader segment of society, not just the ecclesiastical elite. This policy not only democratized knowledge, but also fortified a cultural identity that united his people against external threats. His focus on educating those in positions of authority, ensuring they could fulfill their roles with wisdom and justice, was particularly astute, linking the stability of his realm directly to the education of its leaders. Alfred's translation initiative, where he targeted essential texts for translation from Latin into English, was pivotal in preserving and extending knowledge. The works chosen, including philosophical and religious texts, were intended to provide moral guidance, but also practical wisdom to the people. This effort not only made significant knowledge accessible, but also helped in establishing a vernacular literature that would influence English culture for generations. The translations of these works, often termed Alfredian, if not directly penned by him, underscore his role as a patron of scholars and scholarship. His personal involvement in the translation of these works, like Gregory the Great's pastoral care, illustrates his personal commitment to the people's spiritual and moral welfare. This work in particular, circulated widely among bishops, was intended to enhance the care of pastors across Wessex, directly reflecting his policy of using spiritual authority to reinforce the stability of society. His translations are marked by an intent to clarify and adapt the original texts to reflect the local needs and modern realities, often incorporating his own interpretations and additions that aligned with his philosophic and kingly responsibilities. Thus, the lasting impact of Alfred's educational reforms is evident in the sustained production of literature and the maintenance of a learned culture in the centuries that followed. Manuscripts from this time became foundational texts in English religious and philosophical thought. Moreover, Alfred's establishment of a court school laid the groundwork for educational institutions that would eventually emerge in medieval England, fostering a tradition of educated governance. His death on October the 26th, 899, at the age of 50 or perhaps 51, marked the end of a reign that significantly shaped England. His death, attributed to a painful and chronic illness that modern doctors suspect may have been either Crohn's disease or hemorrhoids, highlights the human side of a king often revered for his military and scholarly achievements, just as vulnerable as the rest of us. After his death, Alfred was initially laid to rest at the Old Minster in Winchester alongside his wife, Ailswith, and later his son, Edward the Elder. In life, he had planned for a more permanent family mausoleum, leading to the construction of the new minster in Winchester. His foresight for a family burial place shows his commitment to his own family and understanding of legacy, which was not just about kingship, but also establishing a familial dynasty. However, the turmoil of the subsequent centuries saw Alfred's remains, and those of his family, exhumed and moved multiple times. About 4 years after his death, as the new minster was completed, his and his family's bodies were relocated there. This rest was unfortunately disrupted by the Norman conquest of 1066, which led to widespread demolition of Anglo-Saxon structures, including the new minster. The monks, foreseeing the destruction, preemptively moved the royal remains to Hyde Abbey, a new site they established to the north of the city. Hyde Abbey's fate was sealed during the dissolution of the monasteries under Henry VIII. In 1538, the abbey was demolished and its materials repurposed for local construction. Mirroring the fate of many religious sites at this period. The site was then used for agriculture until 1788, when it was earmarked for a new jail. During the preparation of the site for constructions, convicts unearthed numerous stone coffins, including those believed to belong to Alfred and his family. The discovery was overseen by Dr. Milner, who lamented the desecration in his writings, noting the disrespectful treatments of the remains and associated artifacts by convicts, who sold what they could for a quick profit. This was not, however, the final indignity for Alfred's remains. The jail built over his supposed resting place was demolished between 1846 and 1850. Subsequent archaeological investigations in 1866 and 1897 tried, unsuccessfully, to conclusively locate Alfred's remains. In 1866, an amateur antiquarian claimed to recover the bones from the site, which were buried by the vicar of St. Bartholomew's Church in an unmarked grave. Modern archaeological efforts in 1999 at the site of Hyde Abbey unearthed foundations and some bones, initially hoped to be Alfred's, but later proven not to be. The Livonian War, a significant conflict over the rich region of Livonia, now modern-day Latvia and Estonia, which unfolded between the years of 1558 and 1583. Initiated by Ivan the Terrible of Russia, who sought access to the Baltic Sea, the war soon involved other major powers, including the Kingdom of Poland, the Swedish Empire, and Denmark-Normandy, each aiming to curb Russian expansion and protect their own interests. The war saw Russia initially seizing Livonia, but unable to sustain its hold due to multiple fronts and internal issues, facing pushbacks from the newly formed Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the growing power of Sweden. The conflict finally ended in 1583, forcing Russia to relinquish its claims on the territory. Not many people talk about it, but I do. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, good to meet you, and if you're coming back, great to have you with me again. As always, if you want to support the channel, you're already doing it. I bet you didn't even know that. But just by enjoying the content, that is enough for me. But for those who want to go above and beyond, you may refer to the video description, or just like and subscribe. Always greases the wheels. And now, for our somewhat avant-garde topic of the day, we go back to the 16th century, to that conflict that no one really talks about. By the mid-16th century, old Livonia was economically prosperous, but it was politically fragmented and religiously divided within the decentralized Livonian Confederation. This was a region that included the Livonian branch of the Teutonic Order, several prince-bishoprics such as Dorpat and Oselviak, and the Archbishopric of Riga, the city of Riga, and Kurland. Now, cities like Riga, Dorpat, and Reval, along with the knightly estates, held privileges that allowed them significant autonomy. Thus, the Confederation's common institutions were limited to the landtags, which were assemblies that convened regularly but did not manage to consolidate power effectively. Tensions were exacerbated by rivalries, notably between the Archbishop of Riga and the Landmeister of the Order, each vying for dominance and power. The Reformation had reached Livonia in the 1520s, initiating this slow transition to Lutheranism and creating a schism within the order. You see, there were many members that had remained sympathetic to the old ways of Roman Catholicism. Not everybody had agreed with Martin Luther's revolution, and, well, there were some bitter memories from some of the violence of that time. Either way, this religious transformation and lack of strong centralized leadership had left Livonia vulnerable to external threats from both sides, and of course, the normal internal disputes. Push was certainly about to come to shove. The lesser nobles, including the Order's Landmeister and the Gebet-Tigers, fiercely protected their privileges, resisting the formation of a more powerful noble class. The Archbishopric of Riga, however, was an exception, where Wilhelm von Brandenburg, with the support from his brother Albert of Brandenburg-Ansbach, overcame the resistance of these lesser nobles. Albert, a former Prussian Hochmeister who had secularized the Southern Teutonic Order state to become the Duke of Prussia in 1525, supported the appointment of one Wilhelm and his coadjutor Christoph von Mecklenburg. Their agenda in Livonia included establishing a hereditary duchy modeled after Prussian governance, contrary to the interests of those who oppose secularization and the dissolution of traditional order structures. And thus, as the Livonian War began, the Hanseatic League had lost its exclusive control over the lucrative Baltic Sea trade. The League, which was once dominant, now competed with emerging mercantile fleets from the Dutch 17 provinces, and of course France. The Hanseatic ships, outdated and less capable in combat compared to modern warships, struggled to maintain relevance. This decline in maritime prowess left the League unable to sustain a formidable navy, diminishing its trade shares and leaving its Livonian cities like Riga, Reval, and the trading partner Narva vulnerable without adequate naval protection. The Danish navy, the era's Baltic powerhouse, not only controlled the crucial access to the Baltic Sea, but also imposed tolls and commanded key islands like Bornholm and Gotland, enhancing their strategic naval dominance. But on the other hand, Sweden, constrained by Danish territories to the south and a dearth of year-round ice-free ports, found its access to Baltic commerce limited. However, Sweden did manage to thrive economically due to its exports of timber, iron, and notably copper, benefiting from a burgeoning navy and its proximity to the Livonian ports across the narrow Gulf of Finland. Prior ambitions by Sweden to expand into Livonia were thwarted by Russian intervention, culminating in the Russo-Swedish War of 1554–57 and the subsequent Treaty of Novgorod in 1557, which halted Swedish advances, albeit momentarily. Thus, by the mid-16th century, Russia had significantly expanded its territory and influence, and it managed to absorb the principalities of Novgorod in 1478 and Sukhov in 1510, becoming a formidable eastern neighbor to Livonia. This expansion continued as Russia annexed the Khanates of Kazan in 1552 and Astrakhan in 1556, further strengthening its position. However, Russia faced challenges with its isolation from sea trade, notably with the new Ivangorod port, built by Tsar Ivan the Terrible on the Narva River in 1550, which had proved over time to be quite inadequate, mainly due to its shallow waters. Tsar Ivan IV, seeking to ensure access and control over the Baltic, demanded the Livonian Confederation pay about 6,000 marks to maintain the bishopric of Dorpat, claiming historical dues paid to Sukhov when it was independent. The Livonians agreed to pay by 1557, but failed, leading to the breakdown of negotiations. Ivan used this failure as a pretext to threaten military force to secure a trade corridor linking the Baltic with Russia's new territories near the Caspian Sea, emphasizing the need for advanced weaponry imports, in case of conflict with Western powers. Meanwhile, Polish King and Lithuanian Grand Duke Sigismund II Augustus was concerned about Russian ambitions, which threatened important trade routes and political balance. Sigismund supported his cousin, Wilhelm von Brandenburg, the Archbishop of Riga, against the Livonian Order's Landmeister, Wilhelm von Fürstenberg. Sigismund aimed to turn Livonia into a vassal state, just like the Duchy of Prussia under Duke Albert. But the problem was, local support for this was weak. Back in Livonia, internal conflicts escalated when von Fürstenberg captured key strongholds in 1556, leading to the capture and detention of von Brandenburg and Christoph von Mecklenburg. This triggered diplomatic efforts for their release, involving various European powers. A planned meeting in Lübeck in 1557 to resolve these issues was cancelled due to disputes and infighting, prompting Sigismund to intervene militarily after the killing of his envoy. Now on to Sigismund, whose invasion forced a reconciliation among the Livonian parties, leading to the Treaty of Pozvol in September of 1557. This treaty formed a defensive and offensive alliance against Russia and set the stage for the broader conflict, an alignment that reshaped the entire regional dynamic. Ivan IV perceived the Livonian Confederation's alliance with Polish-Lithuanian Union under the Treaty of Pozvol as a breach of the earlier 1554 truce that prohibited alliances with Poland-Lithuania. This prompted Ivan to invade Livonia on the 22nd of January, 1558. Locally, many Livonians saw Russian troops as liberators from their German oppressors, and thus they let them pretty much march right in. Several Livonian forces quickly fell. Russian forces captured Dorpat in May and Narva in July, and later besieged Reval. Despite the initial setbacks, the forces of Livonia, bolstered by 1,200 Landsknechts, 100 gunners, and substantial ammunition provided to them by the Germans, managed to recapture Wesenberg and a few other key strongholds. However, significant territories like Dorpat and Narva remained under Russian control. Thus the Russian advance was led by the Khan of Kasim Shagali, alongside other Tatar princes, commanding a mix of Russian boyars, Tatar, and Pomesno cavalry, predominantly accompanied by foot soldier Cossacks. Thus Russia continued to consolidate its gains through 1559 and 1560, one after the other. Of course, immediately after the invasion from the Russians, Livonia sought assistance from Emperor Ferdinand I, without success, and subsequently sought protection from Poland-Lithuania, the next best option. The Landmeister von Fürstenberg fled, and Gotthard Kettler took his palace. In June of 1559, Livonia formally came under Polish-Lithuanian protection with the First Treaty of Vilnius. Yes, indeed, that is the capital of Lithuania. Through the Polish Sejm hesitated to ratify the treaty, seeing it as only pertinent to the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. As Russian forces continued their incursions, Livonia attempted to negotiate a pause by signing a 6-month truce with Russia from May to November, while the Russians engaged in their own Russo-Crimean wars keeping them busy enough, hopefully, as the Livonians had thought, busy enough to ignore their territories at least for a little while. But in January 1560, amid the ongoing conflict on all sides, Sigismund of Poland-Lithuania sent the ambassador Martin Volodkov to Ivan's court in an unsuccessful attempt to halt the Russian military's devastation of the rural parts of Livonia. Russian military tactics during their advance into Livonia included numerous small campaigns and very effective sieges, leveraging musketeers and artillery to breach wooden defenses, which in some parts of the world, well, musketeers and artillery were still a little bit new. Of course, we had cannons since that terrible, terrible day in 1453 when we lost Constantinople, but still, some people took a little while to catch up. Not a good sign, though, when your enemy has the cannons and muskets and you don't. Now, back to the main topic. Well, despite capturing several fortresses like Felin, the Russians could not secure major cities like Riga, Reval, and Pernau. The Livonian knights faced a severe setback, however, at the Battle of Ergem in August of 1560, indicating deep-rooted issues within the Livonian defenses and possibly reflecting on some divisions within the Russian nobility about the timing of the invasion. You see, amidst these military engagements, the political landscape was always shifting. Eric XV of Sweden declined assistance requests from Livonian orders Gotthard Kettler, as well as from Poland, leading Kettler to seek support from Sigismund II Augustus of Poland. The Livonian Order, which was unable to withstand the Russian onslaught, was simply dissolved in the Second Treaty of Vilnius in 1561. The treaty secularized the Order's lands, creating the Duchy of Livonia and the Duchy of Courland and Semigalia under the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, with Kettler becoming the first Duke of Courland, and, of course, converting to Lutheranism, raising a few eyebrows with that decision. Now, the Treaty of Vilnius included the Privilegium Sigismundi Augusti, which Sigismund used to guarantee Livonian estates certain privileges such as religious freedom, according to the Augsburg Confession, and the maintenance of traditional German administration. Specifically, the treaty's terms on religious freedom explicitly prohibited any interference with the Protestant order by either religious or secular authorities, effectively allowing the entire institution to do whatever it wants and run rampant. But of course, during this period, some members of the Lithuanian nobility, discontent with the expanding Polish-Lithuanian Union, approached Tsar Ivan IV and simply offered him the Lithuanian crown. And, well, Ivan, he did publicly entertain this proposal, possibly as a genuine consideration, or more likely as a strategic move to buy time for bolstering his forces in Livonia. Throughout 1561, a Russo-Lithuanian truce was observed, but it was set to expire the following year, illustrating a temporary cessation of hostilities amidst all the complicated politics. In an effort to secure Danish protection and financial backing, Bishop Johann von Munchausen struck a deal on September 26, 1559, granting Frederick II of Denmark-Norway, the authority to appoint the Bishop of Osel-Vieck. This arrangement effectively sold these territories for a great sum. Frederick nominated his brother, Duke Magnus of Holstein, as bishop, who assumed control in April 1560. Concerned about increasing regional instability, Denmark-Norway sought to mediate peace once more. However, Magnus pursued his interests aggressively, buying the bishopric of Kurland without Frederick's approval, and attempting to expand into Harien-Virland, that being Harju and Virumma, clashing directly with King Erik of Sweden. Thus, in 1561, Swedish forces marched onto the scene, leading the noble corporations of Harien-Virland and Jerven to submit to Swedish authority, thereby forming the Duchy of Estonia. Similarly, Reval, which was modern-day Tallinn, came under Swedish control. Denmark's dominance over the Baltic spurred Sweden's expansion eastward to challenge this control and to influence Western trade with Russia. These actions contributed to the onset of the Northern 7 Years' War, which is, of course, a topic for another video. Sorry about that. I'll get to it eventually, don't worry. So, by 1561, Frederick II had protested that Swedish presence in Reval, citing historical Danish claims to the territory. The situation escalated when Swedish forces captured another territory, Pernau, in June of 1562, and attempted to secure Swedish protection for Riga, leading to further conflict with Sigismund. But Sigismund had maintained ties with Erik V's brother, John the Duke of Finland, who was later John III, and in October of 1562, John married Sigismund's sister, Catherine. This marriage thwarted a potential union with Ivan V. While Erik V initially approved the marriage, he was infuriated when John loaned Sigismund $120,000, receiving 7 Livonian castles as collateral. It's a great deal of money, by the way. This led Erik V to simply arrest and throw John into prison in August of 1563, which of course prompted Sigismund to form an alliance with Denmark and Lubeck against Erik V by October of the same year. The entry of Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Poland-Lithuania into Livonia marked the beginning of the greater struggle over the Baltic Sea, referred to as the Dominium Maris Balticae. The early years of this conflict, starting from the mid-16th century, were marked by intense military engagement. However, from 1562, a period of low-intensity warfare ensued and lasted until 1570, at which point the conflict escalated once again. During this time, the Nordic 7 Years' War, which involved Denmark, Sweden, and Poland-Lithuania, was primarily focused in the western Baltic, though Livonia did continue to hold its own strategic importance. Thus, by 1562, Denmark and Russia reached the Treaty of Mozask, which allowed for the mutual respect of claims in Livonia and maintained peaceful relations between the two. By 1564, Sweden and Russia also agreed to a 7-year truce. Both rulers of these nations, Ivan and Erik, of Russia and Sweden, respectively, exhibited signs of, well, let's just say mental instability during this period. You may want to watch my video on Ivan. Ivan IV's establishment of the Oprichnina in 1565 led to a phase of political turmoil and near civil war within Russia, as he targeted and executed many nobles and common folk alike, contributing to an overall climate of fear and instability. Indeed, the epithet Ivan the Terrible was one that was very well and thoroughly earned. It's not just a nickname. Now, when the Russo-Lithuanian truce expired in 1562, Tsar Ivan of Russia declined an extension offered by Sigismund II of Poland-Lithuania, opting instead to simply reinforce his military presence in Livonia. This, of course, led to an all-out invasion of Lithuania, marked by the capture of Vitebsk and a significant victory at Polotsk in 1563. Despite initial losses, Lithuania managed notable victories at the Battle of Ulla in 1564 and Sasniki in 1567, amidst the ongoing skirmishes. But of course, this period was also troubling for Ivan IV, who faced internal dissent, notably from Andrei Kurbsky, a former ally who had defected. In response to perceived threats and disloyalty, Ivan relocated his capital to the Alexandrov Kremlin and intensified his oppressive Oprichnina campaign to eliminate opposition. In 1566, Lithuanian diplomats proposed a division of Livonia with Russia, aiming for a joint effort to expel Swedish influence from the region. However, Russian diplomats viewed this as a sign of Lithuanian weakness and countered by demanding complete control over Livonia, including key trading posts such as Riga, which was of course vital for Lithuanian commerce. The negotiations broke down, leading to the resumption of hostilities. It was on again, well and truly. The complex situation in Livonia and the ongoing conflict eventually led to the Treaty of Lublin in 1569, which united Poland and Lithuania into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, incorporating Livonia under their joint sovereignty. This new political entity aimed to consolidate power and manage regional threats more effectively. At least, that was the idea. Now, by 1570, a temporary truce was reached with Russia, and it lasted 3 years. However, the death of Sigismund II in 1572 initiated the first free election in Polish history, raising significant succession questions. Ivan IV proposed radical terms for a potential personal union, which were ultimately rejected by the Polish-Lithuanian nobility, leading to the election of one Henry of Valois as the new monarch. In 1564, the Treaty of Dorpat marked a significant accord between Sweden and Russia, with Russia finally acknowledging Swedish control over Reval and other fortresses, while Sweden recognized Russian sovereignty over the majority of Livonia. This was an agreement that led to a 7-year truce between the two nations, which started in the following year, 1565. However, they rarely last. Internal turmoil in Sweden led to the overthrow of Eric XV in 1568 due to his involvement in the Stur murders, resulting in his half-brother John III ascending to the throne, and with him all of his new fancy ideas. So, during this period, both Russia and Sweden were preoccupied with internal and external pressures, and both of them were eager to avoid an intensification of the conflict in Livonia. Simply too much dust to sweep up at home, it seems. No one really wanted to be involved in an international conflict when there was so many troubling things already behind them. Now, Ivan IV of Russia had previously shown interest in marrying the Polish-Lithuanian princess, Catherine Jagiellonica, who was now John III's wife. To assert his claim, Ivan IV sent a delegation to Sweden in 1567 to demand her hand in marriage. This, of course, this did not make John III very happy, that someone had sent a bunch of his friends to simply say, "We would like to take your wife back to marry our friend." Indeed, John was understandably upset. Wouldn't you be? Tensions heightened once more. So, in July of 1569, John III dispatched a diplomatic mission led by Paul Justen, the Bishop of Arbo, to Russia. But the delegation arrived in Novgorod in September, facing harsh treatment. They were not welcome. The local governor, refusing direct negotiations, demanded that the Swedish envoys recognize him as the equal of their king. After what was very short glances at one another, they simply refused this demand. But of course, this led to the mistreatment and even the public humiliation of the Swedish delegations. And those tensions, they kept being heightened again and again. By May in 1570, Ivan, returning to Moscow and having signed a truce with the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, felt secure enough to dismiss the Swedish envoys without fearing immediate military repercussions. Thus negotiations continued in Novgorod, where the Russian demands only intensified. They wanted more and more, and it included the relinquishment of Swedish claims to Reval, military support, monetary compensation, access to Finnish silver mines, and the acceptance of Ivan's proposed title as, get this, Lord of Sweden. Now that's a hard pill to swallow for the Swedes, isn't it? Well, no surprise, the terms were deemed unacceptable by the Swedish delegation, which then departed following a final ultimatum from Ivan. As they were walking away, "Oh yes, if you don't meet these demands, it's war." Now, the failure to reach an agreement, of course, renewed hostilities. Justen was left behind, and King John formally rejected the Russian ultimatum. The breakdown in diplomacy led directly to the resumption of armed conflict, further destabilizing the already tense situation in the Baltic region. The Northern 7 Years' War, which erupted in 1563 and concluded in 1570 with the Treaty of Stettin, was primarily fought across western and southern Scandinavia and involved several crucial naval battles in the Baltic Sea. This conflict underscored the escalating disputes between Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, influencing the broader regional dynamic of Northern Europe. During this war in 1565, when the Danish-held fortress of Varberg capitulated to Swedish forces, 150 Danish mercenaries managed to avoid the massacre of the garrison by defecting over to the Swedish side. Among these defectors was one Pontus de la Gardie, who later emerged as a pivotal military leader in the ongoing Livonian War. Now, back to the Livonian front, which also felt the war's impact, particularly during a naval operation in July 1569, when Danish Admiral Peder Munch bombarded the Swedish-controlled city of Reval from the sea. Although the Treaty of Stettin affirmed Denmark as a dominant force in northern Europe, it did not succeed in re-establishing the earlier Kalmar Union. The treaty imposed unfavorable conditions on Sweden, sparking a series of conflicts that eventually culminated in the Great Northern War, ending only in 1720. Under the terms of the Treaty of Stettin, Sweden was compelled to relinquish her territories in Livonia in exchange for compensation promised by the Holy Roman Emperor Maximilian II. However, the Holy Roman Emperor Maximilian II decided not to deliver the promised payment and diminished his influence in Baltic affairs. Consequently, the stipulations concerning Livonia in the treaty were largely disregarded, allowing the Livonian War to persist. Now, from Tsar Ivan's perspective, the treaty potentially enabled the regional powers to consolidate and form an alliance against Russia, and he couldn't have that, particularly as these powers were no longer embroiled in conflict with one another. They might turn against him. Well, in the early 1570s, King John III of Sweden contended with a significant Russian offensive in Estonia. The city of Reval, ever the battleground, successfully resisted sieges in 1570 and 71, though several smaller towns did fall to Russian forces. The conflict intensified on the 23rd of January, when a Swedish force of 700 infantry and 600 cavalry, led by Klas Åkesson Dott, engaged a much larger Russian and Tatar army of 16,000 men, commanded by Khan Sain Bulat, at the Battle of Lod near Kolover village. The confrontation culminated in the Russian capture and subsequent sacking of Weissenstein in 1573, where Russian forces notoriously roasted some of the Swedish garrison leaders alive, including the commander. Not a good way to go. Well, this brutal act was provoking a Swedish retaliatory campaign centered in Wesenberg, and they very angrily initiated it in November of 1573, with Klas Åkesson Dott in overall command and Pontus de la Gardie as the field commander. Concurrently, Russian forces conducted raids deep into Finland, reaching as far as Helsingfors, which was the old name for Helsinki, by the way, the capital of Finland, in 1572. A 2-year truce was eventually signed in 1575 to pause hostilities on this front. However, John's counter-offensive floundered during the siege of Wesenberg in 1574 due to internal infighting among German and Scottish units within the Swedish army and the severe challenges posed by fighting in harsh winter conditions. The ongoing war in Livonia imposed a heavy financial burden on Sweden. By the end of 1573, the Swedish crown was deeply indebted to its German mercenaries, owing them 200,000 thaler. In a desperate bid to secure more time for repayment, John offered the castles of Hapsal, Lille, and Lod as collateral, which, upon his failure to pay, were subsequently sold off to Denmark. Simultaneously, efforts by Magnus to besiege Swedish-controlled Reval faltered, receiving no support from either Ivan of Russia or his brother Frederick II of Denmark. Frederick's reluctance likely stemmed from a newfound spirit of Swedish-Danish cooperation that dissuaded him from invading Livonia on behalf of Magnus, whose territory was then a Russian vassal. The siege was ultimately abandoned in March of 1571. Following this, Swedish military actions in the Baltic increased, bolstered by the passive support of Sigismund, John's brother-in-law. Now, during the Russo-Crimean Wars, Crimean Tatars devastated Russian territories, culminating in the burning and looting of Moscow. Concurrently, Russia grappled with drought and epidemics that severely impacted its economy, while Ivan IV's oprichnina policy disrupted government operations. Following the defeat of Crimean and Nogai forces in 1572, the oprichnina was dismantled, leading to significant changes in the structure and strategy of the Russian military. Ivan IV shifted from relying on a few thousand skilled troops and mercenaries to forming his army with tens of thousands of native troops, Cossacks and Tatars. By 1576, Ivan's military strategies were gaining ground, and in 1577, 30,000 Russian soldiers crossed into Livonia, launching devastating attacks on Danish territories in retaliation for Denmark's acquisition of Hapsal, Lille, and Lode. That's right, they wanted those castles. Now, this aggression effectively ended Danish influence in Livonia, completely wiping them out, as Frederick II of Denmark receded from the region, accepting deals with Sweden and Poland that completely terminated Danish involvement. Swedish forces found themselves once again besieged in Reval, and Russian troops conducted extensive raids across central Livonia, reaching as far as Dunaburg, which was under Polish-Lithuanian control since the 1561 Treaty of Vilnius. The territories conquered during these campaigns either submitted to Ivan directly or to his vassal, Magnus, whom Ivan had declared monarch of the Kingdom of Livonia in 1570. However, Magnus soon defected from the Russian side, independently appropriating castles, which of course, made the Tsar a little bit unhappy. When Kokenhausen submitted to Magnus to avoid conflict with Ivan's forces, the Tsar responded harshly by sacking the town and executing its German commanders. The campaign subsequently focused on Venden, the historic heart and former capital of the Livonian Order, which held both strategic and symbolic significance in the region. In 1576, Stefan Bathory became King of Poland and Grand Duke of Lithuania after a contested election against the Habsburg Emperor Maximilian II, whose death in 1576 prevented further conflict. Bathory, supported by his fiancée, Anna Jagiellon, faced initial resistance from Danzig, which was resolved in 1577 when he conceded more rights to the city. He also secured military support from Prussia by appointing George Frederick as administrator in exchange for funding his campaign against Russia. Despite limited support from Polish vassals, Bathory recruited mercenaries from across Europe for his military efforts. In 1577, he formed an alliance with the Swedish King John III against Ivan of Russia, although tensions were exacerbated by unresolved inheritance issues from Sigismund II. Thus, this period saw the capture of Dunaburg by Lithuanian forces and Venden by Polish-Swedish forces in 1578, though a Russian attempt to retake Venden was tried and, well, they failed. The conflict intensified more when Ivan sent 18,000 troops in 1578, retaking Oberpalen, but failing at Venden against a significant Polish, Lithuanian, and German force, marking Ivan's first major defeat in Livonia. Bathory then improved military strategies by enhancing the hussars and artillery and recruiting even more Cossacks. He assembled a large force for an assault on Russia in 1579, capturing Polotsk and advancing through several fortresses. However, financial constraints always limit one's success, don't they? And it led to the culmination of the Truce of Jam-Zapolsky. Parallel to these events, Sweden saw significant military activity under Pontus de la Gardie, culminating in the capture of Narva in 1581, after many earlier failures. This victory was part of a broader Swedish campaign that secured multiple strategic locations, enhancing Swedish position in Livonia, despite ongoing disputes over formal control with Poland. Now, the 1582 Truce of Jam-Zapolsky, facilitated by Jesuit papal legate Antonio Posavino, marked a significant moment in the hostilities between Russia and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. This agreement, viewed as a humiliation for Tsar Ivan IV, who initiated the request for a truce, required Russia to surrender all its remaining territories in Livonia, including the strategic city of Dorpat, back to the Commonwealth. Additionally, the city of Polotsk was to remain under Commonwealth control. While the truce allowed Russia to retain any Swedish territories it captured, specifically Narva, it mandated the return of Velike Luki to Russia from Bathory's control. Despite the efforts to include Swedish interests in the negotiations led by Antonio Posavino, these attempts were ultimately dismissed, likely due to collusion between Ivan and Stefan Bathory. The resultant armistice was not a comprehensive peace treaty, but rather a temporary halt to hostilities, set to last 10 years with provisions for renewal. Indeed, the truce was renewed in 1591, and again 10 years later in 1601. Parallel to the Russo-Polish negotiations, a separate truce unfolded between Russia and Sweden. The Truce of Plusa, finalized on the 10th of August 1583, concluded the direct conflict between Russia and Sweden. Under this agreement, Russia ceded most of Ingria to Sweden, including strategic locations like Narva and Ivangorod. Initially set for 3 years, the truce was later extended until 1590. During these negotiations, Sweden ambitiously demanded substantial Russian territories, including the entire city of Novgorod. Although these demands were likely exaggerated for negotiating leverage, they show the Swedish territorial ambitions in the region. These truces collectively reshaped the politics of Northern Europe, temporarily stabilizing the region, but also setting the stage for future conflicts over the strategic and economically vital territories of the Baltic. Following the Livonian War, the Duchy of Courland and Semigalia, positioned south of the Daugava River, enjoyed political stability founded on the 1561 Treaty of Vilnius. This treaty, later augmented by the 1617 Formula Regiminus and Statuta Curlandiae, favored local nobles by reducing the duke's powers. Conversely, north of the Daugava, Stefan Bathory diminished the privileges once granted to the Duchy of Livonia, seeing the region as war spoils. Amidst all of these shifts, the Counter-Reformation was also gaining momentum, supported by Bathory's policies, which bolstered the Roman Catholic Church at the expense of the Protestants. However, these efforts did not significantly convert the predominantly Lutheran population of Livonia. Now, the region, for a long time after, had remained just as tumultuous. The Russo-Swedish truce ended in 1590, reigniting conflict that concluded with the Treaty of Teucina in 1595, 5 years later, where Sweden ceded territories back to Russia. And then there was the domestic strife in Sweden that led to a civil war and the eventual dethronement of Sigismund III by the Swedish Riksdag in 1599. The ensuing power struggles and wars, of course, bled over into Livonia, involving Swedish, Polish, Lithuanian, and Russian forces in various conflicts. It was during this period Sweden, under Charles IX, and later Gustavus Adolphus, managed to assert control over parts of Livonia, culminating in the establishment of Swedish Livonia. In 1629, the Treaty of Altmark and the 1645 Treaty of Bromsebro further solidified Swedish claims, with the latter treaty ceding Danish province of Osel to Sweden. And these territorial arrangements were upheld by subsequent treaties in 1660. The political configuration lasted until the early 18th century, when the Great Northern War resulted in Russian dominance over Estonia and Livonia, formalized by the Treaty of Nystad in 1721. This, of course, marked a significant shift in the control of the Baltic region from Sweden to Russian hands, and I suppose you'll have to hear about it once I make a video on the Great Northern War. Jan Hus, born around 1369 in the modern nation of Czech Republic, a significant pre-Reformation religious reformer, a theologian, and a central figure in the Bohemian Reformation. Hus was influenced by the writings of John Wycliffe, and his ideas emphasized personal piety and the authority of the Bible over the dictates of the church system, which he openly criticized for its corruption, sale of indulgences, and wealth. Ordained as a priest in 1401, Hus became a popular preacher in Prague, notably at the Bethlehem Chapel, where he spoke against the moral failings of the clergy, bishops, and even the papacy itself. His call for reforms and criticisms of the Church's power, of course, did not earn him many friends, and it led to his excommunication, and eventually to his arrest and trial at the Council of Constance. Despite a promise of safe conduct from Emperor Sigismund, Hus was burned at the stake as a heretic on the 6th of July, 1415. His martyrdom ignited the Hussite Wars, a series of conflicts driven by religious controversy and national sentiment in Bohemia. Thus, the legacy of Jan Hus is profound, and he is remembered for his contributions to church reform and Czech national identity. In fact, he is still celebrated annually on the 6th of July as a national holiday in the Czech Republic. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, very good to meet you. If you are coming back, it's great to see you again, as always. And if you'd like to support the channel, do so by just relaxing and enjoying yourself. If you want to go a step further than that, 2 clicks of the like and subscribe respectively help. And if you want to go even further, check out the description. But before any of that, please allow yourself to become as relaxed as you can while we look into the life of Jan Hus. Jan Hus's birth year to this date remains still a little uncertain, with estimates ranging from 1369 to as late as 1375, though recent studies suggest 1372 may be the most accurate. Yet we're yet to find solid, conclusive writings and evidence of this. Contrary to the folkloric belief that he was born on July 6th, the day he died, there is also no evidence supporting this coincidence. But we do know that Hus hailed from Husinec, a village in southern Bohemia, and took his last name from it, which might have been due to the unfamiliarity with his father, or simply a local custom of the era. Now, interestingly, Hus translates to goose in Czech, a symbol later used metaphorically to describe him as the Bohemian goose, in a prophetic dream of Frederick, the Elector of Saxony. The other details of his early life and family remain largely undocumented, except that his father was named Michael, and he had a brother, evident from his concern for his nephew during his imprisonment at Constance. Around the age of 10, Hus was sent to a monastery, though the reasons vary between his father's death or his own early religious fervor. His academic promise there led to a recommendation to continue his education in Prague, which he supported by working jobs that also provided access to the Prague library, 2 birds with 1 stone, it seems. Thus, Hus entered the University of Prague at about the age of 13. While not initially standing out academically, his intense commitment to his studies was notable as it was admirable. He completed a Bachelor of Arts in 1393 and a master's degree in 1396. The university environment, steeped in anti-papal sentiment, profoundly shaped his theological direction. Now, to support himself, he also sang in the church choir during his academic tenure. Hus started teaching at the University of Prague in 1398, and by 1399 he was publicly defending the propositions of the reformer John Wycliffe. He was ordained a Catholic priest in 1400, and the following year Hus was promoted to Dean of the Philosophical Department by his students and faculty, and in 1402 he ascended to the position of rector at the university. The same year, he also became a preacher at the Bethlehem Chapel. Busy boy, isn't he? Well, he was also a fervent advocate for the Czech people and the realist philosophical faction. He was deeply influenced by the aforementioned writings of John Wycliffe, whose works, however, were banned by church authorities in 1403, so you just know that they're good. Well, despite this, Hus translated Wycliffe's Trialogus into Czech and facilitated its distribution as wide as he could. From his influential pulpit, Hus vocally criticized the moral corruption within the clergy, the bishops, and even the papal structure itself, all the way to the top. Archbishop Zbigniew Zajic of Prague initially tolerated Hus's critiques and appointed him as a preacher at the clergy's biennial synod. But on June 24th, 1405, Pope Innocent VII instructed the archbishop to actively oppose Wycliffe's teachings, particularly his views on the Eucharist, known as impanation. I'd like to explain all of this right now, but there's so much that I would kindly ask you to just wait for me to do a video on John Wycliffe. Then I can tell you about all these little things from his writings. But for now, we'll just continue on with Jan Hus. Well, complying with the Pope, the Archbishop issued a synodal decree against Wycliffe and prohibited further criticisms of the clergy. Moving on to 1406, when two Bohemian students brought from Oxford a document that commended Wycliffe, which Hus proudly read from his pulpit. However, by 1408, the situation became tense as Pope Gregory XII alerted Archbishop Zajic about the reported heresies of Wycliffe, and of course the sympathetic stance of King Wenceslaus IV of Bohemia toward the nonconformists. The king and the university consequently demanded all writings of Wycliffe to be handed over to the archdiocesan chancery for thorough examination and critique. Well, spoiler alert, they were not going to like them. Of course, Jan Hus complied with this order. What choice did he really have? And he publicly denounced the identified errors in Wycliffe's works. In 1408, the Charles University Press in Prague faced internal strife due to the Western Schism, which saw competing papal claims from Gregory XII in Rome and Benedict XIII in Avignon. King Wenceslaus, eyeing the Holy Roman Emperor's crown, feared Pope Gregory XII's interference, and thus made a public denunciation of him. He mandated a stance of strict neutrality on the schism from the clergy in Bohemia, and expected Charles University to simply follow suit without being asked. But Archbishop Zajic, however, remained staunchly loyal to Gregory XII. At the university, only the Bohemian nation, as they called it, one of the four factions that governed the university and led by Jan Hus, pledged their neutrality. Thus, in January 1409, King Wenceslaus convened representatives from the university's four nations in Kutna Hora to secure their allegiance. While the Czech nation complied, the other three, composed of scholars from Bavaria, Saxony, and Poland, collectively referred to as the German nation, outright refused. In response to this, an angered Wenceslaus altered the university's governance structure to favor the Czech nation explicitly, granting it 3 votes in the university decisions, whereas the German nation was reduced to a single collective vote. This is, of course, extremely unfair. But once again, what were they realistically going to do about it? Well, by May 1409, a few months later, this change led to the deposition of the German dean and rector, who were replaced by Czechs. This decision caused significant upheaval,
prompting the Palatine Elector to invite the German scholars to the University of Heidelberg and the Margrave of Meissen to establish a brand new university in Leipzig. It is estimated that over 1,000 students and masters departed from Prague, further spreading accusations of Bohemian heresy as they dispersed. In 1409, the Council of Pisa sought to resolve the ongoing schism within the Church by electing Alexander V as the new pope, hoping to replace the competing papal claims of Gregory XII and Benedict XIII. However, both Gregory and Benedict outright refused to step down, leading Alexander being later declared as an anti-pope at the Council of Constance in 1418. Despite this, Jan Hus, his followers, and King Wenceslaus IV of Bohemia shifted their allegiance to Alexander V. Under the king's pressure, Archbishop Zajic of Prague also transferred his allegiance to Alexander V. Following this shift, Archbishop Zajic accused the followers of John Wycliffe in Prague of causing what they had worded as ecclesiastical disturbances, which is obviously a broad brush for a reason. Anything can really fall under that umbrella. So this prompted Alexander V to issue a papal bull on the 20th of December 1409. Now this bull authorized the archbishop to suppress Wycliffism, demanding the surrender of all writings related to Wycliffe and the complete repudiations of his teachings, along with the cessation of free preaching. After the bill was published officially in 1410, Hus directly appealed to Pope Alexander V, but it was no use. As a result, many texts of Wycliffe and valuable manuscripts were burned, and Hus, along with his supporters, were officially excommunicated. Alexander V died in 1410 and was succeeded by John XXIII, who was also later declared an anti-pope. In 1411, John XXIII called for a crusade against King Ladislaus of Naples, who was protecting Gregory XII, one of the rival popes. This crusade was also preached in Prague, and John XXIII authorized the sale of indulgences to finance the war effort. Not a new idea, but one that was certainly falling out of popularity. You shall see. This is a little bit before Martin Luther, but not too far off. The preaching of the crusade and the selling of indulgences were of course heavily promoted in Prague, with priests encouraging the population to contribute as much as they could financially, and contribute they certainly did. Following the death of Archbishop Zajic in 1411, Jan Hus's conflict with the Church intensified, especially around the issuance of indulgences. Hus opposed the practice, and vehemently so, asserting in his address that forgiveness should be obtained through repentance and not monetary purchase. You can't just buy your way out of trouble with God, buy your way out of purgatory. Of course, the Church has to make money somehow, don't they? We have to pay for the wars. Well, this address echoed the writings of John Wycliffe, specifically from his works De Ecclesia. Despite Hus's efforts,
he was unfortunately unable to persuade other members of the University of Prague to abandon their acceptance of indulgences. Now, this is of course of one of two reasons. It could well be that they are staunchly holding on to their beliefs, and perhaps they already bought indulgences themselves. Sunk cost fallacy, you know what I mean. Or it could be, too, that they did not want to align themselves with Wycliffe supporting factions. Of course, that can get you in a lot of trouble with the higher-ups. People must save their skin in those times before they express their opinions too clearly. Well, the situation, of course, escalated when Hus's followers, led by Voxa I Valstenna, publicly burned the papal bulls, advocating for obedience to Hus over the church, which they denounced, very bravely, as completely corrupt. Now, this did not go unnoticed. Surely it couldn't. The act was met with severe repercussions. 3 men who denounced the indulgences as fraudulent were publicly executed, becoming the first martyrs of what would later be recognized as the Hussite Church. Amidst the tumult, the theological faculty at the university condemned 45 articles associated with Hus and other theses that they deemed to be heretical. Despite a royal decree forbidding the teaching of these articles, the university and Hus demanded scriptural proof of their heresy before ceasing the instruction. They weren't questioning God, they were questioning the church. Of course, the church couldn't really tell the difference. Well, in an attempt to quell all of the disturbances, King Wenceslaus IV intervened, calling a synod in 1412, initially planned for Český Brod, but later moved to Prague to exclude Hus. They didn't want him showing up. The synod aimed to restore peace within the church, and proposed that Bohemia should enjoy the same ecclesiastical freedoms as other countries, a view that was supported by Hus and reflective of Wycliffe's teachings. However, the synod failed to recognize the opposing factions. The ongoing conflict prompted the king to establish a commission to pursue reconciliation, but the university's doctors insisted on Hus and his followers endorsing the church's traditional structure, recognizing the Pope as its head. Hus vehemently resisted this demand, of course. In the debates that followed, modifications suggesting obedience to the Roman Church as far as every pious Christian is bound were proposed by the Hussite party, attempting to bridge the divide. However, this compromise was not accepted by all. Stanislav Zenomia and Stepan Palech, among others, objected and subsequently left the conversation, resulting in their exile by the king. As Jan Hus's teachings gained traction throughout Bohemia, opposition from the church hierarchy sparked widespread dissent and unrest among the populace. The escalating confrontations led to riots in parts of Bohemia, prompting King Wenceslaus IV to align with Hus, thus bolstering the reformers' influence. Amidst these tensions, the church imposed an interdict on Prague, leading Hus to leave the city for the countryside, where he continued his preaching and writing activities, and with a lot less interruption. During this period, Hus took a pivotal step by appealing directly to Jesus Christ as the supreme judge on the 18th of October 1412, effectively circumventing the traditional ecclesiastical authorities. This act was emblematic of the Bohemian Reformation and mirrored the later defiance shown by Martin Luther with his 95 Theses. Hus's direct appeal to Christ marked a significant shift in his reformative approach, emphasizing a direct relationship with God over mediocre clerical structures. Basically, cut out the middleman. Well, while he was in rural exile, Hus recognized the disconnect between the sophisticated theological debates conducted at universities and the practical spiritual needs of the uneducated rural clergy, and, of course, their congregations. And in response, he began writing in Czech, aiming to make religious teachings accessible to all, particularly those priests who lacked proficiency in Latin. Of course, they were all meant to speak Latin very well, and they used to be able to, but can you guess what happened a generation beforehand? That's right. The Black Plague certainly managed to kill off quite a few people, and among them was priests. Well, every trade lost quite a lot of its people. You had to get the priests wherever you could get them now, and they weren't always the most educated as their forebears, but give them credit. They're doing their best with the circumstance. Anyway, among his works from this period were De Ecclesia, or On the Church, which was penned in 1413. The initial chapters of De Ecclesia summarize John Wycliffe's work of the same time, and the subsequent chapters draw from Wycliffe's work On the Power of the Pope, De Potentate Papae. Sorry about my Latin pronunciation. Well, this work challenges the prevailing notion that the Church primarily consisted of its clergy. Hus prepared this influential document at Kozy Hradec, under the protection of a sympathetic noble, and it was subsequently read publicly at Bethlehem Chapel in Prague. The work elicited very strong rebuttals from many of Hus's critics, particularly Stanislav Zenomja and Stepan Palech, who responded with treatises bearing the same title. Despite the departure of some of Hus's most fervent detractors from Prague, his followers continued to dominate the religious landscape, spreading Wycliffite ideas into neighboring regions, such as Poland, Hungary, Croatia, and Austria. But in January 1413, a general council in Rome officially condemned the writings of Wycliffe and ordered all of them to be burned. Sigismund of Hungary, bearing the title King of the Romans and the heir to the Bohemian throne, was eager to resolve the ongoing religious discord and the schism within the Church. He orchestrated the convening of the Council of Constance, starting on the 1st of November 1414, which was recognized as the 16th Ecumenical Council by the Catholic Church. Jan Hus, motivated by a desire to quell religious disputes, agreed to attend this council, but under the protection of a safe conduct agreement assured by Sigismund. Before departing for Constance, Hus drafted his will, perhaps aware of the risks that he faced. You never know what could happen. Better safe than sorry. After all, if they were going to give him that dagger in the night, at least he knows that his property would go to the right places. Don't add insult to injury by allowing the Church to pick clean all of the bones from what is left of his legacy. Well, he began his journey on October the 11th, 1414, and arrived in Constance on November 3rd, 1414. The next day, notices on church doors announced that Michael Nemecheko Brodu would challenge Hus. Initially, Hus enjoyed a degree of freedom due to Sigismund's promise, residing in a widow's house where he continued his religious practices, including celebrating Mass and preachings, actions that were very much against the Church's directives, and they noticed. By November 28th, 1414, Hus's situation deteriorated as his adversaries managed to have him imprisoned based on rumors of a potential escape. Initially held in a canon's residence, he was transferred on December 6th to the Dominican monastery's prison. Sigismund, outraged by the breach of his safe conduct promise, confronted the prelates, who argued that promises made to a heretic could not be binding, persuading him to acquiesce to their actions. Essentially, they were saying, it doesn't count if we don't like him. Now that's not fair, isn't it? Well, the proceedings against Hus intensified on December 4th, 1414, when Pope John the 23rd assigned 3 bishops to initiate a preliminary investigation. In line with typical procedures of the time, only the prosecution's witnesses were heard, and Hus was denied any defense counsel. The truth is, the game was rigged from the start. His conditions worsened after the deposition of John the 23rd, who had fled Constance. Hus, previously a captive under the Pope and in regular contact with his supporters, was then confined under the Bishop of Constance's custody in the Gottlieben Castle on the Rhine. During his time, he endured 73 days of harsh imprisonment, continuously chained up to the cold wall, isolated from his allies, and subject to poor treatment and illness. On June 5th, 1415, Hus underwent his initial trial and was subsequently moved to a Franciscan monastery for the remaining weeks of his life. During this trial, extracts from his writings were presented, and witnesses testified. Hus maintained a firm stance, refusing to submit unless his errors were demonstrably proven from the Bible. He wanted them to use scripture, not church doctrine. Once again, cut out the middleman. He expressed reverence for John Wycliffe, and hoped his soul may reach the same place as his. However, he denied advocating Wycliffe's views on the Eucharist or the contentious 45 Articles. His disagreement was with their outright condemnation without prior examination. King Sigismund, attempting to distance himself from any heretical association, urged Hus to entrust himself to the council's mercy, explicitly stating his unwillingness to shield a heretic. Hard to get good friends, isn't it? The final trial, on June the 8th, 1415, saw 39 sentences brought down against Hus, derived from various works, including 26 from his book De Ecclesia, and 7 from his dispute with Palech. The remaining 6 were involving the incidents with Stanislav. Now these points were highlighted to Sigismund, illustrating the potential threat that Hus's views posed to secular authority, thereby encouraging Sigismund to openly oppose Hus. Well, Hus, he was no coward. He remained steadfast, ready to retract any errors if they could be proven against biblical teaching. The council interpreted his willingness to be convinced as an unconditional surrender and demanded his confession, which included admitting to all of his past errors, renouncing them, recanting them, and asserting the opposite of his previous statements. Hus requested to be excused from recanting any teachings he had not already espoused. Regarding other views deemed erroneous by the council, he refused to revoke them, citing his conscience as his guide. His refusal was unfavorably received. After June the 8th, further attempts were reportedly made to make Hus recant, all of which he resisted. On the 6th of July, 1415, Hus faced his final condemnation at the Council of Constance. The proceedings took place in the cathedral, commencing after the High Mass and liturgy. The bishops of Lodi, Giacomo Ballardi Arrigoni, opened with a sermon emphasizing the eradication of heresy. Subsequently, various theses of Hus and Wycliffe, along with a summary of Hus's trial, were presented to those who had gathered. An Italian prelate announced the formal sentence and condemnation of Hus and his written works. Hus, maintaining his innocence to the end, protested by affirming his desire to be corrected solely by Scripture. And then he kneeled, praying quietly for God to forgive his adversaries. This was followed by his formal degradation from priesthood. Hus was adorned in priestly vestments, given one last opportunity to recant, and he refused that too. His priestly garments were then stripped from him, and his tonsure was defaced, signifying his removal from the clerical state. The Church, having exhausted all of its spiritual jurisdiction, declared at the Council of Constance, and I quote, "This Holy Synod of Constance, seeing that God's Church has nothing more that it can do, relinquishes Jan Hus to the judgment of the secular authority, and decrees that he is to be relinquished to the secular court." Well, if you know anything about the medieval secular court, I'm sure you would agree that Hus had reasons to be nervous. Hus was then adorned with a type of tall paper hat that marked him as a leader of a heretical movement, symbolizing his perceived defiance against the Church. Under heavy guard, he was then escorted to the execution stake. Before his execution, Hus reportedly voiced a prophetic warning, suggesting that while he might be a mere goose, stronger and more resilient reformers would follow in his wake. This statement was later echoed and transformed by Martin Luther, indicating that although they could roast a goose, a swan would arise 100 years later, whose voice they would be compelled to heed. This allegorical swan is later associated with Luther himself by Johannes Bugenhagen and others, interpreting Hus's words as a foreshadowing of the Reformation led by Luther. At the execution site, Hus knelt, extended his hands, and prayed aloud. The executioner stripped him and bound his hands behind his back. A chain secured his neck to the stake, surrounded by wood and straw that reached up to his neck. And as the final preparations were made, the Imperial Marshal von Pappenheim, accompanied by Count Palatine, made a last appeal to Hus to finally recant, offering him a chance to save his life. But of course Hus firmly declined, asserting his faithfulness to the teachings he had preached. He is quoted as saying, "God is my witness, that the things charged against me I never preached, in the same truth of the gospel which I have written, taught, and preached, drawing upon the sayings and positions of the holy doctors, I am ready to die today." As the fire struggled to intensify, legend has it that an old woman approached and added a small bundle of brushwood to the flames. Witnessing this, Hus reportedly claimed, "O sancta simplicitas, O holy simplicity." As the flames took hold and his life neared its end, he was heard invoking, "Christ, Son of the living God, have mercy on us," a variant of the Jesus prayer. After his death, in an effort to prevent any form of relic veneration, Hus's ashes were cast into the Rhine River. His execution provoked a strong backlash, particularly from the Bohemian and Moravian elite. In response, on September 2nd, 1415, a significant document known as the Bohemian Protest was signed by 100 prominent figures from Bohemia and Moravia. This document, one of 4 reportedly created and the only surviving copy now preserved at the University of Edinburgh, declared Hus a good, just, and Catholic man, who, I quote, consistently detested all error and heresies. It denounces anyone suggesting that heresy was afoot in Bohemia or Moravia as the worst of traitors. The reaction to Hus's death facilitated a shift in Bohemia, steering its population further from the doctrines of the Roman Catholic Church. In retaliation, on March 1st, 1420, Pope Martin V declared a crusade against the followers of Hus and Wycliffe, sanctioning the extermination of all of his supporters. The political instability was further compounded by the death of King Wenceslaus IV in August of 1419, leaving his brother Sigismund of Hungary unable to establish control amid the burgeoning Hussite revolt. The Hussite movement, encompassing a significant portion of the Czech populace, found robust leaders in Jan Žižka and later Prokop the Great, both of whom were formidable military strategists. Under their command, the Hussites successfully repelled the crusade, and the subsequent 3 crusades aimed at crushing their uprising between 1419 and 1434. The conflict concluded with the compromise reached at the Council of Basel in 1436, encapsulated in the Basel Compacts. These compacts granted official sanction from the Catholic Church for the practice of a modified version of Christianity in Bohemia, known as Hussitism. By the century's end, Hussite teachings remained the dominant faith among the Czech lands, adhered to by as much as 90% of the population. Well, Jan Hus was deeply influenced by the works of John Wycliffe. We know that, and he translated several of his texts, including Triaculus, into Czech, significantly broadening their reach within Bohemia. He was also well acquainted with Wycliffe's ideas on the Eucharist, specifically the concept of consubstantiation, which contrasts with the traditional Catholic doctrine of transubstantiation. Now, just briefly, consubstantiation believes that the body and the blood of Christ are presented in bread and wine
but the bread and wine do not transform, whereas transubstantiation is the traditionally held belief that the bread and wine taken at communion are literally the blood and body of Christ, and effectively turn into such things as soon as they hit the tongue. At least that's my understanding of it. Any staunch Catholics may correct me in the comments. Hus also advocated a reformed understanding of the Church, aligning with Wycliffe, that true Church is the community of all predestined believers, which Christ is at its head, not the Pope. This notion challenged the traditional clerical hierarchy by asserting that ecclesiastical officers and dignities do not guarantee membership in the true Church, nor is obedience to the Pope necessary at all for salvation. One can imagine why the Pope was disagreeing with this. Hus was critical of the Church's ethical lapses, particularly the commercialization of spiritual services. He highlighted the exploitation of the faithful through fees for religious services and indulgences, pointing out the pervasive corruption, where even the meager savings of a poor old woman would not be spared from the greedy clerics. Well, the execution of Hus did not extinguish his influence, but it rather sparked the formation of the Hussite movement, which later diverged into several factions, including the Utrachists, Taborites, and Orphans. Each group interpreted Hus's teachings differently, particularly around issues like the Eucharist, which became a central theological element for the Taborites. Hus's efforts and writings laid foundational elements for what would later be recognized as aspects of the Reformation, challenging the existing ecclesiastical structure and calling for a return to a more authentic and scripture-based Christian practice. Nearly 6 centuries after Hus's execution, in 1999, Pope John Paul II made a significant gesture of reconciliation by expressing deep regret for the cruel death inflicted on Hus. He acknowledged the deep sorrow for the tragic end Hus met and commended Hus for his moral courage. This statement was shaped with the help of Cardinal Miloslav Vlk of the Czech Republic. Additionally, adherents of the Moravian Church, reflecting on this historic acknowledgement, emphasized that judgment for those involved in Hus's death rests with God alone, once again showing a stance of forgiveness and reconciliation within the broader Christian community, at least nowadays. Well, Jan Hus is commemorated by the Jan Hus Memorial in Prague's Old Town Square, with additional memorials across the Czech Republic. In New York City, his name adorns the John Hus Moravian Church in Brooklyn and the Jan Hus Playhouse in Manhattan, the later housing a range of productions, from non-religious to non-denominational. In 2015, Hus was voted the greatest hero of the Czech nation in a Czech radio survey. And that is one legacy indeed. Well, thank you very much for joining me today, or tonight, wherever you are in the world. I'd like to thank my top-tier patrons. It's Charles, Stark Factory, JC, Jeffrey, Tim, James, Erin, and Scott. Thank you very much. And if you would like to become a patron, then you know where to go. It's in the description. But I hope you've enjoyed our biography of Jan Hus today. And I'm sure I will see you next time. Good night, everyone.